Okay, we are going to go ahead and get started here. We are going to be streaming Genshin Impact because 5.3 came out on New Year's, and, well, actually, technically, if you were in the Western Hemisphere, it actually came out on New Year's Eve in the evenings, about like a couple hours before New Year's. But as of the New Year's Day, 5.3 is here. So a lot of people have come back to the game. This month is pretty much Genshin Impact month, as far as I'm concerned. And then we'll be switching over to our regularly scheduled programming of other games and other computer hardware news later on. Although next week is CES, so a lot of what we're going to be talking about on this channel is going to be CES related content. Yeah, Happy New Year. How's everybody doing? Ready for a new year? Let's see, we gotta get through some of that RTX 50 series. RTX 50 series is coming out soon. Waiting on Amazon Europe to restock components. Yeah, right now there's a issue with getting graphics cards. A lot of graphics cards are selling out. And then motherboards are hard to get too. Certain motherboards, specifically ones that you really want as best value. Those are the ones that are significantly harder to get right now. So we need to do this. What is this called? After the Peace? After the Peace. Hopefully for CES to lower some prices. Why would CES lower prices? What would it lower the price of? The thing is, the supply has already been constrained, so I don't see the reason for prices to go down. If anything, they should go up. The Tomahawk is out of stock in Germany. Are we playing this in English or are we playing this in Japanese? Oh, English language. Okay, we'll just leave it in English for now. You've never bought anything from Amazon? Are they trustworthy? So Amazon, there's Amazon selling direct, and then there's Amazon third-party sellers. Amazon third-party sellers are supposed to be trustworthy, but you have to do your own research on them because there are reports. So let's put it this way, not to scare you or anything, but I typically don't buy computer hardware off of Amazon, especially if it's a third-party seller, because in recent history there have been, let's say, issues with scammers on Amazon. So people have tried to purchase things like RTX 4090s, for example, and they've gotten scammed on Amazon. There's not a whole lot that they can do, especially if it's international. So if the scammer is listing the item for like Amazon Europe or something, but they're shipping to some other, like to South America or the Middle East or Asia or somewhere, it's very hard to enforce that if it's a scammer. So there could be potential for scams on Amazon if it's a third-party seller. Did you see the video that I released today? I addressed that in a video today regarding the MSI Godlike and the Easy Bridge. So, short answer is yes, I did have the problem, and the other answer is yes, I did fix the problem.
Lately, we've been sleeping well and eating even better. Now this is the life.
You go check the video. The video answers all the questions about it.
Exactly! Look, Paimon's tummy is so stuffed. It's all round and plump now. And now it's time for some rest.
When you say it died, are you saying that the motherboard literally doesn't work, or are you just talking about the easy bridge? So I ran into that problem when... It depends on when I made that video. Let me go find the video. I made a video last week? Was it last week? Hold on. It was... Yeah, it was 6 days ago. I ran into that problem with the Godlike 6 days ago. And I fixed it on the exact same day. I didn't know it was such a widespread issue. So I didn't think of it. I didn't think anything of it. I literally just fixed the problem and then moved on. And then I think I saw your comment in one of the live streams, and then I saw other people were also commenting yesterday on Tech Thursdays about the Easy Bridge and the Dynamic Dashboard 3. So when I saw that, I was like, okay, so a bunch of people are commenting about this, so I need to check. I need to look into this again, because I thought it was an easy thing to resolve, but apparently it is more. It's more serious. On MSI Gaming Reddit, after my USB started disconnecting. So how did that start happening? Did you try doing anything with the Easy Bridge? Because my understanding is that the only thing that needs to be done is what I've shown in the video, and that fixes the problem. Ever since I did that... Oh, also the other question is, did you update the BIOS when you built the computer? Because I never had the problem until I updated to the latest BIOS, the A22 BIOS. Basically, check out the video, because the video that I posted today, I think it answers a lot of questions surrounding the issue with the Easy Bridge. But so far, mine has been 100% good since I fixed the issue. I haven't had any problems ever since then. But I downgraded back to A15. I'm going to stay on A15 until MSI puts out some official, like, real fix.
Cut that out. It's serious. What are you doing sleeping this late? Who are you, me?
What?
Come see us in the speaker's chamber once you've cleaned yourselves up. We're waiting for you here.
See, I think one of the BIOSes, including the A22, caused the problem. Or might be related to the problem. Because if you're on the older BIOS, like if you're on A15 or the launch BIOS, you should never have ran into the problem. I never witnessed this problem until updating to A22. So when I got the motherboard back in November, I built the computer on stream, and then I updated the BIOS to A15, and it remained. Actually, I may have updated to A15 before doing the live stream. But yeah, I think I did it in that order. So it doesn't post at all. You cleared the CMOS and it just doesn't work? Yeah, I never installed... So the other thing too about me, I never installed MSI's Center. I never installed Mystic Light. Basically all of MSI's software, I never installed any of it. Ever. So I never used any of MSI's software. All I did was build a computer and start using it. So there's a serious problem. Like, I don't know the full reason why the problem is happening. What I can tell you is I first noticed the problem while I was filming the video for the 192 gigabytes of RAM. The problem started happening while I was making that video. In fact, if you go watch the 192 gigabytes video, you can actually see the point when the issue first started happening for me. I caught it on video while I was doing memory training. The initial, like the code 15, and then if you go look at the stuff underneath the code 15 part, it starts showing the pump speed, the fan speed, but then there's that loading thing starts showing, and then I'm like, Because I remember while I was making that video, I was like, is it supposed to do this? I don't remember doing this. So I ended up having to edit out the video where it was showing the wrong stuff on the screen because I didn't want to confuse people, like what to look at on the dashboard, because there's really nothing to see on the dashboard because it's just showing a bunch of nonsense. So I ended up just, you know, not showing that in the video. And then after I made the video, I had to research what is wrong with this dashboard thing. And then I found the MSI forum with the people complaining, and there was already a guy on there that said what to do to fix it. But see, the thing is, the guy who posted the fix, the first one that's marked as a solution, they seriously need to go and fix the wording, because that guy is misleading people, because it says update the firmware, then update the data. That is completely incorrect. And that is going to cause damage, potentially damage to the Easy Bridge, because you're not supposed to update the firmware. All you're supposed to do is update the data, and that fixes the problem. Basically, it has to reprogram the little tiny software application, the hardware monitor software that runs on the dashboard. The dashboard is the Easy Bridge is basically some kind of, I wouldn't be surprised if it's some kind of modified Raspberry Pi. It's some very simple thing, you know, with an LCD screen connected to it via either embedded DP or, I don't know, like micro HDMI or something, who knows, or some custom soldered thing that MSI did. It just restarts infinitely every 2 seconds. It looks like a hardware. Yeah, for you, it looks like that might be a hardware. So when you say it restarts, are you talking about the motherboard, or are you talking about the Easy Bridge? You just ignored it because I was busy, and after a week, all my USBs started disconnecting and reconnecting while playing. Ooh, yeah, that's not good. Well, it's really just that one video. The latest video that I uploaded on the channel today discusses how to fix the issue. So, because when I saw the post, first of all, I saw the comments in my YouTube streams. I saw, like, not only did I see your comment, I saw a bunch of other people commenting about the Godlike. About having to RMA the Godlike, Godlikes are breaking, Godlikes are failing. Do you know about this? Do you know about this? So I was like, okay, hold on. Maybe this is more serious than I originally thought. Because I encountered the problem on... What day was that? A week ago, like 6 days ago. So that would have been last weekend, or last Friday, last Thursday, I encountered the problem. So, and then I basically downloaded the little update tool. I did update data, and then I watched it reboot, and then after that, everything was fixed, and I didn't do anything after that, and then I was done. Then what I did was I downgraded the BIOS of the motherboard back to A15, because I had been running A15 up until I wanted to make the video about 192 gigabytes of RAM. After updating the BIOS to the latest BIOS, then I started seeing the problem. So I believe that either A22, A21, basically, if you're on any of these, let me open up the thing just to clarify this. X870 Godlike. Support page. Okay. So, let me do this. Where is the, Okay. So, and this is talked about in the video. So I highly encourage those of you running into this problem, go watch the YouTube video that is on my channel today. And like the video, so that it helps other people who may be running into the problem find the video, so that YouTube recommends it to more people. So A22, this BIOS, after I went to the latest BIOS, I started seeing the problem. Prior to that, I was on A15. Basically, when I first got the motherboard came with whatever the old BIOS was. I immediately updated to A15. Then I did the live stream build where I built the computer, and everybody saw me build the computer, and I left it on A15, which was from November 21st of last year. And I never updated it after that. I left it and I used it and everything was fine. And I never experienced the problem. And it was like everything was good. Then a week ago, I updated to A22, started to film the video for the 192 gigabytes of RAM. And then lo and behold, the problem starts happening. The dreaded loading screen. You can see it. In fact, I have it on video, so it'd be good to show people like what that is supposed to look like. Let me bring that video up. Let me find the actual part where it shows the... Oh, wait, no, wrong video. Not the fixed video. It would be the video from the 192 gigabytes. And I need to move the stream chat over because I can't see you guys. Hey YouTube, in this video we're going to be doing... And we don't have it on here, hold on. There we go. Okay, so this video. This video from December 28th. So, right here. You can witness the problem happening right here.
The best thing to do is to clear the CMOS and then just power.
All right, watch this, watch
clear
this.
The CMOS.
Watch this. So, code 15, code 15. So far, everything is normal. So far, everything is normal.
It basically starts with the
watch this,
BIOS
watch
settings,
this,
so
watch this.
Confused.
Because see, mine breaks right here.
Start fresh on the BIOS when you're adding this much memory. So now we just have to wait for the long memory training to complete.
So for those that don't know, this view, how it looks right here, is how it's supposed to look.
And this initial memory training procedure is probably going to take quite a long time.
Bam! There we go, right there. It starts breaking literally while I'm making the YouTube video. Look, guys, the dreaded loading screen. It's like trying to train the memory, and the easy bridge is like, I can't work anymore. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Help! 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 Help!
Time, several minutes.
And when I saw that, I was like, wait, is it supposed to be doing this while I'm talking?
It takes a long time to figure out what to do. Basically, what's going to happen is it's going to set it to 3600
loading. The dots are going
for this much memory, and anything above that is considered an overclock, which also means that anything above that is not guaranteed to work. So your mileage may vary on this sort of thing.
Okay, so anyway, that is what the problem looks like. That is what the problem starts to look like. But for those of you that have the Godlike and you're experiencing the issue, check out my video, how to fix it, because this video literally resolves the problem. So, that's all you gotta do. Oh, and now we have an ad. Wait. Was that an ad for, what? Was that an ad for, the Intel Core Ultra? Okay, anyway, this is how it's supposed to look, but the TLDR is, hold up, where's the steps? These are the steps to fix the problem. And then there's the bonus step, downgrade to A15 if you're on the latest BIOS. There you go, that's how you fix it. Yes, it's fixed. For me, it's fixed. But I'm just telling you guys, like, a lot of people are running into this problem. With the MSI Godlike, but this is how to fix the problem. Basically, you need to turn off the computer, you need to disconnect the power cable, because you need the easy bridge to drain the capacitors to nothing. It doesn't fix the early batches because of the physical fault. So has somebody from MSI stated that? Like, is that a well-known thing? Because I have not heard of that. It's something wrong with the connectors for the early batches. Basically, everyone, including myself, has an early batch. Because this is... all of us are on the initial wave of MSI Godlikes for this motherboard. With this magnetically attached easy bridge. So, oh, you've tried everything to fix Godlike, but the support says that it's a factory. So, okay, so someone from MSI is literally telling you it's a factory fault. Is there a way to know based off of serial number if it's affected? Like, normally things like this are called field notice issues, and wow, that's very bad news. Because that means that I may end up having to RMA mine. But mine's working, so I don't know. All I did was do exactly what I listed right here in the steps, and mine's working fine. And mine's been working fine since a week ago. I have not seen the problem at all since doing this. So, I don't know what to say. For me, I fixed the problem. What did the person from MSI say specifically about the connector? Does the connector have to do with what? With the magnetic connector on the Easy Bridge, or is it the connector on the, like, the fan header thing? Because I'm not actually using the fan header thing. Like the fan hub, I don't actually have that. That is literally sitting in the box, unused. In fact, I never even bothered to test if it even works. I probably should have tested it. You have a Tomahawk by MSI. Tomahawk is not affected by this. This has nothing to do with the Tomahawk. This is for the MSI Godlike. It doesn't fix the early batches because of the physical fault. Well, then how come mine got fixed? I'm confused on that. I don't know if I don't even know if the person at MSI fully understands the issue. You have the USB connector working properly on the Godlike. You have the USB. What's the USB connector? All I can tell you guys is mine has a whole bunch of stuff connected to it. I have my front USB connected to it. I have basically whatever's supposed to plug into it, I have it plugged into it. So mine is like fully loaded and it's working fine. So other than the issue with what I just showed, which I resolved doing these steps on the screen, I have not ran into any problems. Now, I wonder if those of you who ultimately had to RMA the motherboard, did you attempt to update the firmware using the tool? Using that special MSI update tool. This thing. MSI _4490 update tool.exe. Did you click on update firmware? Because I would not click on that. That is dangerous. That could damage the motherboard. Or not the motherboard. That could mess up the Easy Bridge permanently, requiring you to RMA the board. So that I would not touch that. But the data button is the one that fixes the problem. As outlined in my steps, the extra box you get to connect fans, the one you said you still have in the box. Wait, what? You have the USB connector working? Oh, okay. The hub. Yeah. The tool couldn't detect mine. You did try? Interesting. You may have had to do the additional steps that require turning off the computer and physically removing the Easy Bridge, and then wait for like several minutes and then connecting it back and then turning it on. The other thing too, do note that you should never ever disconnect the Easy Bridge while the computer is on. Never do that. They literally say that. There's a big red warning in the manual saying do not disconnect the Easy Bridge while the computer is on. While the computer is powered. While the Easy Bridge is powered. Doing that could damage the Easy Bridge. Since I did the live stream, I have never touched the Easy Bridge. Like, I've built it, and I've never touched it ever since. In fact, I never disconnected it, because in the support forum, they talk about disconnecting the Easy Bridge from the motherboard while the computer's turned off and unplugged from the wall. I didn't do that. I didn't touch the Easy Bridge. I left it connected to the motherboard the whole time. You had early signs of the loading and did the steps to fix it. It worked for a few days, but after a few days, the Easy Bridge turned black and still black. That's why it. What BIOS were you on when this was happening? I'm very curious to know what BIOS, because the MSI is saying something in here. So in this latest BIOS, they say fix hardware monitor abnormal behavior. I don't trust this. I went to this BIOS, so I never had the problem, ever. Until I updated to this BIOS, A22, which claims that it fixes some supposed hardware monitor abnormal behavior. Well, I only started seeing the problem after updating to A22. Prior to that, I was on A15, and I'm currently on A15 again. And A15 has no problems. You were on the default it shipped on? Okay, that probably was A10. You're probably on A10. I don't think anybody was on this one. A0E. I don't think anyone's on that. I think the one that you got, it must have been A10. New BIOS release. Yours went black completely before it killed my board. Wow. So I'll tell the whole history with me. Like, I think the default was A10. First thing I did before I did the live stream build, I unboxed the motherboard. I tested the motherboard with the CPU installed, and I updated the BIOS to A15. At the time, A15 was the latest BIOS, so I went to A15. And then I took the CPU out, I put everything back in their boxes to pretend like it was never opened, and then I proceeded to film the live stream PC build. That is the reason why when I do a live stream build, I am prepared. I don't just go in blind, not knowing if the hardware is defective, DOA or whatever. Every time I do a live stream build, I know the hardware is going to work because I test it before going live. That's just kind of like a secret thing that I do. So, because I've gotten comments like, when we're doing some of those builds, people would comment, some people would comment, you know, occasionally I'd see the comment in the chat saying, shouldn't you test it before putting everything in the case to save yourself, like, steps in the event that something's defective? Well, the reason why I don't have to do that on stream is because, first of all, that would make the stream longer than it needs to be. And second of all, I already did that. So, yeah, so that's basically a spoiler alert. Everything works out of the box. I mean, yeah. Anyway, if I didn't do that and I had defective hardware, then the stream would be really lame because I literally have a dead computer in front of all the viewers. So that would be stupid. So no. So yeah. So the PC was built with A15. It stayed on A15. Everything worked. The Easy Bridge had no problems. I used it like that for like a month. And then I updated to A22 because I wanted to make the video with the 192 gigabytes, maxed out the RAM. Lo and behold, after going to this, problem starts happening. So I think they may have some sort of embedded firmware or whatever they had in these newer BIOSes. I mean, they have to have something in this one if they say fix hardware monitor abnormal behavior. Well, apparently this didn't fix mine, and it started making the problem happen. So I fixed the problem, doing their download the little tool, update data, that fixed the problem. Then I immediately proceeded to downgrade back to A15. And this is where the Godlike will remain until MSI provides some kind of, you know, some official update or fix or something, whatever it is. But the other thing, too, is I don't use MSI. What is their software thing called that I read about? People were using this one software application. I don't even remember what it's called. MSI Center. Yeah, MSI Center. No, I never downloaded this. I never used it ever. So that thing I don't use. The other thing is Mystic Light. I don't use Mystic Light. So I don't have Mystic Light installed. I don't have MSI Center installed. and I never ran into the problem until updating to A22. So, but I'm only one person, so my use case is different. Like, you know, like other people could run into other problems. So I don't fully understand. What I'm saying is I don't fully understand the root cause of the problem. I don't know what causes the easy bridge to get messed up, especially in the scenario where it's completely bricked and you have to RMA the motherboard. So I have no idea why that's happening. It's very unfortunate that that's happening, especially on such a high-end motherboard. But yeah, that's definitely not a good look for MSI. Now, I haven't used an MSI motherboard in a very long time until I got the Godlike. That being said, I've never had any significant problem with an MSI motherboard until this problem. Although, me personally, it hasn't really affected me too much, but those of you out there, I definitely understand the frustration and the stress that this causes when you have to deal with an RMA because it's such an expensive product. Yeah, it's very annoying. It's very disappointing. So shame on MSI. Hopefully they do something to address this, like officially. Hopefully they provide some kind of update, whether it's a utility like their update tool that has a permanent fix or something. I'm hoping that I never see this problem again with mine, but based off of what I'm reading in the comments, it sounds like it may crop up again at some point, but I don't know. Knock on wood, I hope that this doesn't happen again. Do you think the 5090 Strix will be bigger in size than the... I don't know. I don't know how big the die size will be. It'll either be very similar in size or it'll be probably slightly larger. You think it's going to be a recall? I don't know if they're going to do a recall. Something like this, they're probably not going to do a recall. They'll probably there'll be a board revision with a newer version, and then they're just going to fix on failure. It's just going to be fixed on failure. So if mine ends up getting bricked, I'm just going to have to do an RMA. Man, but that's annoying, man. I hate doing RMAs. I hate RMAs because you're stuck with so much downtime. Someone I know, one of the people who've been following the channel for a long time, one of the channel members and Patreon supporters, had to deal with a Threadripper RMA. It was a Threadripper motherboard. It was the Gigabyte Aero D, because the initial, so revision 1.0 of the TRX 50 Aero D does not support S3 sleep. Now, for people who never put their computer to sleep, they'll never notice that limitation. But Gigabyte had to release a revision 1.1 and a 1.2 that added the ability to put the computer to sleep. I don't understand how a motherboard doesn't have the ability to support S3 sleep. Like, that suspend to RAM. I don't understand how Gigabyte can make a motherboard that doesn't have that functionality, but apparently Gigabyte did. So it was a hardware problem, or it was a hardware limitation. So they had to RMA the motherboard, so Gigabyte would have to send them a newer revision motherboard. So, and I heard that it took weeks. It was like 3 weeks or something to get the motherboard shipped. Like, the whole turnaround time was like almost a month. It was like half or more of a month. That is so annoying. That is so annoying to have to deal with that. Now, for someone like me, it's annoying, but it's not as annoying to me as to somebody else who only has one primary desktop computer. And once they have to send their motherboard in to get a new one, you know, they don't have access to their computer because they literally don't have their motherboard. That is extremely annoying. Now, so for someone like me, if I have to end up doing this, guess what? I'll just use the computer that I'm using right now. We'll be using the Hero, because we're using the Hero. Because this is the Asus computer. So it's like, I can just flip over to this one. It's like, okay, we're down on that one. Well, we have redundancy. So that's the reason why redundancy for me is key. Because if you're running a channel like this, you cannot be, oh, I can't stream because my computer is you know, down. I had to RMA the Godlike. Like, no, that's not acceptable. So you have to have redundancy. You glad you held off on the Godlike? Yeah. Yeah, you dodged this one. Well, I don't know. Mine seems to be working. I know some people out there, it's unfortunate that they have to deal with the RMA. I'm hoping that I don't have to deal with the RMA. Mine's been working I updated the thing a week ago, and so far it's been good. And prior to me seeing the problem, as long as I was on A15, I never experienced the problem. So I suspect that something in A2, A21, and A22 causes the problem. Although there are people that have literally posted earlier that they're on the stock BIOS and they ran into the problem. And it's bricked. So I don't know what to say. So maybe I'm not safe by staying on A15. But I'm going to remain on A15 because as long as I was on A15, I never encountered the problem. So, yeah, TRX 50 was your main work PC. Yeah, so you know exactly what it's like when you have the nuisance of having to deal with the RMA. But, you know, if you have redundancy, it's like, whatever, you can just use another computer in the meantime. But still, like, it's still a hassle. Even for those of us that have redundancy, like have access to other computers to use while the main computer is down, it's still a hassle. You kept your old motherboard memory and CPU just in case. Yeah, that's why, yeah, exactly. That's a good idea. Do you think the Aorus X870E Extreme... you spelled that wrong. There's no E in that Extreme. It's Extreme with an X. Fits in the Lian Li. So, the Extreme is an EATX. So if that case supports EATX, then it should fit. So this motherboard, the Gigabyte X870E, which is available, well, it was, I think it's sold out on Newegg already. But the X870E Aorus Extreme AI Top, I feel like this is the motherboard that a lot of people are jumping ship. People are jumping from MSI and going to Gigabyte. It's hilarious. It's hilarious. First, people start jumping from Asus and they go to MSI. Now, because of this fiasco with a Godlike, people are jumping from Godlike and going to the Extreme. And they're going so extreme, they're going into AI. They're literally going into AI top. So, see, let this be a lesson to MSI and other brands out there. Like, this is how you help your competitor. You literally sell your competitors' products for them when you screw up with something like the Easy Bridge, aka the Dashboard 3 issue. Like, this is how you help your competition, like, get ahead of you. Just FYI, you know, like... So, this is an EATX motherboard. Just keep that in mind. This motherboard is not as large, it's not as wide as the Godlike. So, if you're someone who has a Godlike, and you're thinking of returning it, or you're already going to have to deal with an RMA, or whatever, or you're thinking of buying one, and you want to avoid it because of all the scare of the display thing, this, if your case can fit the Godlike, it will definitely fit the Extreme. The Extreme is not as large as the Godlike. It's a little bit narrower. However, this is still an EATX motherboard. So this motherboard is still larger than, say, a Hero. A Hero is a standard ATX. It's not the only EATX. So if you're looking for EATX specifically, there are 3 choices. There's the Extreme AI Top, and there is also the ASRock Tai Chi. The ASRock X870E Tai Chi is also eATX. So if you're someone who likes that wide form factor, like that wide screen style on a motherboard, the Tai Chi is eATX. The Extreme AI Top is eATX. The Godlike is eATX, but it's like, I don't know, people don't seem to be too happy with this one right now. But yeah, the Godlike is eATX. The Extreme is eATX. So you can tell it's eATX. Do you know how to tell by looking if it's eATX? Look at the screw hole to the northwest of the RAM. If it's ATX, the cutoff should be right after the screw. If it goes beyond that screw hole, it is eATX. So I know how to look at a motherboard. One glance, I already know what type of motherboard it is, because I know exactly where to look. It's all about knowing exactly where to look. I just look straight at this screw hole right above the RAM, and then I look to the right of it. If there's nothing to the right of it, it's ATX. If there's more PCB to the right of it, it's eATX. It's that simple. So this is eATX. Same thing with the Tai Chi. I look to it. I look at it. Okay, there's literally an M.2 drive to the right of the RAM. That instantly means this is an eATX motherboard. I don't even need to see the screw hole. I immediately know this is eATX. Godlike, it's so obvious that this is eATX. You literally have the entire Easy Bridge to the right of the RAM. So that's a straight up instant eATX. Like this is what I call a big eATX. This is a normal eATX. This is a normal eATX. So those are the eATX choices. Godlike, Extreme AI Top, or Tai Chi. Or Tai Chi Lite. Tai Chi Lite is also eATX. But yeah, that should answer those questions on that. But I wanted to address that because I myself ran into the problem, and I wanted to make sure that people had an answer on what to do, because I'm pretty sure, hopefully, that video helps some people with the problem. May not be able to help those with the hardware problem, because if it's literally a hardware problem, then that's unfortunate. But we'll see. Overclocking 8,000? What do you mean overclocking 8,000? Like going to 8,000 or going above 8,000? Going above 8,000, no. Going to 8,000 is pretty straightforward. You basically, if you want to run your RAM at 8,000, you can easily do that with the Godlike. You just need a 48 gigabyte kit that can do 8,000. Like the one that I've been using. It doesn't have to be the exact same one. I mean, that one I know works because I've tested it, but, you know, in general, other ones should also work. Why was I just running there? I should just use the motorcycle. No, so, okay. For those of you that are wondering, so the RAM...
I wonder if they've eaten.
We got some
Or if they've
RAM
even
here.
gotten up.
Check it out. We got some RAM. See, that's some
Maybe
RAM
I
right
should
there.
Buy some snacks.
G-Skill.
Oh, don't tell me
G-Skill,
something came up on their
Trident,
way here.
Z5, and
Relax,
Trident
I'm
Z5
sure you're fine.
Neos. So we got some RAM right
There
here.
they are.
Most of this is already field deployed, so it's a bunch of empty boxes like this.
See?
Just like I said.
But I recommend,
See, Lolly! We came running as soon as we got
if
your
you
message.
want to do
Thank you for coming all this way.
8,000,
Here, have some water and
something
catch your
like
breath
this.
first.
This RAM is DDR5-8000, 24 times 2, so that's 48 gigabytes of RAM. CL 40, 48, 48, 128, 1.35 volts. So this RAM is 8000 at 1.35 volts. That means low idle temperatures, low idle power consumption, very low VSOC. We're talking less than 1.2 volts on the VSOC. So this is my top recommendation for somebody who wants to pair any of these high-end motherboards, including the Godlike, with a high-performance DDR5 memory kit. You got the Royal. Royal will work too. Get whichever one you like the look of. They're all gonna work the same if it's literally the same Hynix M die. So this is what I recommend. Now, if you're somebody who wants to run 4 sticks of memory, what if you want 4 sticks of memory because you like the way it looks? So this is the reason why I made these videos. So you should probably go look at the video from earlier this week, or the very end of last week. No, the one from earlier this week, or last weekend. That one addresses the people who want 4 sticks of memory. So if you want to do 4 sticks of memory, you're not going to be able to do 4 sticks at 8000. But what you can do is you can buy a cheaper 6400 kit. So this kit is DDR5 6400 2 times 24. So once again, this is 48 gigabytes of memory. CL 32, 39, 39, 102, 1.35 volts. And this is the brand new AMD Expo kit, Trident Z5 Neo. And it's this is the first AMD Expo kit that does this speed, which is 6400 at 1.35 volts. Most Expo kits are 1.4.
Saw your video earlier about the Godlike, thanks.
Oh, the one about the how to fix the problem? Yeah, because see, I think that most people, if they follow those steps to the T, they should be able to resolve the issue. Now, it depends on how far gone their Easy Bridge is. If the Easy Bridge is already not showing anything, I don't know if my video will provide much help, but if you still have a display, like if you can still see stuff on the Easy Bridge, then there is a chance that you can fix the issue following the steps in the video that I released today. But I appreciate the super chat, as always, but definitely for those of you that have the Godlike, or you're thinking about the Godlike, I guess if you're thinking about getting the Godlike, I personally would probably hold off on it until further notice from MSI. But if you're someone who already has the Godlike, if you're currently not experiencing the problem, don't think you have to do anything. Like, don't try to mess with it.
Haven't started that build yet.
Oh, you haven't even built it yet. Okay, well, I recommend not updating to the latest BIOS because I only started seeing the problem after I updated to the latest BIOS. So I would recommend staying on a BIOS older than A21, which means either A15 or maybe older, but I'm on A15 and I haven't experienced the issue after downgrading, after doing the fix and then downgrading. So if you're somebody who has the Godlike and you have not ran into the problem, you don't need to do anything. Don't start messing with... If it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's my motto. So if you're not experiencing the problem, you don't have to do anything. But just be aware that if you do start experiencing the problem, you probably want to do the steps that are outlined in my video, because there's a lot of misinformation on the internet right now regarding this problem, and I think that some of the steps that we've seen people list on both Reddit and on MSI's website, on MSI support forums, have mixed results, and some people have ended up bricking their Easy Bridge, and then they're stuck with RMAing. Others have resolved the issue through some various steps that they've done, a combination of the ones that are in my video versus some other ones that they got from MSI support. So just be aware of that. But I don't think it's a very widespread issue. Otherwise, I think MSI would probably have put a fix out by now, because the first post regarding this issue online was back in November, and we're now in January, and there's no like official procedure from MSI, which is concerning, which is what prompted me to make that video, because it's like, hey, MSI hasn't officially addressed this like in a public platform. Like, they probably addressed it privately on a case-by-case basis with individuals that are experiencing the problem via the support rep, which is it's an okay way to deal with it. But I mean, if they want to avoid more negative stigma and bad publicity and, you know, that sort of thing, and just consumers' negative opinion of them, if they want to stop that in its tracks, then they really should address it officially, like widespread distribution. So anyway, so I'm surprised that MSI hasn't done that yet. So that is a little bit concerning, but yeah, hopefully they do get on it and address this. Just they need to own the problem and just like fix it. That's all they got to do. You heard they're having QC issues with their motherboards? Well, so far the motherboard itself is fine. Like, it seems like this is an isolated incident with just the Easy Bridge, which only accompanies the Godlike. So, meaning if you're someone who has a Carbon or a Tomahawk or you know, like a Pro, whatever, they've got another Pro series board, like, you're probably never gonna have any problems. It's just the people who have the Easy Bridge, which is basically a sub-component that has its own ROM, its own little microprocessor. I wouldn't be surprised if it's literally just a variant of the Raspberry Pi, like under the hood. Like, legit, it's a Raspberry Pi that just bolts onto your motherboard. You know what I'm saying? So it's a custom thing that is almost like a standalone item, and that's one of the reasons why the Godlike is so expensive, because, like, if you remove the Easy Bridge, the fan hub, the PCIe Gen 5, like the 2x4, you know, the add-in card that adds 2 more Gen 5 SSDs off the X8 slot, like, you take all those accessories away, the Godlike drops to like a $500 motherboard. So you are paying a little bit more than what you should, because typically, you know, I did the math. The Gen 5 add-in card is probably like $120 if you were to buy it separately, I would imagine, because it's Gen 5. So like $100-something for that. And then the hub could be like $40, $39.99 or something. So those things plus the proprietary connectors, though, and that's what makes it balloon in price, is really MSI's proprietary connectors. So those cables and stuff that you can't get anywhere else, that's really what's making it go from like a $500-$600 motherboard to like a what should be around an $800-$900 price point. But then they tack on like $200 for some reason to charge an extra to make it go over $1,000, and that's where you end up with the actual retail price. So yeah, it's definitely an overpriced board. It's more of like a luxury item, and I like to call it like it's got gimmicks. You know, like its motherboard has a gimmick. The gimmick is the Easy Bridge, the fan hub, the add-in card, you know, all that extra stuff, the RGB, the programmable stuff with the LCD screen. And most people don't need any of that. But it's one of those things where it's nice to look at, and you see it at like consumer electronic shows like CES, Computex, PAX East, PAX West, whatever. That's where you'll tend to see the Godlike show up. But yeah, that's kind of what it's for. It's like those people who like mod their cars. You know what I'm saying? Like those Ricer mobiles and stuff like that. It's kind of like that. That's the way I look at those custom builds. Godlike would look really good in like a full custom loop, either hard tubing or soft tubing. That's kind of what I think it's for. ASRock seems similar to who makes Corsair. The what? I don't know who makes ASRock power supplies. I didn't even know ASRock made power supplies. Are you talking about the ones that were announced for CES?
Well, you could certainly say that. I'll let Lolly explain.
Strictly speaking, I'm just passing on something I heard as well. Basically, the Wyab passed a truly shocking piece of news to me.
When are you going to do that build,
night.
Francisco? When are you actually going to put that computer
You're
together?
aware that
I'm surprised
Maui
you've
was
had the
not
Godlike
first
that long in the
Pyro
box.
Archon, yes? On occasion, there were those who lived longer than an ordinary human. Not unlike my situation. But all in all, the title has changed hands many times. And now, the Wyab have sensed a special surge within the ley lines. A truly ancient soul is about to return to the mortal realm. His name is Xbalanque.
Sri Lanka.
Okay. But isn't he the very, very...
You have the hero in the box for a month?
Yes, that's him.
What?
The first Pyro Archon. According
Why?
to legend, he was the greatest of heroes and leaders. And the one
Oh,
who
you're
made
waiting
a
on
deal
the
with evil
Singularity
death,
CPU block.
thereby creating the rules that saved Natlan's ley lines.
Hasn't he been dead, like, a really long time? How can he be resurrected?
Even in Natlan, it's
This is the Movica
impossible
story
for
quest,
someone as
yes.
ancient as him to
I'm
ever
doing it for the
return.
primos. I need to build
Still,
primos for
nothing's off the table
Arlecchino
when
and Clorin.
Xbalanque is concerned.
I exhausted all my
Really
primos
something
getting these
major.
characters.
Let me be clear about this. I did not mishear.
I had so many
primos
primos because I literally hadn't played the game in like
something
more
like
than
this.
6 months.
Don't worry. Both the Traveler and I have complete faith in your abilities. Whose interpretation of the
Lol,
Wyab's
yeah,
will
it's
could
my
we
second
trust if not
Godlike build,
yours?
but waiting on some Lee and Lee fans.
Wait, second Godlike build? What happened to the first Godlike? The second Godlike build? What happened to the first one? You know for a fact ASRock was made by an ex-employee. Yeah, I think it was... Yeah, but it's not really related to Asus. I think it has some... It was composed initially of former Asus employees or something like that. This is the Real Tech Enthusiast channel. It's like, we're talking about stuff that a lot of average people that watch like surface level channels probably barely even understand. But yeah, you can definitely learn a lot from this community. You've been sitting on parts for a month because you can't get the fans. Wait, what? You can't get the fans in?
Yeah, that's the one thing I'll never be modest about. But the fact I'm not wrong about this only further begs the question. Just why is Lord Xbalanque suddenly about to be resurrected
Yes, you could do four
now?
you could do 4 dims. Okay, for those, let me address this question while we're live because I get this question a lot, despite making so many videos about 4 sticks of RAM. So, if you want 4 sticks of memory because you like the way it looks, you don't necessarily care about the capacity.
First was 1900 KS D-lidded and awesome V3000 case water-cooled.
Oh, you're talking about the Intel-based Godlike build. Oh, yeah, okay. For some reason, when I read that, I was like, wait a minute. I thought you built the X870E Godlike already. But I remember now, you had the Intel-based one. Was that Z790, right? Z790 Godlike? Or was it even older? Z590? Z590 would be 10th or 11th gen. But otherwise, if it was... No, because I know you had the K... You had the 900 KS, right? So that would be Z790 Godlike. Or maybe Z690 Godlike. Because technically Z690 supports 13 also. Although it's meant to go with 12th gen. But, yeah, that's cool. Yeah, the i9 14900. Okay, yeah. So so for those of you, so to answer the Tomahawk question, yes, you can totally do 4 sticks of RAM on the Tomahawk. So if you want 4 sticks because you simply like the way it looks, you don't necessarily care about the total capacity, but you do want to benefit from the capacity that 4 sticks offers, My top recommendation is 96 gigabytes total. So basically what you do, you buy a 48 gigabyte 6000 or 6400 kit. This is a DDR5 6400 kit. And then you buy quantity 2 of them. You literally buy 2 of the exact same memory kit so they match. And then when you go to install them, you really need to watch the video that I did for this because it explains like what to do so it actually works. You take the 2 sticks from the first kit, you put them in A1 and A2, then you take the 2 sticks from the second one and you put them in B1 and B2, and then you're ready to go. All you gotta do after that is load Expo and you're done. It's that simple. Now, that means the total is 96 gigabytes of RAM. This is not 128, this is not 192. The way you do those is a little bit different. You need to check the video for that because that is a very advanced topic which we're not going to get into here. But if you just want 4 sticks of RAM on a Tomahawk, all you got to do is get 2 48 gigabyte kits and install all 4 of them in the system, turn it on and let it train. It's going to take a while to train. It'll probably take, like a minute or 2 to train on the first attempt. And then you load Expo and you're done. That's it. It's so simple. Just watch the video from, I think, what video was it? What day was that video? Go look at the video from 4 days ago. The video on the channel that's literally says how to run 4 sticks of DDR5 6400. Now, I know it showcases the Godlike, but you can do the exact same thing on the Tomahawk, no problem. In fact, if we go to the website, X870 Tomahawk. So X870 Tomahawk. Here it is. Support. And then we go to... Oh, no. We go to specifications. Specifications. Bam! Right there. 2 DPC. Single rank. Maximum supported speed, 6400 plus. This means, what did I just say? What did I just say? 2 times 24 equals bullet point number 3, 2 DPC. That means 2 DPC. See, the thing is, you got to understand this is a language. It's almost like you got to learn the language of technology. You got to learn the language of computer PC hardware. 1 DPC, 2 DPC, 1 ARM max speed. You know what? I'm a translator. I'm literally a translator for computer speech. You know what this says? I'll translate this into English. 4 sticks of single rank memory, max speed up to 6400 mega transfers per second. That's what that says. I read this in my mind. This means 4 sticks of memory on an X870 Tomahawk. 1R means single rank. This literally means, okay, let's break this down. Let's do an equation expansion. Let's expand this out. 4 sticks of memory, 16 or 24 gigabyte DIMM, max speed up to... So what does this mean? This means 4 times 16 or 4 times 24. So what was my example? 4 times 24. Total 96 gigabytes of RAM. This means 4 sticks 64 gigabyte or 4 sticks 96 gigabyte. Maximum speed supported by MSI Tomahawk 6400 plus. There you go. So the answer is yes. You can totally run 4 sticks of DDR5 at 6400 if you want on an MSI Tomahawk with a total capacity of either 64 gigabytes or 96 gigabytes. You have to understand the language. 4 sticks, single rank, max speed, 6400 mega transfers, megahertz. So hopefully that helps people understand what they can do with if they have a Tomahawk.
Just emailed you a picture of the build on Patreon.
Nice, I'll check it out. I'll check it out. We will probably do a live stream PC build later, not this month because there's not really a reason to. So if I do get a 5080 or I don't know about 5090, it really is going to depend on how much 5090 is, to be honest. But if I do get one of those graphics cards, we will do a live stream PC build video with a new graphics card, assuming maybe it'll be the AMD card. I don't know, the RDNA 4 graphics card, the what people are calling the 9070 XT or whatever. So at some point in the next 3 months, there will be a live stream PC build showcasing building a computer with a graphics card, like with a PCI Gen 5 graphics card. So for those of you that are thinking of getting a motherboard, that's a good talking point here. If you're on the fence of whether you should get an X870 or versus if you wait for a B850, I recommend not waiting. Why? Because X870 guarantees you that your graphics card slot will be a Gen 5 slot. So if you're someone who's waiting on the RTX 50 series graphics cards or AMD's RDNA 4 graphics cards, you're definitely going to want a Gen 5 capable motherboard. And the upcoming B850 for the new Ryzen CPUs, those new motherboards are not going to guarantee Gen 5 because they are a cost-reduced version of this chipset. So I don't recommend waiting for those newer motherboards because those motherboards are going to be lower end than X870. So I really recommend X870 is going to be more than enough for most people in terms of connectivity, like the number of USB ports on the back, the number of front panel USB connectors, USB-C ports. And MSI has a very good track record. I mean, we've been kind of dogging on MSI because of the issue with the Godlike, but here we're looking at the Tomahawk. This is like a $250 to $300 motherboard. It has a postcode debug, so you're not in the dark trying to troubleshoot what's going on when you're doing memory training. And it has a good amount of USB ports, and it has 5 gig LAN, Wi-Fi 7, so you're and USB 4. So you're basically getting all the latest and greatest technology with this motherboard, and you're getting PCI Gen 5 on the SSD here, the other SSD there, and the graphics card. So the Tomahawk is probably the optimal choice for 90% of people that don't need the extra chipset that an X870E motherboard offers, and they want all the bells and whistles because you're getting your postcode debug, you're getting USB 4, you're getting Wi-Fi 7, you're getting Gen 5 graphics card capability, you're getting SSD Gen 5 capability. You're basically getting it all in a $300 or $200. If you can find one for $250, that is an excellent deal. But if the regular price is $299, $300, this motherboard has every single thing, including 5 gig networking, and 40 gigabit, dual 40 gigabit USB-C on the back. So it's like there's not really anything else that you would need from a standards, from a feature standpoint, unless you just need more USB, you need more SSD, you need more stuff. And that's what stepping up to an X870E would offer. So I definitely do not recommend waiting for the new motherboards. I mean, it doesn't hurt to see what they look like at CES, assuming they're going to be shown off next week. But there's really no point in waiting, because especially if you want a Gen 5 graphics card. You got yourself a B650E-E. Okay, the B650E-E is equal to X870. So that motherboard is equivalent to this MSI Tomahawk. So that answers that. Did anybody reply to you on the tech help thing? Or you? Oh, is it like just an article or something? Wait, what? So if the 1600 doesn't advertise ATX version 3.1, the only difference between ATX 3.0 and ATX 3.1 is ATX 3.1 includes the newer cable, that 12, what is it, 12X2-6 or whatever. It has the newer cable. That's literally that's the primary thing. There's probably some other small little improvements in there in the actual unit, but if I was gonna buy one, if I was gonna buy a new power supply, I would buy ATX 3.1. I mean, that's what I would do. So, but yeah, the Tomahawk, you can do 4 sticks of memory and it'll work. In fact, I think we showed that on one of the videos back when I had that board in for testing. So it's, yeah.
As you can see, Seatlali's even more concerned about this than I am. Still, it's understandable. Waiting to find out the whole truth must be torture for a great shaman who can only peep at the outcomes without knowing the causes.
Mawika, I hope you'll approach this with a measure of caution. Depending on how things go, everything could change or nothing at all. Well, I think you know what
They'll
I
probably
mean.
talk about it. I don't think they're going to release it at CES, but they will probably announce the release
After all,
date.
we still don't know if he's satisfied with the outcome of this war.
But yeah,
Do you think he'll come and find
if you want the multi-thread of a 16-core with top-tier gaming, you're going to want the 9950 X3D.
You scared me half to death.
That's actually pretty likely. Think about it. People in the same line of work tend to have some similarities, right? Maybe all Pyro Archons share my disposition.
I don't want to meet him. I haven't really mentally prepared myself yet for such a grand occasion. Anyway, my job was just to pass on the message.
Wait, are they
going
gonna
to
wish somebody back from the Dragon Balls?
Dealt with, you can
They're gonna
discuss
wish
the
someone back with the
pilgrimage.
Dragon Balls?
I'm done here.
Wait! Where are you going,
I barely even know what's going on in the game right now because we've been too busy talking about tech stuff the whole time. I lost track of what they were even trying to accomplish. I just know that there's some dead guy called Shambalik or something, and they're gonna wish him back from the dead, or they're gonna do something. They're gonna use the Ode of Resurrection and bring him back. It's very Dragon Ball Z. Like, this game is basically Dragon Ball Z.
It's like
This
I
is
said before,
21st century Dragon
our
Ball Z.
cultural legacy shouldn't end with our triumph over our suffering. Instead, it'll burn bright.
You want Strix Halo on desktop? So do I. You're not the only one, man. Strix Halo is
We
awesome.
have chosen to turn it into a pure athletic competition.
Strix Halo is probably the most
fair play and
fascinating
encouraging the
thing I've
personal
seen
growth of
in the mobile
contestants.
world in a long time.
This grand
No,
tournament
it
will
doesn't
be
have to
considered-
be on AM5. I'm just saying it would be nice to see like some kind of like mini PC thing or whatever. Like, you know, whatever they want to do with that, I think they can do a lot of stuff with that.
Heroes are drawn to tournaments like this, and naturally, you're no exception.
I want to
The
see,
news of Lord
that being said,
Shibulanki's
I do want to
impending
see
resurrection
Strix
may be a
Point
bombshell,
on
but I believe that
desktop,
we should
on
keep our
AM5.
focus on the
Socketed
pilgrimage.
Strix Point, just like socketed Hawk Point,
Not in a hurry.
aka 8700G.
That's right. I've already informed the tribes.
I
that
want to
we'll
see
host the
Strix
next
Point
tournament right
on
away.
AM5.
It'll help sweep away the shadows cast by the war.
I wouldn't be surprised if they do
Preparing
that because they do
supplies,
need
cleaning up and
to,
remodeling the competition
you know,
venues,
they
recruiting
need to
staff
put
for logistics,
something out
moral
there
support, and
as a
pre-tournament
successor
weather
to
forecasting. All
the
of that's been assigned. We need to
8700G.
make sure everything is completed well and on schedule first. Traveler.
Oh, here we go. Here come the
you
fetch
are our
quests.
cherished friends,
It's like,
and a part
here,
of our
you're our
mission.
cherished
I'd like
friends.
to invite you to
We
serve
need
as
you to
special
do this laundry
supervisors for
list
this
of
event.
things to serve as special supervisors. The choices are, it would be my honor or when do I start? They're gonna give me a whole bunch of homework and it's like, these are the dialogue choices. This is the thing that makes Star Rail better than this game in some respects. Because Star Rail, literally the main character has a cynical dialogue option or like a comic relief dialogue option That makes it hilarious. But here it's like, no, it would be my honor. Oh, it would be my honor. When can I start? It would be my honor.
Paimon can do it too?
Of course. On that note, my 2 new supervisors...
Here come the fetch quests. Here come the errands. I need you to be the errand boy. I need you to go to the post office and do this. I need you to go and pick up my Amazon packages. I need you to go do this and that and that. That's basically what you gotta do. Go to the people of the Springs after the peace. Okay. It's a god tier motherboard? Which one? You talking about the Nova? As soon as I read that comment, I'm like, wait, what, Nova? What, are we talking about the Nova again? The motherboard that is a mythical beast? That is literally the mythical beast. Oh, man. What? Okay. So, yeah, I really need to do this thing. I need these because I need a bunch of these because I basically don't have any anymore after I got these 2 characters. Her motorcycle is very OP. Like, this is broken. Because she basically invalidates the other characters that have the traversal mechanics. Like, you don't even need the surfboard girl anymore, because the motorcycle can also go on water. Oh, wait, I gotta go where? Oh, I gotta go... Huh? Oh, I gotta go down here. You're curious to know if you ran into some RAM issues with... I haven't run into any RAM issues. RAM issues are not going to be CPU specific unless you're trying to do something like, for example, 6400 in a 1-to-1 ratio. Or you're trying to do 8000 on a low-end motherboard. Like, that is when you're going to run into problems. Okay, so... Where am I supposed to go? It wants me to go down, not down there. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Have you done the Abyss yet? No, not yet. I still have several days. I haven't built these characters properly. Well, actually, I've tried to build them. So, see, like, okay. This is what I have right now. Level 80, fully ascended Saiyan ability, which means capable of going to level 90. With 963 elemental mastery. And then for the weapon, the sacrificial fragments at level 90 with refinement rank 5. Because she needs elemental mastery. That's like the top priority. And then for the artifacts, right now, I'm running 2-piece Noblesse and 2-piece Wanderer's Trope. For that extra elemental mastery and for the increased elemental burst. Because I am a returning player, I have not played this, so I don't have the latest artifact set. I think she's supposed to be, ideally you want to use Scroll of the Hero of Cinder City. I don't even really have any good parts for that, but I have enough elemental mastery pieces. See, like she has an EM Sands, an EM Goblet, an EM Circlet. So EM, because that's what you want. And then, like, this has, like, crit, EM, ER. And, you know, like, same deal with this ER, EM. So that's basically how I play this game right now. Sacrificial fragments. You know me, we don't do constellations. That is fake news. They don't exist. And then for her, we've got the tried and true Wolf's Gravestone. Because I don't have anything else that's better. Except maybe I could use the Serpent Spine. I've heard that the Serpent Spine is really good on her. I do have an R3 Serpent Spine. But no, we're probably just going to stick with Wolf's Gravestone for that chunky attack stat. And then I still need to ascend her. So I still need to fight this thing. I want to do this quest because this quest will give me like 6 of these, so I don't have to waste so much resin farming this thing. So that's the reason why that it is what it is. And then for the artifacts, it's literally, I mean, okay, I know it's 4-star artifacts, but I didn't have anything else. Seriously, Crimson Witch of Flames, this is the best I've got. So we've just got some regular run-of-the-mill stuff, attack, pyro, crit rate, she's crit damage, ascension, scaling, so you put a crit rate, circlet, and that's basically it. How much would you sell your carbon Wi-Fi? Like, who are you asking? I don't have a carbon Wi-Fi. You mean running an Asus ROG Crosshair Hero with Vengeance RAM, yet get no boot with 2 sticks of RAM, so... Oh, that problem! Yeah, that is a problem with the Hero. That's not a problem with the CPU. I'm guessing you updated to the latest BIOS. So a couple things. You can either downgrade the BIOS back to the previous one, or what you have to do is you have to up the voltage manually. So I did run into that problem on this computer that we're streaming on right now. Because this is the X870E Crosshair Hero with the 9800 X3D. That is what we are streaming on right now. So for this computer, yes. Instead of 1.35 on the RAM, I had to up it to 1.4 on VDD and VDDQ. And I had to manually set VCC, what is it? VDDIO. I manually set VDDIO to 1.35 volts. After doing those 2 things or 3 things, everything works again. So it's an issue with the BIOS. The latest BIOS did something. So either downgrade or do what I just said, and that'll fix the problem. I assume you're talking about getting it to boot with your XMP or your Expo profile, because I don't experience any problem if I'm just running stock JDEC RAM. Like, it's when I try to do XMP, I run into the problem. So I basically have to up the voltage a little bit more for whatever reason. This new BIOS requires me to do that. But after doing that, now everything works. What resolution? Oh, no, that was not me. That was a different person. This is 4K, by the way. Now, you guys, the stream is 1440p. So you guys are seeing a downscale, but I'm playing the game at 4K on a 4K LG Ultra Gear 240Hz OLED. So, because if you guys watched yesterday's Tech Thursdays, we were talking about monitors in the last hour of the live stream. And this is the OLED computer. If you see me with this random stuff behind me, that means I'm using an OLED monitor. A 4K 32-inch OLED. It's hard to interpolate? Oh, I guess it's just some sidebar conversation about, like, VR. Yeah. Okay, I was trying to follow along, but I'm like, I don't know what's going on. That doesn't sound like an OLED. That sounds like some other thing. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm currently just using, like, dual Geo for the Geo resonance.
We're here! This is our first stop!
Looks like someone...
Has anyone tried Spiral Abyss yet?
Of course! Paimon's here as a special supervisor this time! It's only been a few days, but Paimon's back and cooler than ever!
I'm sorry, Paimon's letting this get to her head again.
It's nothing. We've got a long road ahead, so it's good that she's so motivated.
Oh, it's
Pretty
tough.
much all we need to do is
Which
talk to
group are you?
everyone
What's
and
your
confirm
team
how the
composition?
preparations for the pilgrimage are going.
Are you trying the new characters?
Hold on a sec. Take a look
Or
over
do you
there.
have the new characters?
See that? Someone's fishing.
Well, it's gonna be terrible for me because I haven't actually played this game in a very long time. Until recently. Oh, someone's fishing. She doesn't recognize who they are until after she says someone's fishing. The iconic trio. I don't know if I'd call them the iconic trio.
It's a quartet, you insolent ignoramuses! A quartet! How dare you treat the almighty Dragon Lord like a subhuman? If anything, I'm superhuman! Wait, no! Draconian!
Those people are complaining about like a shield or
Hello
something,
there,
that you have to
Hal.
break a shield in
And you,
time.
What are you up to?
We're fishing, Archon. Mualani says if we're lucky, we might catch someone really
Yeah, you do.
special.
It varies by game, but you do benefit from a powerful CPU, even at 4K.
Pathetic little,
You're mostly GPU limited all the time though, but yeah, you do benefit. Like your minimums are better. Your 1% low, your 0.1% low.
servant,
Those are
how
better
dare
with
you
the
beat
better
up the almighty
CPU.
Dragon Lord for some ancient bogey that you only know by name?
Oh, I need to switch it to Japanese audio because for some reason his voice lines are not voiced in the English dub.
So you've heard about his
I don't know
impending
what the
return.
story is. What happened to the
Did
voice
Pete
actor
Lally
on
mention
that?
to you?
But see, look, he's a mute. We ran into her on the road.
Oh no! Why is Shibalake coming back now?
Shibalanke,
Did we screw
Shibalanke,
something up? We couldn't have, right? But what else could have
Shibalanke.
alarmed him so much? Wow, that sounds just like her.
Dang.
To be honest, it's been bothering me quite a lot.
It's like, bam.
Under normal
What?
circumstances, it shouldn't be possible for us to meet Lord Shibalanke, right?
Shibalanke.
So, does this mean something's wrong?
See, look, he's not voiced. It's annoying. I should switch it to Japanese. There are many.
We've got a bite!
Help! Help!
Drowning man.
On me!
Wait, what?
What's going to save your life? Are you having leg cramps?
Help!
Wait, they're gonna fish a drowning man and a drowning woman out of the ocean?
We'll get you out right
Huh?
away.
What type of fishing spot did they choose?
Thank you so much.
Which is better, 48 gigabytes at 8,000 or 96 gigabytes at 6,400? Well, I'll tell you, if I was gonna
Would you look
run,
at that? You actually caught some people after all.
I mean,
Otherwise, that sudden bout of
48
leg cramps
gigabytes
ended our
for
entire
9800
service squad.
X3D, probably 48 gigabytes 8,000. For 9950
Two of us are in
X3D,
charge of transporting
the latter.
supplies. After safely delivering some of the equipment, medicine, and a few other things for the tournament, we had some time to spare. So,
Didn't warm up before going into the water, did ya?
Thank you. Thank you so much. We'll, leave you to it then.
we'll never forget how you saved us. We know you're busy though, so no need to worry about us. We'll see you around.
That was weird. Drowning. They've just rescued some drowning people by fishing them out of the water.
Give it to Mualani. When she wants something to happen, then it just happens.
Then it won't be long
But
before she
remember,
reels
the
in
caveat
Shibalanke
is,
himself.
if you want to
Oh,
run
that'll be a wonder of
8,000
wonders.
RAM, you need to have a good motherboard that can handle
I was
that.
just thinking,
Not all
why
motherboards
don't
can
he
do
enjoy
that.
Swimming like the rest of us. It's easy enough for anyone who loves the water to end up here, so might as well give it a try. It'd be a great chance to say hi to him. I used some
Yeah, but-
commemorative
but-
badges for the stadium
Yeah, but
as a
that was
special
like,
bait.
man, Paimon
It's
drowning
no
was
big
years
difference
ago.
in
That was
land,
so long
it'll
ago
all be
now.
new to him.
That was literally the
I'm sure
first
he'll
day
be
of the
thrilled.
game.
And before you
That-
say anything,
That was 2020, man.
possible.
Paimon drowning,
This'll
being
work.
fished out of the
It's worth a
lake or
try no
whatever
matter
was
how
like
unlikely it is.
2020.
Just like playing the lottery.
But in general, yeah, I don't like how his voice is not voiced. We might have to switch this to the Japanese audio because he's not voiced. The 8,000 kit is going to give you slightly better experience, but it's more expensive. Well, okay, no, it's not really more expensive. Technically, if you're doing, 96 gigabytes is going to be more expensive. Yeah, 96 gigabytes costs more than 48 gigabytes, obviously, even though the 48 gigabytes is at 8,000. But 8,000, you need a good motherboard. That is the key thing. For 8,000, the motherboard matters. For 6,400, the motherboard doesn't matter. The CPU matters.
Well, what about you then? Given your personality, Isn't your continued presence a testament to the power of friendship, too?
Haha! She saw right through you, my foolish lackey. Silly, naive child. Now, witness the scorn of Kahula Hat! Ow!
Oh, you're talking about, so Phantasy Star Online 2, didn't that launch twice? It like launched and then it bombed and then it like launched again as like New Genesis or something. Was New Genesis 2020 or was that like some other time? Cause I remember that.
Thanks. I'll keep that in mind.
PSO got NA launch in 20. Yeah, but it was good. It was like it bombed though. Like it was really good for like a month and then it like literally died. And then they had to redo it. They like launched New Genesis and that was more successful.
But for now, what I need to do is check on
Oh,
the status of the
2021.
preparations
Okay,
for the upcoming
yeah.
pilgrimage.
After Chapter 6 release. Okay. Oh, Genesis is when it bombed?
Seems like
See,
people
okay,
restrained
I
have
remember
done a good job.
that because I had waited so long for the North America launch of PSO2. I waited so long. That game is so old, and when that game finally came out, it was so disappointing because at that point in time, I was already so used to like Final Fantasy 14 and Monster Hunter World, and PSO2 was like it felt like a watered down Final Fantasy 14 and or a cheap MMO version of Monster Hunter World. So I was like, wait, why would I play this when these other two games that I've already been playing give me a much better experience from a gaming perspective? You know what I'm saying? So I was very disappointed in PSO2 when it launched back in 2020. Then Genshin Impact came out, and Genshin Impact, well, for those of you that like know what it was like when Genshin Impact launched, Genshin Impact took the world by storm. Like, it came out of nowhere, like, it was like an unstoppable force, but there's no immovable object to stop it. It just kept on going like a wave. So it basically, like, cut right through Monster Hunter World. It cut right through, like, all these other games. It literally elevated gacha games from, like, a meme that people do on mobile devices to it's like, whoa, this is actually a game. It's like, whoa, this is an actual game. This is actually a good game. So that's how Genshin Impact, that's how I remember it at least, because I wasn't planning on playing Genshin Impact at all. Like, I wanted to play PSO2, but I was so disappointed, and then Genshin Impact came out, I'm like, whoa, this is like, why would I play PSO2? This is like so much better. In fact, this was so much more unique than Monster Hunter World that Genshin Impact literally made me quit Monster Hunter World forever. Like, I quit Monster Hunter World after putting like 1,000 hours in Monster Hunter World. I quit and went to Genshin Impact and never looked back. So, and then I eventually like quit Genshin Impact a couple of times, you know, like I quit Genshin like right before 2.0, which was a huge mistake. One of the biggest regrets of gaming, or of my gaming life, I'll say. Quitting Genshin Impact at like right before 2.0, that was so stupid. And then, because a lot of people say the summer event, I think it was patch 1.6 or whatever, like the patch of Genshin right before 2.0, aka Inazuma Arc, like, was the best summer event. Now, I disagree. I personally think, and a lot of people are probably going to agree with me, that the summer event, I forget what it's called, of 2022, meaning between Inazuma and Sumeru, so before Sumeru, that summer event was the best summer event of all of Genshin Impact's history. In fact, a lot of people say that what was that patch? 2.8, 2.6, 2.7, whatever that patch was, summer of 2022 was peak Genshin. That was like peak Genshin Impact. That was when the game was at its best. And then Sumeru came out and the meta changed. And that because Dendro was added and, like things changed a lot after that. But yeah, the summer event of 2022, that was peak Genshin. Then it was all kind of like downhill. Like the game just kind of like, the game didn't go down in popularity. It just it became an older game, and newer competitors came out, like Tower of Fantasy. Now we've got other ones like Wuthering Waves, even Star Rail. Their own company made another video game that is in direct competition to Genshin Impact. Honkai Star Rail, prime example. It started in 3.0 Sumeru? What do you mean? What do you mean it started? What, the downfall? I don't think Genshin has gone downhill, per se. It's just that there are a lot more newer gacha games to play as an alternative now. Or live service games. I shouldn't say gacha games. I mean, we all know that there's gacha games. But I should use the phrase live service games, because that's what they are. Oh, you started your account in 3.0? Oh man, you missed out. You missed peak Genshin. The summer event of 3.0, like 3.8 or whatever, was not nearly as good as the previous one. And then this most recent one, that was like summer of last year, was like probably the worst summer event ever. So it's like the summer events are getting progressively worse. Like, no joke. A lot of people would probably agree. The community is divided on like which one's the best event. Either the first summer event or the second summer event. Like the 1.6 or the 2.8 or 2.7. I don't know the exact number. But the one before Sumeru and the one like right before Inazuma. Those are arguably the two best summer events. They really need to start like replaying some of those. You've seen some videos, it makes me sad. Yeah, man, especially if you missed out on the one right before Sumeru. That one, oh man. See, that one was so good that's the sort of thing, that's the sort of gaming experience, because it's a FOMO event. It's one of those things that's like, I was here, I experienced this. This is the sort of thing that makes me feel like those who don't play video games are totally missing out. You know, like that's what it was like. Since then, the game has never had that same level of like peak. Like the game peaked in the summer of 2022, and then it just kind of started like stagnating a little bit.
Yep, don't worry. We only came here to fish after finishing all of our work. We're all done.
Yeah, but I don't think you get all the rewards though. Like you don't get the Primo Gem awards in the rerun Honkai Impact there. Well, I don't know. Oh, no, never mind. I thought you meant Star Rail. Yeah, Honkai Impact. I never played Honkai Impact.
Everyone at the Children of Echoes has been hard at work too. I only came here after finishing my tasks for today.
Sega saw Genshin decided to
And
make
look, everyone
PSO2
else
New
is about
Genesis
finished, too.
into a lifeless blank open world. Zero story as well. Top it off. See, okay, now I remember what I wanted to say about PSO2. All I remember when I was playing PSO2, I was really trying to like that game so hard back in 2020. All I remember is jumping into a multiplayer match, and I don't know where I'm supposed to go, and all I keep hearing is, go, attack, go, attack. And I'm like, what? Go where? What? What? I'm like so confused. I'm like, it was like Monster Hunter, except like in a sci-fi setting. Go, attack, mission, go, attack. I'm like, okay, dude, quit telling me to go attack. I don't know where I'm supposed to go. I'm done. Peace out. I quit. That was my experience with PSO2. back in 2020. I think I tried to come back for New Genesis the following year, and I played it for like 45 minutes. And I was like, yeah, no, this game is done. it's done. It's not for me. I'm sorry. It's poor Sega. Like, nah. So, I tried so hard to like that game.
Now that's efficiency. I trust you. Well, looks like we won't have to make a trip to your tribes then.
It's starting to occur to me that China is going to take over the game market, like the video game industry. Like, legit, for real. The Chinese developers are on the rise. They are on the rise. Like, I don't know if I'm the first person to say this in like a public setting, but the Chinese developers are rapidly surpassing everybody else. And everyone else needs to watch out, or they need to learn from the Chinese developers, because they just came out of nowhere. Genshin Impact came out and it was like, whoa, no, like everything else is trash. And then it's like, because like, what were the games that came out in 2020? When I think of 2020, I think like, oh, Cyberpunk came out in 2020, and guess what? When it came out at launch, it was utter broken garbage. Utter garbage. You remember the memes? You remember the bending palm trees and the graphical artifacts and the fact that the PlayStation 4 and the Xbox One couldn't even run it properly? It was so bad. So it's like, okay, Cyberpunk was complete fail. And to this day, I haven't even played Cyberpunk for that reason. Like, I don't think I'll ever play Cyberpunk 2077 unless I can get it for free or whatever. Like, I don't even know. I can't even bother to play it, to be honest. So Cyberpunk was just trash. So it's like Phantasy Star Online 2. That was like a huge letdown. So, and then there was Genshin Impact. And I was like, okay, I don't know what else came out that year. Oh, Demon Souls remaster on PlayStation 5 was good. Hence, but it's technically not a new game. Like, I guess Spider-Man Miles Morales, like PlayStation 5 launch titles. Like, what else was there? You know, like, I don't know what was good that year. All I remember is Genshin Impact. I literally just remember Genshin Impact 2020, Venti banner, Klee banner, Child banner, Zhongli banner. That's all I remember. So, I don't know what, besides this game, I don't know what came out in 2020 that was worth playing, at least long term. So, yeah, like, but you fast forward to last year, Black Myth Wukong, a Chinese developed game. Black Myth Wukong proved to the world that the Chinese developers are on the rise. If Genshin Impact, if Hoyoverse games wasn't proof enough, because those are live service games, and some people refuse to play live service games because it goes against their morals or their conscience or whatever, okay, go play Black Myth Wukong. That's a Chinese game. That's a really good game. In fact, it won Steam's Game of the Year. Like, Black Myth Wukong won Game of the Year and on the Steam Awards. Chinese developer game. Like, that proves to the world that the Chinese developers can do really good, like, technical, competent graphics with, like, hardcore ray tracing and really good visuals and very good art design and very good combat design, mission design, world design. But you look at live service games, Honkai Star Rail, probably one of the best turn-based games out there. I'm just saying it like it is. Star Rail is really, really good. Does it feel like they stole from Persona? Yeah. Does that matter? No. It doesn't matter. It's not as in-depth as Persona. So it's totally fine. It's its own thing. It has its own... It has, like, its own vibe. It has its own story. It has a unique lore. It has the sort of depth that is worth making that time investment into that game world, into that game's story, the universe, the ecosystem. It has all of that. Genshin Impact, same thing. It's an older game We're literally streaming it right now. 5.3 is all the rage. Basically, everybody, including myself, went back to Genshin Impact this month because you know how I know this? The YouTubers that all they do is talk about Genshin Impact, the Twitch streamers that all they do is do content on like gacha games, they've been talking about how their numbers are up, like their view counts are up this month, last month. Why? Because everyone is going back to Genshin Impact. That is the reason why. And soon, a lot of people are going to go to Star Rail again. So, because of the Herda. But that's a whole nother video for another time. But yeah, like live service games, there's really, when you think about it, there's like nothing else to play in terms of video games in January anyway. So it's time to go back to Genshin Impact. There's nothing else to do. You know what I'm saying? Wukong got golden joystick ultimate. Yeah, I know, right? Like, man. But meanwhile, you look at like, okay, here's the problem with Western developers and Japanese developers. They both have different challenges. And this is going to be a very opinionated viewpoint. This is my own personal take on this. But so far I've been saying the Chinese developers are on the rise. They're doing all the right things. They're making the games that people want to play. They're making very high quality games. They're making, like, when I say quality, I'm talking about the whole package. That doesn't mean best graphics. That doesn't mean best story. No, that means that they're competent in all of these areas. They have good graphics. They have good art design. They have good sound design, good combat, good world building, good story, good narrative, good character arcs. The soundtrack is literally top tier. Genshin Impact and Star Rail probably have soundtracks that are so good that they can stand right up next to the games that win Best OST of the Year. So, FYI, the music that plays at the beginning of Tech Thursdays, that music comes from, you guessed it, Genshin Impact or Honkai Star Rail. Yeah, all that cool music that plays at the beginning of Tech Thursday, it's all video game music from Genshin Impact or Honkai Star Rail. So, Chinese developers are doing all the right things. Meanwhile, Western developers, they have problems with, like, layoffs. They have problems with funding for some reason. The budgets are out of control. I don't understand why. It doesn't make any sense. The timelines get stretched so far to the point where it literally takes Rockstar 10 years to make a GTA. Like, it takes 10 years to make a Grand Theft Auto now? Like, really? Does it need to take 10 years? This thing better be so good and should have no bugs day one if it takes that long to make a video game. So, for real, like, that is a serious concern. So, the development time frame, the ballooning of the costs, and then when they launch a game, it's in a broken state. Day one patch. Crashes on PC with various users on Steam complaining about the game having issues, broken AI, broken side quests, buggy like quests, you know, like I'm just thinking of all the issues with Cyberpunk when it came out. But, you know, like more recent games have had similar problems. Jedi Survivor, terrible performance. You know, you get what I'm saying. So it's like Western developers, they have these type of problems to overcome. Like, and I don't understand why these problems are what they are, but that's the way I see it. Now, Japanese developers, they have their own set of problems. They're not perfect either. So the Japanese developers are stuck in like the year 2005. They're still using ancient proprietary engines that are so old and archaic that they literally have to hire third-party foreigner development teams. They have to outsource to add simple things like FSR or DLSS to their game. They have to bolt it on because they don't know how to do it themselves, or they're using an engine that's so archaic, looking at you From Software, that your game has traversal stutter and hitching and terrible 0.1% lows because your Elden Ring game just stutters like, you know, like you're going over speed bumps every 15 to 40 seconds. You know, those sort of problems, The problems with the Japanese developers are they're behind the curve when it comes to the technology. Their engines are old. It's very hard for them to update. Like they're not very adept at adopting modern tools. They don't like licensing. Like Unreal Engine, for example. Not a lot of Japanese developers like to do that. They like to do their own thing, which is totally fine. But if you're going to do your own engine, please make your own engine modern, or otherwise you're better off like outsourcing a lot of the programming parts of it. I don't know. But I would say that they're not as bad as Western developers, but they're definitely the Chinese developers are making both look really bad. Like, I'm just telling it like it is. As someone who plays all these different type of games over the years, what I can tell you is I have yet to run into a significant problem, like a game-breaking bug or performance issues with Chinese games. Chinese games, they literally just work. Their systems work. There's very few problems, if any at all. I can't even think of like any significant problem with Wukong or Genshin or Star Rail or Wuthering Waves or Tower of Fantasy. All those games were basically scotch-free. Meanwhile, if I think of like games that I played in the last 2 to 3 years, Jedi Survivor, what was another one? But you know what I'm saying. Jedi Survivor: The Last of Us Part 1 was super hard to run, but that game ran okay. But you know what I'm saying? Like, there's weird things that raise the eyebrow of, like, is everyone on this team competent? Should we all be here? Is there something wrong? Is there something I should know about? You know what I'm saying? What price do you think the 5090 will be? $2,500. Sega just made a whole new engine and used PSO2 as a testbed for it. Was for Sonic Frontiers at the time. No, I like when game developers make their own engine. I'm not trying to say that I don't like... So, what I'm saying is I don't want everyone to use Unreal Engine 5. I'm not a big fan of Unreal Engine 5. I like when developers make their own engines. But the problem is when you make an engine, they need to keep maintaining it. Like, I feel like a lot of these developers... Because when I look at, like... Okay... If we compare, hold on, let me just look at my Steam library real quick. Like, what's a good example of a Japanese game? And then, okay, best example I can give you. Dragon's Dogma 2. Dragon's Dogma 2. That is the Star Child example of a Japanese game engine, RE engine, showing the limitations of the engine. It doesn't matter how powerful your graphics card is, the game is so CPU bound because the RE engine cannot scale with the NPC count appropriately. It's that simple. So that is a prime example. The game runs like it ran like garbage, even with a 4090 and the world's best gaming CPU. You were still getting terrible performance in Vernworth. Like, at launch. That's just, it is what it is. That's how it was. And then you know what the developer said? You know what the developer said? It's running as expected. I do not see a problem. We targeted 30 frames per second. Anything above 30 frames per second is considered above average performance. And the reason why they target 30 frames per second is because the engine can't scale with the number of NPCs that they had in that game world. With all the random, like, custom events and time of day events and things and all those different variables that were running in real time in the RE engine. RE engine just couldn't cope. It just couldn't cope with it. So you know what? Guess what? You're on a 4090 and you're playing at 720p. You're getting 35 frames per second in Vernworth. You know what I'm saying? That right there shows... That's what I mean when I say Japanese developers... They've got their own struggles with the game engines. Another example I can give you. Final Fantasy 16. Final Fantasy 16 uses Square Enix's... It's like a newer version of the Luminous engine. You guys remember Final Fantasy 15? Final Fantasy 15 was super hard to run on PC when it came to PC back in like 2017. Even the 1080 Ti could not handle Final Fantasy 15 at 1440p back in the day. So, and then Final Fantasy 16, same thing. You run that thing, everything maxed out with no frame gen, you're getting terrible performance for a game that doesn't even look that good. Like, it doesn't even look anywhere close to like Wukong, and it's like just as hard to run as Wukong for no reason other than, oh, it's the engine. Another game, Forspoken. You guys remember Forspoken? Forspoken and Final Fantasy 16 use the exact same engine. Forspoken at launch ran like garbage. It's another example. Final Fantasy 16 still stuttering. Yeah, see, and that ain't gonna go away anytime soon. So that's what I mean by that's their challenge. Western developers, their problem is like, I don't know, like their problems are more like social / societal. We're not gonna get into that on this channel, but if you're somebody who is very like in tune with the gaming industry, you know what I'm talking about. I don't need to say that. But the Western developers, they have their own set of challenges. The Japanese developers have their own set of challenges. They're typically technological challenges in scope, whereas the Western developers, they don't really have a technological challenge, although I wonder why their games are always broken day one at launch, and they need like several patches to fix things. At least the Japanese games work, but they don't really perform that well for how mediocre they look, if that makes sense. But at least they're good games. You take the Chinese games. Chinese games have the insanely good graphics that Western games have with the quality of the Japanese games. So I feel like in the next 5 years, the Chinese game companies are going to dominate the globe with this multi-billion-dollar gaming industry. That is the way I see it.
Everyone, this iteration of the pilgrimage holds great importance to Natlin as it is now. You must pull together and work as one, creating the best atmosphere
Bad planning and
possible
management for
for
most
all
Western
our
studios.
participants.
Japan just can't make consistent games. I mean, it's the truth. Yeah, you basically summarized what I was trying to say in like 30 minutes. You managed to say it in like one sentence.
Sure. Don't know why you'd worry about this stuff. You're always so ready to pounce on and fight just about anything. Why, you even dare to disrespect the almighty Dragon Lord!
To me, it's a sign that Western game studios are in decline and Japanese game studios are also in decline. They're both declining. They're both past their prime. The Chinese studios are on the rise, and they're gonna overtake both within like 2 years probably, if not already. Now I'm pretty sure like we can run the numbers. I still think Western and Japanese studios make more money than the Chinese studios. I could be way wrong in this, but I think within the next 2 years, I think that's gonna change, because what I'm seeing is more and more Chinese. So there's a lot of these, I'll call them Genshin clones that are popping up, which is totally fine because that will force that. It's good to see that because you don't want HoYoverse to have a monopoly in the live service space. But what we're starting to see is Chinese studios are starting to make other type of games that are not live service games. Black Myth Wukong is the trailblazer for that. Like, Black Myth Wukong stands as proof that the Chinese developers can make competent games that are very good, that can stand toe-to-toe with the best development studios in the world. And I think that is going to inspire more Chinese game developers to make similar games, and ultimately I think that's going to revolutionize the industry, meaning the innovation in the video game industry is going to come from China, not from the US, not from Japan. No, it's going to come from China. Now, it sounds really weird saying that, but I'm just telling it like it is. that I'm saying this as someone who plays Japanese games, Western games, mostly Japanese and Western games. I don't really play a lot of Chinese games. Literally, I can count the number of Chinese games that I play on one hand. Literally, Black Myth Wukong, Honkai Star Rail, Genshin Impact. Those are the only 3. I tried Wuthering Waves. It's a really good game, but I'm not going to keep playing another live service game. I also did play Tower of Fantasy when that game came out in the West a few years ago. That game was an okay MMO, but it had some serious like pay to win things that just kind of like steered me away. But my point still stands. Chinese development studios are definitely on the rise. This feels like they remind me of the Japanese developers of the like mid 90s to like early 2000s. It's like Hoyoverse is like the new Square Enix, so to speak. It's like Hoyoverse is like the Squaresoft from like 1997, if that makes sense. China secretly keeping the gaming industry alive. Yeah, and you know, like depending on who is watching this, they're probably thinking like, man, this guy sounds like anti whatever. Nah. I'm just telling you like it is. Like, this is as somebody who enjoys video games as a form of entertainment. I'm very disappointed in Western studios. I'm not quite as disappointed, but I'm getting more and more disappointed with Japanese developers over the years. I do think okay, let's criticize the Chinese developers because it sounds like all I've said are positive things about Chinese developers. I think the bad thing about Chinese developers, too much emphasis on gacha, too much emphasis on live service. But like I said, Black Myth Wukong is an example that you can get a non-live service, non-gacha game from a Chinese studio, and it's still a very good product. So that is proof that they are capable of doing that. They're capable of delivering a competently good game. The Chinese monetization now for many games, surprisingly, I remember when you used to... Well, you used to have to rent guns and couldn't buy outright. Oh, you're talking about like in Chinese games? Yeah, they were basically garbage back in the day. Yeah. So those sort of things didn't make any sense. But now... Yeah, they're basically they're basically copying the Japanese. Like, the way I see it is the Chinese developers are basically, they're taking the good aspects of Western studios and Japanese studios. They're taking, so what do I mean by that? What are the good qualities of Western developer studios? Well, their engines are typically very modern. They're very well optimized, depending on the game, but in general, the engines are up to date with the latest technology, so they can license UE5, for example, and they can make an excellent game like Black Myth Wukong. What's another example? Or they can take Unity and literally make Genshin Impact out of Unity, of all things. So they use the strengths of the Western studios, the engine, the efficiency in terms of like the way that they can get the game running in a timely fashion, because you have to be able to do this to run a successful live service game, because you constantly have to be cranking out content for the game, and that is very, very hard to do. Otherwise your game literally just dies. The strengths of the Japanese developers that they take is the quality of the experience. So the visual style, the action-oriented gameplay, the puzzle solving design. You know, a lot of this is kind of like Zelda games. Like the combat, a lot of it's like a Persona style game. Like the storytelling is very much like how the Japanese stories are told, like very anime, very action-packed, over-the-top, exaggerated cutscenes with Dragon Ball Z or Naruto or Bleach style battles. You know what I'm saying? Like, these things get people's attention. It looks cool. the visual style. Like they've done a good job taking the style of the Japanese storytelling and design and incorporating that in their own game. And they take the technology of the Western studios and they use that to build up the game. So they're taking the best things from both and they're basically upstaging both of them. And to top things off, they're getting like world-class musicians and composers to make soundtracks that are like out of this world. You have not played AAA Western games in ages because of how bad the optimization is nowadays. Yeah, everybody complains about optimization when it comes to like Western games. The complaints that I always hear about Western games is they're always broken, they have lots of bugs, they just don't work. The complaints I hear about Japanese games are they look like they're PlayStation 3 games. They look like the game has graphics from 2005. This thing looks like it's a PS3 game. This thing looks like, you know, like when people saw, I remember Elden Ring. People were like, Elden Ring doesn't even have good graphics. Elden Ring looks like the same thing as like Dark Souls 2. You know, like, what's another one? Dragon's Dogma 2 doesn't even look that good. RE doesn't even look as good as Resident Evil 4. You know, like, but that's because the camera zoomed way out. But still, like, Final Fantasy 16, it looks good, but the lighting looked terrible. Like, global illumination looked very inaccurate. The game ran like garbage on PC, unless you had, like, the highest end hardware imaginable. And even then, it was still a struggle. So it's like... The complaints I always hear the same thing. The same thing. Western games are always, like, broken, unoptimized mess. Japanese games look like they're not even next gen. They look like last gen. But see, that goes back to, like, what I mean by technical competency. Both of them are lacking in certain areas. Like, I guess for Western studios, the debug team and the testing team don't do a good enough job testing the game. And for Japanese games, like, they just... I don't know, like, they're stuck, like, they made an engine in 2008, and they're like, we're still using the same exact engine. Well, like, what? Why? Too much of the, if it ain't broke, don't fix it mentality. Sometimes the if it ain't broke, don't fix it mentality can be a double-edged sword. We made this one engine, and we're gonna, like, make all these games. You know, because basically, the reality is, Elden Ring runs on a modified version of the Sekiro engine. And Sekiro runs off of a modified version of the Dark Souls 3 engine, which is a modified version of, which is the same exact engine as the Bloodborne engine. And you know what? That is the newer revision to the Souls engine that was used to make Demon Souls, Dark Souls 1, and Dark Souls 2, which literally means that Elden Ring is built off of an engine from 2006. 2006. Hence why everyone's like, why does this look like a PS3 game? Oh, could it be that the PS3 came out at the end of 2006? Most JP engines are really gross. I don't know. I've never heard anybody describe them that way. Red Dead Redemption 2. Red Dead Redemption 2. Oh, man. You're talking... Okay. Red Dead Redemption 2. First of all, okay. Of all the Western developers, Rockstar is like the one competent developer. But you know what? How long does it take them to make a game? It takes them a decade to make Grand Theft Auto. So it's like, okay, if it's going to take you that long, if you literally have 10 years to make a video game, it better be flawless when it comes out. Can you imagine if GTA 6 comes out and it has, and it's like Cyberpunk when Cyberpunk came out? Do you know how bad the blowback will be from the public if that is the reality? Like, it took them 10 years to make this game, and it has bugs and broken AI and visual artifacts and glitching and broken quests that don't work. You know what I'm saying? Like, can you imagine, like, what people will say if that is what happens?
Remind me again. Has Ahau done anything besides talk?
Man, we gotta change this to, Japanese. The guy's not even talking. The English voice actor is like, I don't know, they fired him or something. What, like, that wouldn't be the first time if that actually happened.
What are you doing to me, you son of a... hey! Let me go! It's always a party with those...
JP games do look
Seems like
last
you can
gen.
tick off the people of the springs.
That often they run pretty well. Dragon's Dogma 2 runs pretty well. In general, yeah. In general, they run decent. Like Dragon Ball Sparking Zero runs good. The Trails games run good, and they're using their own new engine. Metaphor ReFantazio, that game ran really good. Ease 10 ran really good. Final Fantasy, okay, but see, then you run into stuff like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Like, okay, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is made with Unreal Engine 4. And on PlayStation 5, they had to use FSR. Or maybe TSR. They had to use some kind of, like, upscaler, and it looks terrible on PS5 to get 60 frames per second. So, I don't know. I can think of other developers that made Unreal Engine 4 games on the PlayStation 5 that look better than the blurry FSR mess that Final Fantasy VII Rebirth looks like, or even Final Fantasy 16 for that matter, but now we're talking about UE4. There's a whole bunch, like, okay, Lies of P, that's Unreal Engine 4. Now, that's a Korean developer, but that game looks and runs flawlessly on the base PlayStation 5. Another one, Stellar Blade. Stellar Blade, another Korean-developed game. That game is made using Unreal Engine 4, and it runs flawlessly on the base PlayStation 5. And it has a big open map. It's got the desert stage, it's got the wasteland stage. Meanwhile, you have Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. It's like, oh, Square Enix does open world. It's not true open world. It's like a big open field, just like Stellar Blade. Yet, Stellar Blade runs at a rock-solid 60 frames per second on a PlayStation 5. Meanwhile, Rebirth can't do 60 frames per second with good visuals on a PS5. So it's like, okay, how do you fix that? Okay, enter PS5 Pro. So yeah, for $700, you can make Final Fantasy VII Rebirth look good and run at 60 FPS at 4K on a PS5 Pro. But to me, that's like, okay, I literally had to, like, throw money and hardware at the problem to make the problem go away. You see what's wrong with that? Compared to Stellar Blade, which literally just worked day one, 60 FPS good visuals on the balance preset on a base PS5. And they're both using the exact same game engine. So that, to me, shows the, like, how behind the curve Japanese developers are when it comes to utilizing the technology for the video games. What they do really well is they can tell a story really well. They can have a very good script. They can have a very good, like, soundtrack for the game. Like, the style, the art direction, everything is, like, top-notch S tier. But when it comes to, like, coding the game and, like, making the game actually work competently, that is where the cracks start showing. You know what I'm saying? Dragon's Dogma 2, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Final Fantasy 16. You know, like, those are the most recent ones. Oh, Forspoken was another one. Like, I don't know. Unless the game looks like it's from PlayStation 3 era, if it has good graphics, it's gonna run like, you know, like it could run a lot better.
Oh, wait, 4! No, sorry, 4!
Yeah, Stellar Blade though, man, that game is good. Yeah, that's a good game. Hold up, is that? There is something way up there. How do I get up there though? Can I climb on?
Let's ride.
See, her motorcycle can go on water. That is crazy.
Try and stop me.
Sony will region lock it, so it's an auto ignore. What do you mean? Are you talking about like the PlayStation app requirements or something? How am I gonna get up here? She can't even. Wait, what? Oh. See, this game. Oh, she's gonna die. Okay, never mind. This game has that Legend of Zelda wonder. It has the charm of playing Legend of Zelda using the abilities to like fly around. You know, like you just don't care. Sometimes you just don't care. You're just gonna do your thing. You're just gonna fly around. You know what I'm saying? This game captures the charm of Legend of Zelda, of the Zelda games. People are like, oh, they just copied Zelda. No, well, yeah, the gameplay elements. But the game is its own thing. It has its own characters. It has its own lore. It has its own universe. It has its own music. So it's good. Like, it stands on its own 2 feet as a solid game. Which 9000 series CPU is good for gaming aside from the X3Ds? I mean, any of them really. And the higher the resolution, the less the X3D makes a difference. Someone was saying, like, does the 9800 X3D even make a difference in 4K? It makes a mild difference. So if you want productivity, like if you're building a computer for productivity and you need the multi-thread, the 9900X and the 9950X will, assuming you're going to be using a 4K monitor, will be good enough. Like, they will be so similar that you would never even tell the difference. In fact, as someone who literally uses both computers, so right now I'm using this one, 9800X3D. But when I am doing Tech Thursdays, I'm not using that. I'm using, well, where is it? I don't know where I put it. Is it here? The other one, the 9950X. So, you know, I'm so used to just using the computers that I don't even think, like, which one has a higher frame rate. Because unless I'm literally looking at the Afterburner frame rate counter, I'm never really going to be able to tell the difference. Because I'm using 4K regardless. So if it depends on what you're building. If you just want to build a gaming computer, get the 9800X 3D. You'll be satisfied with that.
Show no mercy.
But if you want a mini HEDT, meaning high-end desktop, you would go with the 9900X or the 9950X. That being said, you could also just wait for the Ryzen 9 X3D.
Oh, there she is, right over there.
You tried installing 96 gigabytes of the Trident Z5 Neo on the Godlike, and you're getting a C5 postcode. You're doing, that's 4 sticks or 2 sticks? 96 is typically 4 sticks, right?
Didn't you say you were going to get some more
If it's Trident Z5 Neo, it's going to be the 4 sticks of RAM. So what does it do? It does code 15 and then it just stops at code C5? Typically, it should do exactly what it did in the video. It should do code 15 for a very long time.
The chief came to me for help.
And then
just
it'll
now.
eventually go cycle through C5 and those other codes. And eventually it'll start doing 97, 99, and then it'll post.
What? You didn't tell him that you stayed up all night?
I just told him about Shibalanke's imminent return and told him to be prepared. There was no need to mention anything else.
Right. You still got a
Code
reputation
15
to
is very
maintain, huh?
brief.
Can't have people thinking Granny Eatstily would lose sleep over something like this.
Did you try clearing the
Ugh,
CMOS?
Now you're making fun
Is this a
of me
new
too,
build or are you
huh?
upgrading to a different kit of memory?
So even children are ridiculing me now. This cannot stand. And you, do you also think I'm just trying to keep up appearances? And you too. What about you, Mawika?
No, of course not. Relax, Seatlolly.
C5.
Shibalanke was no ordinary person.
What does C5
He
mean?
loved this land as much as we
On
do,
the
and
code,
managed
like, what
to
is
forge
that?
a miracle through the ruler of death. I don't think he'll give us too hard a time.
I know it has something to do with RAM. C5. C5 just means OEM initialization codes. So that's MSI specific.
If that's what even the two of you think.
What happens if you
my
do 2
worrying
sticks?
Seems even more unnecessary.
Do you have them installed correctly?
Alright,
Like you
alright, I
have
get
one
it.
kit on
That's
A
just
and the
kind
other
of
kit on B?
paranoid old hag I am. That means I can go get some shut-eye then. You can take a look around yourselves. And if you need any help, feel free to go find the chief. Or Auroron. The chief should be overseeing the preparation of the woven scrolls required for the tournament right about now. And as for Auroron...
Wait, there's gonna
I
be a
believe he
Dragon Ball
said he
Z
was going
tournament?
to do some
There's a tournament?
handicrafts at the valley entrance.
Come on, you're making it sound like it's my first time here. Rest well and stop worrying so much. We'll discuss the tournament with Auroron.
Whatever, just try,
And don't go thinking that
remove
Granny
one of the
doesn't
kits
like
and try
hanging
with
out
just
with
one
you
of them.
because
Just
he's
try
not
with
around
2
all
sticks
the
of memory.
time.
Does it work with 2 sticks of memory? Because you can always train to on the 2 sticks, then add the other 2, and then but you would need to move them. Because one thing I've learned is another way to like skip a lot of the long memory training is you can train it with 2 sticks and then you literally just add the other 2 sticks and, and it will detect that there's a newer amount, but because it already set, because the second kit is exactly identical to the first one, it doesn't take as long to train the whole thing.
What if I put this piece of rope here? Oh, and this wooden dummy. No?
This
Then
guy
what
looks like
about
he's from
this?
Yu-Gi-Oh! Some of the characters in the Fire Nation make me think of Yu-Gi-Oh! Because like the Fire Archon, she's got a 2-tone hair color. She looks like she's straight out of Yu-Gi-Oh! The local micro center gets shipments of 9800 XTD free. Yeah, they're restocking pretty frequently.
Oh, hello.
Oh dear, oh dear. A bird?
No, a juvenile Cucosaurus. This one looks a little different from the others, though. Yeah, a very special look indeed.
The heck are you on about? Whoa, he's quick on his feet. That retort was instant. For real now? Do you even hear yourself, bro?
What? What type of... Who taught this bird to talk like this? For real now? Do you even hear yourself, bro? What? This bird sounds like it's from Star Rail. What is this bird doing in Genshin Impact?
Did Paimon just say something wrong? Oh wow, no way, bro.
What?
What the heck?
Don't worry about him. He's just...
What?
How should I describe him?
Don't tell me he's also some kind of elder.
No, he's an assistant at Aoife's clinic, and one of my friends. His name is Kukuku.
Kukuku.
The heck are you on about?
Why? Who taught this bird to talk?
Is that not his name? Oh wow, no way, bro.
Yeah, that's what he does. Those are all Aoife's catchphrases, so Kukuku picked them up.
Aoife's
after hearing them the day
catchphrases.
after.
Oh man, Aoife talks like this? That means Aoife's gonna be a very entertaining character. Because I have a feeling Aoife's gonna be one of the characters that comes out in the next 6 months.
The last time I delivered some vegetables to the people of the springs, I ran into Ahau, who was there for a soak in the hot springs. Ahau and Kukuku were stuck in an endless back and forth argument. Eventually, Ahau got really agitated and just started immediately shouting, "No, you!" no matter what Kukuku said.
How unbelievably childish. No less than I'd expect of a how. Even I have rarely witnessed things like that.
They went on like that for an entire afternoon.
Wait, how do you know that? Did you stay and listen to them the whole time?
Yeah, I did. It was so dumb I couldn't look away.
You're a more patient man than most.
Anyway, I'm here because I'm trying to capture Shibalanke.
Capture, huh? Wild choice of words.
Then how about hunting for Shibalanke?
Sorry, you're trying to do what now?
We've never seen someone so ancient come back to life before, right? So I wanted to see if I could intercept him. See, this is the trap that I made. I've used it before. It's quite good at catching wild animals. Don't worry though. I've already told everyone that there's a trap here, so they won't get too close. See, I've even made a notice board.
Good luck catching anyone with this. And what are you planning on doing with the poor guy when you catch him anyways? Stick him in a stew?
Stick him in a stew?
No,
What?
I just want to see what he looks like, and then I'll probably invite him to our tribe as a guest.
I'll admit, I didn't take you for the actively hospitable sort.
Well, a chance like this doesn't come every
So
day. I wanted to give it a try, so I also made these little handicrafts.
Is Canada Computers similar to Micro Center? I assume it is. Or is it more like a... I don't know if you're familiar with... well, no. Doesn't Canada... Canada has Best Buy, doesn't it? I think Best Buy is in Canada. I know Micro Center's not in Canada, though. But, is Canada Computers more like Micro Center, or is it more like, Best Buy?
He says that, yet all of these look like a hunter's lethal handiwork.
Well, that's so yeah. Best Buy return policy being sus is because they want you to pay for the annual membership. But the annual membership, like for Best Buy, has I think it's like you have a 60-day return window, no questions asked or something like that. Otherwise, they make it very sus. Yeah.
I see. In that case, I wish you success. If you do manage to catch a wild Shibalanke, please let me know. I'd love to come and watch the fun.
Well, Best Buy in the U.S. is significantly worse than Micro Center if when it comes to like PC DIY. Like if you're trying to build your own computer, like Best Buy has CPUs and motherboards and RAM and SSDs and stuff. They don't have like that many computer cases to choose from, if any at all, really, now that I think about it. So it's very hit or miss.
Hey, not you too!
They have power supplies, but Best Buy typically only carries a few brands, though. Like, Best Buy carries, typically, for power supplies, they've got Corsair power supplies. For case fans, they have Corsair. They've got For peripherals, they've got a lot. They've got Logitech and Razer and Corsair. But for computer parts, they typically only have a few CPUs. And then they've got Samsung SSDs and really nothing else, as far as I remember. Maybe they've got some Micron, so it's like Crucial as well.
If the real Xbalanque does show up, a trap like that won't hurt him. We all have faith in him. After all, he was the first Archon of this land.
Should your main drive with no lane sharing on an X870E be your OS drive or your game drive? It really doesn't matter. You just want them to go to the CPU direct. As long as you choose the SSDs that go directly to the CPU, that's really all that matters. But even then, it doesn't really matter that much for the OS drive.
In there. If he really triggers the trap, he can just sprawl out and take a nap.
For real now? Do you even hear yourself, bro? Bro, stop! You're driving Paimon insane over here! Oh, wow. No way, bro.
No way, bro.
For this, then you finished prepping for the tournament, right?
You took the words right out of my mouth, Paimon.
Ah, so that's it. Sorry, I didn't know that's what you wanted to ask about. We, Masters of the Nightwind, are broadly responsible for the woven scrolls.
See, like
and
all those
mental
things that you're
support.
talking about,
We have
Micro Center has
expertise
all that
in
stuff.
exactly neither of those.
Like Sound Blaster,
So I
you can
joined
get
the
that at Micro
logistics
Center.
team. I provided some amazing supplies. The others even praised me for the quality of my produce and even asked me about how to grow such great fruits and vegetables. I was very happy.
You've gotten quite good at dealing with people.
Yes, I think I've rediscovered a bit of that feeling I had in my childhood.
Seems like things here are going smoothly. In that case, we'll check on how things are going elsewhere. See you later, Auroron.
Bye, Auroron! Good luck with the... capturing
What do you mean for just
Xbalanque.
for OS? I don't understand what you mean by that.
So he also knows how to say goodbye.
My computer from 8 years ago literally
See
had
you,
everything on one
bros.
drive, including the OS.
All right.
So I don't
See
know
you
what
later,
you're talking
my
about.
bros.
See you, my bros. What? Why are they talking like this? He didn't talk like this in the Archon chapter.
Oh, Moika. Oh, shoot. What are you doing here?
Shilonin? What a coincidence.
Yeah, the OS drive could be on any SSD. It doesn't even have. It can even be on a SATA SSD, although that's probably not ideal.
Auroron. Did he sell me out? I thought I asked him to not tell anyone that I was here.
Nope, he didn't mention you at all.
That's so.
She's avoiding me. There are a few big pieces of equipment we need for the tournament, and I've been wanting to ask her to make them. I went straight to her place because I was worried she might refuse, but each time there was nobody home, and the neighbors said that she was busy. Turns out, she was here.
It doesn't have to, but it's you can put your games on separate SSDs. In fact, because games are so large now, you're probably going to end up having to do that anyway.
Wow, she literally ran away from home just to avoid taking work from you.
Okay, that's enough about me. What are you here for? Checking on pilgrimage prep progress?
Yes, and to see how everyone's doing while we're at it. Still, most everyone we've talked to so far has been pretty interested in Xbalanque.
Oh, Xbalanque?
Wait, have you been so busy running away that you missed the whole memo about him?
Apparently, Xbalanque is being wished back.
Yeah, I'm still trying to wrap my head around it, but if that's what Lolly said, then it has to be true. Everyone's reaction makes sense too. Who wouldn't want to see the first Archon?
This isn't a bad time for it to happen either. The war has only just ended, and with their long-standing goals suddenly gone, people are feeling a little lost. I met a warrior from the People of the Springs near the Speaker's Chamber a few days ago. He spent the entire afternoon pacing around the area. I asked if anything was bothering him, and he said that he used to train for battle every afternoon. But now that the crisis is resolved, He doesn't know what to do with himself.
Paimon can definitely see that. It's tough when what you've been doing all along suddenly stops being necessary. That's why you want to hold the pilgrimage again, right? To help everyone find a new goal?
That's right.
She said you haven't built a PC in 8 years. Well, what's the PC that you're using right now? I'm curious to know, like, what's the actual hardware?
Offer a reward
If it's
for the
that
blood
old.
and sweat we've put into improving and growing. That's the meaning of the pilgrimage of the return of the sacred flame today.
It's probably
and in
10
the
series
future.
GPUs or like
Sounds pretty good to
Radeon
me. I am starting to like this new
R9
pilgrimage
Fury, which I
already.
highly
But,
don't.
I
I highly
don't feel
doubt that
in
it's
love
gonna be
with
an R9 Fury or Fury X
About Shibalanke, you mean?
or a Tonga. Maybe it's a Tonga GPU
Shouldn't you be, you know, a little more nervous?
or GTX
He's
900
omniscient
series.
progenitor. You sure he's not coming to just supervise your work?
You sound like someone who's finally gotten the chance to strike back after years of oppression.
Hey, don't put it like that. All right, maybe a little. It's not
Yeah, I
every
figured
day
it would
that
be some
someone
kind
could bring me
of
down
10
and not
series
shows up.
GPU. So the 6700K,
think.
that
Don't
CPU
worry.
is
If the
from
real
summer
Shibalanke does make an
2015.
appearance, then naturally, I have my ways to meet him.
That is an old CPU. Although, that is a DDR4
No spoilers
CPU.
just yet. Take a guess.
Even though it's that old, it's
Wait, you have
DDR4.
a
That was the
Playboy
first...
too?
That wasn't the very first DDR4
Of
CPU.
course she
Technically,
does.
that
This
goes
whole
to
glorious, righteous
Haswell
religion is
E
just one facet of her. And it's the
on
side of her you've seen the most so far.
X99.
But
Tragically, this is how my longtime companions think of me. Shilonen's always saying how awful I am.
2 sticks is not working?
Hey, don't just put words into my mouth like that. I've only ever said that you can be quite terrible sometimes.
What if you
Sure,
what if you
whatever
tried the
you
other
say.
2 sticks?
Come on,
Yeah, try the other 2
Paimon.
sticks.
Let's head to our next stop. Oh, and Shilonen, now that you've been busted, be sure to stop by my office and pick up the documents I left for you. I wrote down everything you need to do for the tournament.
Good night.
And she's fallen asleep just like that.
Well, she's gotta wake up eventually. Let's go. Good night, Shilonen. And sleep well.
Could be bad RAM. Just reading. I just Googled it, and there's a Reddit post about C5 error, and they say that it was probably RAM. Kakuku.
What is it?
Ororon.
Do you want to talk about something else? You gotta find someone who understands Saurian tongue to translate for you then.
No way, bro.
Or transform into a Saurian so they can talk to you. On that note, I'd love to try that one day, bro.
He talks like that too. No wonder he talks like that. He uses that bro speech. Does anybody have Ororon? Is he good? Because I wasn't playing the game when he was available. Ororon. He looks like he's probably like a really good unit. Like he's got all the good skills and stuff. These two come from the... What is this tribe called? Masters of the Nightwind. You got 4080 Super on Black Friday, and you're doing 9800 X3D with the Nova once it's in stock. Do you absolutely need to have the Nova? I convinced you to get the Nova? If you can find one. Like, the problem is they're never in stock. I've had salespeople from Micro Center come up to me, and they've told me that literally because of me, they can't keep the Nova in stock. And I'm like, wait, me? Like, me? I'm the... Why is it my fault? Like, isn't that a good problem to have? That you're constantly sold out of it?
Right here.
You know what I'm saying? So actually, what do I need to do? Do I need to go over there? I need to go and get this thing first. You've seen the Nova in stock at Newegg once and then never again? I never see it in stock. Like, I don't think I've ever seen it in stock
This realm is
in the last 3
truly
months.
beginning to thrive.
Like, all of Q4, I never saw it once come in stock. Do I need to get these? I just realized that I kind of messed up on the battle pass. I chose the crystal thing for weapon menu. I don't even make any weapons in this game. So it's like I actually need Mora. I'm running low on Mora. Cause see, like I don't have a need to like craft weapons, but I'm gonna have a problem with Mora. Cause I had 4.6 million Mora, and I dropped all the way down to 1.4 million Mora to level up the 2 new characters.
The one before you is known as
What is
Jade Silver.
$350
One
that's
travels
good in
far and
stock?
wide, seeking naught but to witness all of the treasures this.
Tai Chi Light is good.
Ah.
Really, the Oris Elite is also very good. Although, the one thing the Gigabyte did weird this generation is they dropped... Hold on. Wait, I don't need this. What do I need to get here? I need to get this, and I don't know if I need that right now. The one thing they did really weird was they made it a 6-layer PCB. Where the previous generation it was 8-layer PCB. But that doesn't mean that it can't be a good motherboard. Although, if you really want the Nova, then you're probably just going to wait for the Nova. But the good options are the Gigabyte Oris Elite, the Tai Chi Lite, even the Tai Chi. If you can get the Tai Chi, now that's going to be more expensive. But that one's also a very good motherboard. That's a good overclocker's motherboard. Oh, I actually need to do the dailies. I just now noticed that. Why would it be too much for it to handle? That's the weirdest question. No, of course not. It's not. It's the Nova can handle any graphics card. It's nothing to what? In fact, the Nova's one of the few motherboards that can actually drive that GPU at Gen 5, because that's going to be a Gen 5 GPU. So you would definitely want the Nova if you're planning on getting that graphics card, or at the very least you'd want a motherboard that has a Gen 5 graphics card slot.
Let's hope you put up a good fight.
Here comes another.
Delicate as silk.
Get to work.
Finish this next time.
He's lolling. He's Papa. Get him.
Let her rip. Get back.
You asshole. Scatter. Pyroclastic surge.
Oh man, that is the coolest move.
Incinerate.
You're very happy with the recommendation? Okay. Wow, that I've defended this thing so well that it didn't take a single point of damage. That thing was at 100% the whole time. Where's Yoshi from the Mario games? I need a Yoshi to do this, to do the thing where he like grabs on with his tongue and he like leaps forward. I need him to do that. We'll just take the scenic route then. The only problem is, wow, I'm in an area where I'm not getting the that elemental energy. Do all the X870E boards have no lane sharing, or is it just the ASRoCs? There's more than just the ASRoCs. The Gigabyte, the X870E Aorus Extreme AI Top has no lane sharing. The MSI Godlike has no lane sharing. The the Tomahawk also does not have lane sharing, but that's not an X870E. So basically, it's only the very, very expensive flagship motherboards. So the Godlike and the Extreme AI Top. Those have no lane sharing, but they're both incredibly expensive motherboards. Yeah, I already played Rebirth. I finished Rebirth on the Pro, so I don't have much of a reason to play it again on the PC. Although, somebody asked me the other day, like, out of the 3 big games that are coming out in January, one of them was Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, the other one, I think, was Spider-Man 2, or I think Spider-Man 2, or 3 or something, and then the other one was The Last of Us Part 2. Out of the 3 games, now I have not played Spider-Man 2, I have not played The Last of Us Part 2. They're coming to PC this month. And then the other one was Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, which I have played. And the sad thing is, out of those 3 games, the only one that I would consider getting on PC is Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. So I'll probably never end up playing the other 2 games. That isn't to say that they're bad games, it's just I'm not that interested in them. We'll use her little Frieza chair. Man, I have no elemental energy. I can't... The Natlan characters are definitely not going to be that great outside of Natlan. At least not for exploration. Because they lose their specialty. Without the special energy. Does he do anything? No. Okay. Just checking.
Alright, let's finish this.
Wait, this isn't who I'm supposed to be fighting. Donut rolls. Donut rolls with a motorcycle.
Incinerate! Right here. Clear the area! Fulfill our pact.
Sacrificial fragments is so good. Just spamming the stuff. Just spam it twice. For all the energy. Just get the particles. After coming back to this game, it feels so cool because of what they did with the Natlan characters. Having the traversal mechanics is such a cool thing that they added. And also the Pokemon. The game has Pokemon in it now. You need to finish the time exclusives. Wait, which ones? For what game? This? Oh, you're talking about... Wait, what timed exclusives? For PS5 Pro. For what game? She's going in. Here we go. Just like, wow, they're just minding their own business, and they're just like, she just drives up and just, bam! Blazing sun. Considering 5090 is around $2,500 or more, what price should be worth? Price of 4090. 4090 is not going to go down in value. The 4090 is probably going to sell for $2,000 on the used market for a very long time. Pretty much at least the first half of this year. Are you asking me because you want to sell your 4090, or you're considering getting a 4090 because the 5090 is that expensive? Or supposedly going to be that expensive? Like, okay, let's put it this way. If I'm going to sell the 4090 that I have, I'll be selling it at $2,000. Meaning I'm going to make $400 profit, because I paid $1,600 for it at Best Buy. Because mine is the Founders Edition. And the Founders Edition is always the one that it's... The Founders Edition is what I call the chase card. That's the one that people are willing to shell out more money for on the used market versus a standard AIB card. Meaning, if I'm going to sell my 4090 for $2,000 and someone else is going to try to sell their... Like, okay, let's put it this way. If I'm selling my 4090 Founders Edition for $2,000 and someone else is going to try to sell, like, a Zotac 4090 for also $2,000, which one would you rather buy? Would you rather buy the 4090 Founders Edition for $2,000 or some random Zotac 4090 for $2,000? Doesn't even have to be Zotac. It could be MSI. It could be PNY. You don't believe me? Go look at how much the Intel... Look at how much people are trying to sell... Scalpers are already trying to sell the Intel B580 for $500. The limited edition one from Intel. Scalpers are trying to sell it for $500. They're trying to make the money. That is a $250 graphics card. They are literally buying it up and trying to make $250 off of the sale of it. You'd pay more for Asus Strix, maybe you're... Well, I think you're wrong. You're definitely wrong. The Asus Strix was the one that was the most infamous for the melted connector problem. And also, the Asus... Because you know why? Because Asus Strix puts the connector upside down. That's the card that had it upside down. So yeah, no. That one is not going to retain its value compared to the other. Because... The person who bought a Strix paid more. Typically, they paid around $2,000 or more for the Strix when they bought it. Good luck to them trying to sell that thing for the same amount of money that they purchased it for. Meaning they're only going to break even at best. Otherwise, they're going to lose some money selling it. Compared to someone who bought a Founders Edition for $1,600 and is trying to sell it for $2,000. You see what I'm saying? This is in general. NVIDIA Founders Editions retain the best resale value of all NVIDIA graphics cards. It has always been like this. Like, okay, there's a lot of reasons for it. The most simple reason is simply for collectors. Like, if someone's going to collect a graphics card, typically they're either going to want to collect the specific NVIDIA Founders Edition or the AMD Founders Edition card, or the Intel Limited Edition graphics card. They're not going to care about the AIB cards because those are not the iconic look of the graphics card. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but you do realize that the Galax Hall of Fame is like so few in number that it's so rare that it's the only people that would want that are like it's either a collector that just really likes that graphics card because they just like it because it's rare, or an overclocker, like an extreme overclocker. Those are the only people that are going to care about the Galax Hall of Fame. Like, I personally don't care about the Galax Hall of Fame. I'll never bother buying a Galax Hall of Fame. So for me, like, if I'm just... Now, obviously this is my opinion, but I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people out there that share the exact same opinion. So I'm not just making this up. In fact, when I did the unboxing video of the 4090 Founders Edition on my YouTube channel, I say in the video that it is the best 4090. And I got so many comments agreeing with that comment. Like, there were people literally saying that they agree with me 100%. This is the only one that they want. It's the coolest looking one. It's the best one. I don't care about the others. You're 100% right. Facts. Facts. He's stating facts, even though what I'm saying is an opinion. Facts. Facts. So people were agreeing with my opinion as though it was a fact. So even though I'm not claiming that it's a fact, it's obvious that what I'm saying is an opinion. But the thing is, it is an opinion that is shared by many. So, and I stand by that statement.
Rev the engines.
You can see that for selling GPU individually, but what if you sell entire system? Why would you sell an entire system? You want to sell an entire computer? Like what? Like what do you mean? Like as a business building computers or what? Selling an entire system is like worse profitability wise compared to selling, unless you're selling it like locally to like someone you know, or you're selling it like on Craigslist local listings or something. Because the reason why I'm saying that is because like it is much better to sell individual, like you're gonna make more money selling individual computer parts versus trying to sell an entire computer. Because usually what happens when you try to sell a whole system, the buyers are going to try to lowball you. They're literally going to lowball you with some low number. They're going to try to like undercut you every single time because there's the inconvenience of having to go and get the whole machine. Also, if you're trying to sell it like on eBay or something, to ship a whole system is way more risky than trying to just sell individual computer parts and ship them separately. Because the buyer might claim, oh, it was damaged, or oh, it's defective because UPS messed it up. Nah, dude, no. Selling a whole system is like a really bad idea. If you're selling it locally and you're going to meet the buyer in person, then that is different from, you know, trying to like sell and ship the whole thing. Like that's shipping an entire computer is a very, very bad idea. You're upgrading and selling your PC on Facebook Marketplace. You're building a brand new PC. Would Founders Edition versus AIB affect price? Yes, it would, but it would not affect it as much compared to if it was being sold separately. You know what I'm saying? So, I hope that makes sense. What am I supposed to do? I'm supposed to defeat the avatars of lava. Oh, this guy apparently still takes damage to fire? I like that funny looking thing that looks like it's like from Ren and Stimpy or something. Like, what is that weird like pillow thing? It's a weird looking creature. That little dude on the right side of the screen, like, what is that? Looks like a... It looks like something from, like, Ren and Stimpy. It's Yoshi, the Pokemon. Wait, what? Can't I just take control of him? You feel a strong will reject your attempt? Huh. Wait, so we have to fight it?
Get to work.
I don't think we're supposed to beat it, though. It's like, it barely takes any damage at all. Never mind. It takes a lot of damage. It's the whole bike. 2 sticks on the second kit is working. Going to try the other 2 sticks. Yeah, it might be bad RAM. Are those G-Skill memory, or what is that, Corsair? Oh no, yeah, you said it was G-Skill. You can narrow it down. So, if you know which kit has the bad stick of memory, you can test them individually. You can test one stick at a time, and that will tell you which one's bad. Man, the last time I ran into defective RAM was like DDR3. I remember when I ordered I think it was like a 16 gigabyte kit off of Newegg, and one of the kits was defective. I remember that. I had to send them, I had to get it RMA. Well, I returned it, exchanged it basically, and then it worked after that.
Don't want to start a debate, Windows 10 or 11.
You don't want to start a debate with that sort of question. Windows 11's better now. So the first year that, the first 2 years that Windows 11 was out, I would say Windows 10 was better. But Windows 11 is better than Windows 10 now. It's definitely better. It has proper hardware accelerated GPU scheduling. The Notepad in Windows 11 is way better than Notepad in Windows 10, if you even use Notepad. There's other things too that are better. It handles multiple monitors a lot better than Windows 10. Like, especially if you have different brands of monitors. If you have all the same type of monitor, like, for example, if you're running, 2 identical monitors, there's no difference. But if you're running, like, an LG OLED and, like, an old TN monitor and another old TN monitor, like, Windows 10 had issues sometimes when you were waking up the monitors in terms of like where it would put the various windows on the different screens. Windows 11 is a whole lot smarter at remembering where those apps are supposed to be. Wi-Fi 7 also is exclusive to Windows 11 for some weird reason, but I kind of think that's really Microsoft just trying to screw people over and force them to upgrade by locking Wi-Fi 7 to Windows 11. But yeah, I would say Windows 11 is definitely better than Windows 10. There's some other technical things under the hood, like, I'm forgetting what they were, but there are things that Windows 11 is better at. It's just the newer thing now. Yeah, if you want to install that, you can. But, I mean, I'm just saying, like, the base experience, like... If you start adding things to Windows, I mean, okay, like, you could do the same thing with Windows 11. You know what I'm saying? So that's not a fair comparison. Like, to make it fair, it's like base Windows 10 to base Windows 11. No add-ons. Oh, the other thing too, dark mode. Dark mode in Windows 11 works better than it did in Windows 10. For example, Task Manager also now has a dark theme when you're in dark mode on the operating system. Same thing with Notepad. Notepad also goes into dark mode when you're in dark mode on Windows 11. And also Notepad has the tabbed mode, which is just like so much better. Like, I can't go back to Windows 10 anymore after getting used to the tabbed Notepad system. Even though I could easily just use Notepad++, just not having to use Notepad++ for basic things anymore is really nice. I'll tell you what Windows 11 is worse at. Paint. As someone who uses Paint, unexpectedly, I use Paint a lot. As you guys may know. And Paint on Windows 11 is utter trash. It is horrible. In fact, it's so bad that I had to go and modify my Windows install to get Paint. It's called Paint Classic, which is the Windows 10 Paint. I had to get that thing on Windows 11. It's actually pretty easy to do. So I actually have access to both versions. I have the Windows 11 Paint and I have the Windows 10 Paint. The one that you guys always see me use is the Windows 10 Paint. Because I tried using the Windows 11 one for a while. It was not working. Because for some reason it likes to like automatically do like a new line break when you're drawing stuff. And I'm like, why is it doing that? I want to draw two lines right next to each other, and it's like it automatically wants to put the second line down like it's on a new line. Like, why is it doing that? Don't buy OEM Windows keys because Microsoft can revoke it at any time. So are you talking about how to get a Windows key for a new computer, or are you talking, because honestly, what I do is literally every time I upgrade my computer, I just move the SSD or I clone to a new SSD. And then if I have to reactivate Windows, I just reactivate Windows using the automated phone system. Because if it keeps telling me I can't activate unless I do the phone or talk to a live person, I always do the one where it's like, let me activate it myself by phone. It sends you a text message with a browser link. You open that up. In the phone, it's going to give you I forget, it's like a really long number. You got to type that in on your computer in the browser, and then you click on, and then it'll ask you how many PCs are you using, and you say one, because if you say more than one, it's gonna want you to like buy a volume license or something. So you literally just say one, and it's just always worked for me. Microsoft activation script is very simple. It's free. Yeah, basically that Microsoft activation script that you're talking about, that is literally automating the process that I'm literally talking about. So you can either do what I'm talking about, or you can do the Microsoft activation script. Same thing. But that has to pull the activation registry. But I've basically been using my Windows 7 key for more than 10 years now. Like, I used... Okay, because you guys remember when Windows 7, you got the free upgrade to Windows 10. So I did the free upgrade to Windows 10. I recently did the free upgrade to Windows 11. And then when I change motherboards, you have to reactivate. Well, I just do either the phone activation, or you can use the script. Both of them do the same thing, provided you actually have the Windows key. So that way it works every time. Now, if you're someone who doesn't have the Windows key at all, like, I guess you need to buy one. But you only need to have one. You literally just need to have one. And then you can just use it on your computer indefinitely. And if you're changing computers, you just reactivate using the exact same key. Wait, I have to complete a time challenge?
Well. Here comes another.
Fulfill our pact. You two. Time to
like the blazing sun!
Let's do this then. Yes, you are.
Man, my characters aren't even built for like top tier like DPS runs or anything, and this character already does so much damage. Like even with not even best in class, best in slot gear, like I'm literally using 4-star artifacts on like a Genshin 1.0 artifact set, and I'm literally using a Genshin 1.0 weapon from like 2020, and she's still outputting like stupid amounts of damage. It's hilarious. And this is C0 too.
Adventuring is right up my
Because
alley.
I'm not about that whale life. I just want the characters. I don't care about constellations or like 5-star weapons or any of that stuff. Heck, I don't even farm artifacts in this game. I literally don't care. As long as I can build the characters and do enough of the content, including the Spiral Abyss, that's all I need to accomplish in this game. And I never play meta. I never play meta in this game. In fact, we're running Geo Resonance right now for field exploration. I always play anti-meta. We did the 4 things. I gotta go claim the rewards now.
Add Astra. Thank you for
How come your live never has a thumbnail? No, it has a thumbnail. It does have a thumbnail. It has a thumbnail. Unless YouTube is screwing it up and it's not showing the thumbnail. Now, YouTube has done that on occasion. But no, it should have a thumbnail. It should have the Genshin 5.3 as the thumbnail. What do I need to do? What's the objective here? Oh, this? You never see it? It just has a grayed out loading screen? Really?
Doesn't seem like there's anyone around. They're probably all out and about.
Does that mean the
So,
preparations are
yeah,
going
I have
smoothly?
noticed that
Of course, without a doubt.
when I check this
I'll be
one,
honest, I'm more concerned about how everyone's doing
outside of
than how the
YouTube, I
preparations
don't
are
see
coming
it.
along.
So I know what you're talking about.
The
I
amount
do
of
see
rest they
that.
get will directly impact
But
their
like, for
tournament
example, if I go to my
performance.
YouTube channel
It's
right
my hope
now,
that everyone
I
is
can
eating and
see
sleeping well,
where it says
so
I'm
they can enter the
live.
stadium full of anticipation.
Gaming with the 9800 XTD and
What are you guys
XTX,
doing
talking
here?
with viewers about CES 2025. I can see the thumbnail on that.
It's been a while. How have you been?
Things have been good on my end too.
Where
How about
do
you?
you see that though?
Same old, same old. Back to the grind. Flying around to break up fights when they break out. Taking walks with my family when I'm free. You know, the usual. That said, I haven't had much work to do lately.
I take it that means there haven't been many fights?
Yeah, the war just ended, and the bonds between people have grown a lot stronger in the process. Hard to start fights like that. I don't mind, though. More time for me to
Email
zone out.
notification
I
ones
just sit at a
show it.
lookout point and tend to my weapons. The fresh air is also great for my mood.
Sounds like you've been doing well then.
What are you talking about? You should know the ups and downs I've been through better than anyone.
So, how have preparations been going here at the Flower Feather Clan?
Ah, so that's why you're here. In that case, I'll take you someplace where you can see the situation clearly. Follow me.
Go to the place up high.
Try and stop me!
That's way up there. We're gonna have to climb this mountain. See, like they make you use the Natlan characters for their traversal. And I feel like the way they've designed the current Spiral Abyss, it's like they really want you to use the Natlan characters. I mean, I actually now have enough characters, Natlan characters, that I can run a full Natlan party. Up until this patch, I couldn't do that. Yeah, I don't know why it's not showing. It's not showing in the Discord channel, though. It's having a problem displaying the thumbnail in the Discord channel. Which is strange. I don't know why it's doing
that. So this is the place you had in mind. Quite the view.
I bought the Ioneo Pocket Evo and use it as a streaming handheld. It has higher res than SD OLED, and the Ally X doesn't have OLED, so it beats both of them when it comes to game streaming.
But that, so what is that using though? Is it using the same chipset, like the same SoC that the Ally X is using, or is it different? You use it as a streaming handheld. Oh, streaming handheld. That means it doesn't need to have... Basically, streaming handhelds need to have, I would imagine, Wi-Fi 7. Even if your router at home doesn't have Wi-Fi 7, ideally they would want to be Wi-Fi 7 so that they're forward compatible with the fastest Wi-Fi possible for the best image quality. Oh, it's Android. Interesting. So, how does that work? Like... When you say game streaming, are you talking about using one of the cloud-based streaming services, or are you using... Like, how does that work? Is that cloud streaming, or is that, like, streaming from the game running locally on your PC? Yeah, that's a pretty good, that's a 7-inch 1080p 165 hertz OLED streaming from the PC. Interesting. So how does that work? Like, I'm curious how streaming from the PC works, because I know how it works on the PlayStation 5. How does it work on the PC? Like, because I keep thinking of remote desktop. I'm pretty sure it's not using remote desktop. It's using something else to run the game remotely. Is it just Steam? Is it just the Steam-based client? It's like your PC becomes like a local server, and then your Android device, in this case, connects to it via Steam, and it just streams it that way.
You can see people talking and laughing, some holding boxes, others pushing carts, even some who are using some kind of special equipment to scan the skies.
What happened with the RAM?
It's you, Pyro Archon.
You Steam Link?
Heroes of Natlan too.
Yeah, that's why I was talking about Wi-Fi 7 earlier. Because if you're using Moonlight, you can actually get the better image quality. because of Wi-Fi 6E or Wi-Fi 7.
Ah, shucks. Heroes of Natland? Hyman's feeling kinda shy now.
What brings you to the Flower Feather Clan? Are you here to check on our work for the pilgrimage?
That's right. Everything going well?
Yeah, you can do, maybe it was the way you had them seated, but the, if you do all 4 of them at once, it just takes longer to train. If you do 2 of them, and then it trains, because 2 of them that doesn't take that long to train. Then you do 2 more, and then it doesn't take that long to train either. But if you do all 4 of them at once, for the first initial training, that does take a while.
Please, rest assured.
But single rank
everything is
doesn't take
going
it
off
nearly
without
as
a
long as
hitch.
dual rank.
Everyone
Dual
is in
rank
good
just takes a
spirits as well.
long time.
Coach and her students are also here, so they've been helping out.
See, and a lot of people don't realize the reason why it takes longer to train DDR5 compared to DDR4 is because you have to keep in mind how much faster DDR5 is running compared to DDR4. DDR4 topped out around like 3600. You know? That means that the memory, the actual frequency was only 1.8 gigahertz. Meanwhile, if you're running 6400, 6400 means that the memory's frequency is 3.2 gigahertz. 3.2 gigahertz is a lot faster than 1.8 gigahertz. And that's the reason why it takes much longer to train, especially when you have higher density, higher capacity, because it takes a long time, because the BIOS has to initialize all those memory modules at that high frequency, 3.2 gigahertz in this case. So that's the reason why it takes longer. See, a lot of people don't understand. I get that question a lot, like, why does DDR5 take longer to train compared to DDR4? Well, it's because you're running the RAM at a much higher frequency than DDR4, and you have to, and RAM needs to be stable. The system has to make sure that it's stable. Otherwise, you're going to get data corruption and you're going to lose your files.
Coach? Oh, is Anson here too?
Because if it has to read and then write the data back, and if it's unstable, because anytime it has to go into the memory via a read and then a write operation, and you're going to save it, and you're going to write it into your non-volatile memory, meaning your SSD. If the memory is unstable, that means that you're going to corrupt the data that you save. So you can literally corrupt your game save. So you can lose your entire game's progress. If you're on a single-player game, for example, you could lose like your family photos. If you're like opening the folders and you're transferring the files around, if it's having to go into memory, like system RAM, and the RAM's not stable, you can literally corrupt those. You can never recover them. So that's unless you have a backup, like a image backup of that drive. That's the other problem too with using like secondary drives to store things, because if you corrupt the data on the secondary drive, it's hard to get the data back unless you have a full backup of that drive. Because if you do a Windows restore, that's not going to fix that, because that's only going to affect the Windows OS itself, not the actual files. Wow, this guy's voice or this girl's voice is not voiced either. Man, I need to change it to Japanese voices. I don't know what happened to the voice acting on the English dub for this game. Like, there's a bunch of voices that are just unvoiced. Or characters are just unvoiced for some reason.
Hey! Please rest completely and totally assured that with us here, we'll get all the tasks done on time. No problem and no questions asked.
Whoa, they're all so reliable. Like coach like student, huh, Hyun-san? Didn't even break a sweat, you say?
Especially not compared to the toughest coach in all
You
Natland.
keep talking about this Aoife character. I have a feeling Aoife's probably going to be one of the next newer characters on a future
And that's why they
banner.
call you tough. I respect it though. I doubt I can think of anything that you can't do.
Hyman agrees. In fact, after staying in Natland for so long, even we've begun to feel like there's nothing we can't do.
So you think it's something about this place?
Yeah, exactly. Now Paimon often finds herself thinking, compared to those super tough battles we fought and won, this is nothing at all.
I'm glad you feel that way. It's not often that people can focus on the silver lining after everything that's happened.
I just realized I don't know where the, I don't know what happened to the 9900, the 9950X box. Normally I have them on the desk, but I don't know where it is. I've got,
The wind is rising.
I've got
I think I hear
the
something on the air.
9800X. I've got the Intel Core Ultra. I've got the 9700X. And I don't know where the other one is. I got a whole bunch of G-Skill boxes right here. We got a whole stack of them. G-Skill, Trident Z5, and Trident Z5 Neo. But I don't know where that CPU box is.
I'll head out on patrol. Have a nice chat and just let me know if you need
Oh,
anything.
it's way over there. Okay, it's over on the Tech Thursdays desk.
I'd say that it's effortlessly cool moments like this that make her so endearing.
Yeah, now what you should do to make sure that all that RAM works, you should try running a game.
We've already checked up on each of the tribe's progress.
But
and
my assumption is you
everything
probably
going
didn't
smoothly.
have one of the sticks fully seated or something initially.
Well, we didn't quite get around to the Children of Echoes, but from what Kachina says and seeing how Shilonen's doing, it seems they're fine. No need to check up on them. So, that's it for the day. The only thing left to do for the next couple of days is persuade Shilonen to finish her part of the work.
Wait, so you mean we can get a sneak peek at what the competition would be like?
Special supervisors, you can't sign up either, so this is your best chance to experience the course.
Say no more, or my hair might spontaneously combust. Come on, just show us the course already.
How to do two first, make sure they are seated well. Oh yeah, never mind. I'm just reading another comment from earlier. I like how there was a random radish inside this bullseye target. So now you have 96 gigabytes running at 6400. So you basically have the exact same memory configuration that I'm running on the Godlike. Which motherboard was that? That was the Asus, or was that the Tomahawk? Somebody had a Tomahawk and someone had an Asus. A Dash E or something. I'd have to scroll back up to see if it was mentioned earlier. Oh, so you literally have the exact same, okay. Yeah, that's literally the exact same computer. That's the exact same computer, exact same memory config. 96 gigabytes, 4 sticks of RAM, 6400, Godlike. Yeah, that is the style. That's called the style computer right there. You build that for style points. Because it's complete with all the gimmicks. The Godlike has literally all the gimmicks. Some of the gimmicks have problems too. Like everyone's been complaining about recently. What liquid cooler are you using? It's funny earlier, like, when we were looking at the video, someone was like, illegal liquid cooler, illegal AIO. Illegal AIO. I think that really just kind of depends. I mean, if you're trying to purchase one now, but not like if you already have one. I got grandfathered in, okay? It's like... illegal AIO. Are you running on the bio? What BIOS are you on? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. I would say though, like as someone who ran into the problem and fixed the problem successfully, I am not going away from the A15 BIOS until MSI confirms that they fixed the issue. So she basically has the, I guess it's like the owl. Return to the stadium of the sacred flame.
Watch out!
I just realized that she can do the same thing that Kaya can do. She can build an ice bridge. Except he has to use his E to do that. She can do her charge attack to do that.
You mean this entire thing?
Oh, I forgot to change it over to the Japanese dub because this one's missing some English voice actors.
If it's for the pilgrimage, it's gotta be grand.
I've designed this one to make use of the stadium's maximum capacity, and I've given thought to every space, every placement, and every dimension. This kindling. See, this game in some respects, I know it's like a Zelda game. It's also kind of like an Elden Ring game in some ways, except with not Elden Ring graphics.
Yep, this round
And
counts as
not
a
that,
knockout
like,
round. There'll be other events as well, and the 8
downtrodden,
contestants with the highest
oppressive
total scores will
world.
move on to the final individual battles.
Like, that sense of hopelessness that's in the Elden Ring world. You don't have that when you're playing this type of game. This game's got a completely different vibe.
Yeah, everyone loves a good duel. It really gets the adrenaline pumping and allows people to go all out with their skills. A warrior should always feel
Elden
fortunate
Ring,
to meet their
you're
match
constantly
on the
on
battlefield,
the
even if it
edge.
only happens once
This
in their
game,
life.
I
Never
could fall
forget
asleep
such a
if I
good
wanted
fight.
to.
That's the most Natland thing Paimon's ever heard. This
The most Natland thing Paimon's ever heard.
you.
That's because Natland is basically Dragon Ball Z. Like, man, these guys are not afraid to, like, just straight up, I don't want to say plagiarize, because it's not exactly plagiarism, but they're not afraid to just, like, just go 100% Dragon Ball Z. Just make it Dragon Ball Z. It's like the developer's like, hey guys, I got an idea. For the next nation, the Fire Nation, let's make it like Dragon Ball Z. That's a great idea. Super Saiyan, complete with a Super Saiyan 3. Except, let's do the gender bender and make it a female Super Saiyan 3. Oh, and by the way, she's basically a god, the fire god, who has all the power. And on top of that, you know how they're going to get around? Motorcycles. S-tier content right there. See what I'm saying? They know how to make a good game, is what I'm saying.
Well, the competition's all about chasing the kindling, and you're all chasing something too, right?
See, I can't stand how this is not voiced. Like, what happened? I don't know what the story is. Did the voice actor quit?
Well, I'm glad you found this helpful.
The benefits of having Paimon and Aether as friends and teachers. Judging by your faces, you look like you're raring to go. Mavika, so why don't you try first?
No problem. I'll go get ready.
Whoa, Malik looks so excited. She must really be looking forward to this. Do you?
This game is totally, it's like made for people who like Bleach, One Piece, Naruto, Dragon Ball Z, Yu Yu Hakusho. This is the game for those type of people. I'm 100% serious when I say that. I'm not making this up. Like, this is for real, legit.
Whoa, you heard too? So Paimon's right?
Meanwhile, Star Rail is more for like people who are into Persona acid jazz music. Well, okay, no, never mind. No, not that. People who are into the Persona series, traditional turn-based JRPGs, like Final Fantasy, maybe like the old school Trails series, the Tales of series. That is who the Star Rail crowd is for. Meanwhile, Genshin Impact is just straight up like shonen anime people. That's basically who this is for.
Wait, Coach, what about Paimon? Does she not even get to be a substitute?
But it's like, what better way to start the year off than to play Genshin Impact? Because there's nothing better right now. Hold the elemental skill to summon the Flame Strider. Oh, yeah. She's got all the power. Yeah. Okay. Here we go. Oh, wait. I gotta get all the things. I gotta collect all the stuff. Alright.
Live commentary, huh? Very nice.
Where is she supposed to go? She's supposed to go up, or am I supposed to go to the side? Well, I went off the track. I went way off the track. What happened? You're doing...
Cake.
Was I supposed to jump over this? Oh, I'm supposed to, like, fight this thing? Just do donut. Just do donuts the whole time.
Burn it down.
What gear does she have? She has, like... What did they put on her? 3,400 attack? Okay, 741 base attack. That explains that. But still, 3,400 attack? The artifacts are supplying plus 1,200. Wow, this is like... How is this even possible? Like, what's the point of giving her energy recharge, though? The developers basically gave her, like, the best stats imaginable, except I don't understand the energy recharge. Like, I thought this character didn't need the energy recharge. I don't know how it's possible to have this kind of crit rate and this kind of crit damage when the weapon is only providing 11% of that. Okay, so this is making it go to, like, 100?
I gotta say, this is pretty interesting.
Come on, you said you wanted to challenge people, so what demise the challenge? Good job, contestant. Here, have some water.
You're too kind. Thank you, my dear audience. And thank you, Coach.
Maybe it can't detect anyone under a certain height.
You would have been fine.
Oh, good point.
It's a solid course, but there are a number of small problems. For example, take the chase at the start. I feel like it's too short to separate the best from the rest. Why don't you find a few more people to test it out and adjust the distance based on their feedback?
Ooh, you're really thorough. And yeah, getting multiple opinions is a great idea.
Also, about the vertical section. It's only so-so, and contestants might get dizzy from the sudden change of direction, which might cause some of them to fall if they get motion sickness. Also...
A ball launcher?
It's been a long time since I saw gear like this. This game can be played by 2, 3, or 4 people, and it's a fun one. Want to give it a try? Great. I'll be your opponent then.
Come on, Traveler! You can beat her!
Okay, here we go. What do I do? Try out the ball launcher. Use normal text to repel the balls. What? Oh, I'm supposed to stand in the square and just repel it. She's beating me because I messed up the first one. What? What? How do I mess that one up? Oh, I have to go all the way to 8? Well, it's clear that I lost. Am I supposed to tie? Okay, that side one is stupid. Because the only ones that I missed were the ones that go off to the right like that.
That was a thrilling game! Paimon was on the edge of her...
You played well. We can play a few more rounds when we have the time.
That's gonna be one of those multiplayer mini games, I can already tell.
No, we should be thanking you. Both the mock course and the ball launcher were fantastic.
Like the one that they did, I think, on the 5.2 patch.
Oh, looks like I also have you to thank for her negative views about me. How much would you say you contributed? 30%?
You know what they say, embrace the unexpected. Bye, see you soon!
Who here is actually gonna get the 5080?
See you soon, coach.
Who plans on getting a 5080? Anyone?
Every day I get to call Yance on that. Did you see the look on her face? She almost jumped out of her own skin.
You kinda enjoy messing with people, don't you?
Really? I never noticed. Anyway, we've been out and about for so long. You must be hungry. Come on, let's go get some grub. My treat.
Well, okay, Paimon takes it all back. You're the best person ever. You're the best person ever.
So no one really wants it then, huh? This is like Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds.
I've read almost every novel from Yai Publishing House.
You're not on Nvidia at all? You're getting 5090? 5090 or nothing? 3K or nothing? What? Yu-Gi-Oh! And Pokemon? Yeah, actually, that's a good way to describe this. The characters in this do have, like, the Natlin characters do have that Yu-Gi-Oh! Look. Like, she literally looks like she could have been in Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds. Like, 100%. You know, like, she literally looks, like, the whole, like, the motorcycle, she literally looks like a character from Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds. Like, NGL right there. What fans are you using in the system? Oh wow, there was a lot of comments. So the what fans am I using? I'm using whatever came with the Fractal Torrent. It's basically the Prisma. It's the Fractal, I think they call them the Prisma cases. Man, it's Elemental Hero Prisma. Elemental Hero Prisma. I got the Prisma fans. Man, another Yu-Gi-Oh reference. Oh, jeez. What's with all the Yu-Gi-Oh all of a sudden? You just watched the video with the issue. You haven't run into it yet? You're running the December 17 BIOS? Isn't that the one that... Isn't that A22? Did you update the BIOS at all? Or did your motherboard come with that BIOS? Running on the... Okay. You built a new system earlier and had an issue with the RAM as well. You bumped the RAM when pulling out a cable from the AIO. You're waiting for RDNA 5. Maxing out the build with Godlike and the 9950X3D Noctua C Sonic 1600 watt PSU. 420 AIO. What cases are you going to use? What case is going to be able to fit all of that? Can you do a video on how to install drivers on a new computer? Like which ones to install first? Should you install the motherboard? The order doesn't really matter too much, to be honest. Like Windows typically, Windows 11 does a good job of installing all the base drivers.
Themselves to the heavens, God should broaden their horizons in the world below.
I don't think there is a proper way. The order doesn't matter that much, to be honest. It really doesn't. Basically, what I do is I don't even go in any particular order. I guess what you could do, the rule of thumb, or I guess one thing that you could do to organize it is to just simply go through the list from the motherboard's website. It really doesn't matter, though. You just don't... The main goal is to make sure you don't have any device in the device manager showing up as either unknown or...
Adventuring is
you know, the device cannot start because the driver's missing or whatever. Like, that's the only thing that really matters. So what I do, typically, the first thing is I'll install... It depends. Like, if I need to install the Wi-Fi driver or the LAN or the chipset driver, I'll usually do one of those. There's really the only thing that really doesn't really need to be installed that much is maybe the audio driver, because Windows does a good job with the audio driver. So I guess it's, yeah, it really doesn't matter. So there is no actual proper way. Like, you're not going to screw anything up if you install the chipset drivers last. I mean, the only thing that's going to affect is, like, power profiles and things like that. It doesn't really do a whole lot.
Try and stop me.
A bird egg. Oh no, oh no. Okay. Yeah, this does seem very 5D. This is 5Ds with the motorcycle. And she's not the only one that has a vehicle, too. See, like, the Natline characters have their vehicles. I call them vehicles because I don't know what else to refer to them as. They got their traversal mechanics. Traversal mechanics. See? The Yu-Gi-Oh characters in this game. There's Yu-Gi-Oh characters in this game, and they've got Pokemon in here, too. Or maybe it's Monster Rancher. I don't know. They literally have Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh. You know what's funny? We're joking about that. This game literally has its own TCG. There's a TCG for Genshin Impact in the game. It literally has its own TCG. That's so hilarious. We're talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! In a game that already has its own TCG. On top of that, we're talking about Pokemon, but that's because Natlan literally has Pokemon. They have Yu-Gi-Oh! Characters like this, and they literally have Pokemon characters like this. Reach the target within 30 seconds. Web swing. Web swing. Web swing. This is why I'll never play Spider-Man 2. Because I don't see a reason for me to play Spider-Man 2 when I literally have web swing in Genshin Impact. See what I'm talking about? And you get treasures. You get the dopamine hits of those treasure chests. You don't have that in Spider-Man 2. You got Pokemon. You have Yu-Gi-Oh! Characters. And you have Spider-Man's abilities. Like, why do you need to play Spider-Man when you have Spider-Man's abilities? You see what I'm saying? He can even run up walls. He can literally run up walls like Spider-Man. This Pokemon, like, literally has Spider-Man's powers. And he doesn't even look like a spider. I think more of, like, Yoshi from the Mario games. Because he uses his tongue. He uses his tongue to do that. So it's more like Yoshi from the Mario games. Okay, apparently he can't get through there. That's a little bit too much. Okay. QVL. It's funny how nearly every structure is made of wood, and there's that character with the Ghost Rider firefight. Yeah, that's another thing too. I was thinking of Ghost Rider. Because when she wears the bike thing, her hair is like the Ghost Rider's flaming skull. Oh man, this game just keeps, it never fails to impress me. It never fails to impress me. They just keep doing the Yu-Gi-Oh! They keep doing the Pokemon. They got Ghost Rider undertones in here. They got Super Mario with the, like, Yoshi style stuff. You know what I'm saying? They can transform into animals now. Like, this game just keeps on going. It just keeps on going. They just keep putting new ideas. Who knows? Maybe there's like a hidden treasure or something up here. I wouldn't be surprised. Oh, he's probably not going to be able to make it. Yeah, no, it's too much. It's like too much for him. Stadium. Yeah, because this is supposed to be, I think it's supposed to be like South America and I think it's like South America, Central America, and possibly basically the equatorial regions is what I'm thinking is what they're doing with this storyline, or like with the environment. Because this looks like it's inspired from like Mesoamerican era stuff. Like they got the llamas, the Incan stuff. They got like Aztec inspired names and things in here. You know what I'm saying? Which is interesting because now that I think about it, Dawn Trail also went for the South American vibe, like for that, like with their story. Because I don't know how many people were watching the playthrough for Dawn Trail back in the summer of last year. Well, but I did the whole playthrough. Most of the playthrough was on stream. And not all of it, but a lot of it was. And I kept remarking how, like, hey, they went South America. They went all in on representing South America. Then you get to North America, and it's literally just guns and crime. Like, that's how they portrayed it in Dawn Trail. You guys know what I'm talking about? You guys remember when I was live streaming Dawn Trail back in July or June? And there was like, remember it was all South American based, and it's like you have all these diverse. It's all about diversity. There's all these different type of people, the different groups. You go to these different zones. They all have like South American names and stuff. Then they go to North America. Oh, you didn't see the North America part? Oh, that was the... You did see that. You commented how it literally looks like your hometown. Remember the cowboys? The cowboys and the random, like, guns and stuff in, I call it the North America, and you're like, this literally looks like Brazil. Remember that? And everyone had American accents. I'll never forget how, like... There were so many comments, there were so many people saying, like, it's so weird, like, listening to Final Fantasy characters speak with, like, Final Fantasy 14 characters speaking with American accents. They literally have American accents. No, because remember, the whole South America, everyone had, like, Spanish accents, like, Hispanic voices. They had, like, Hispanic voice actors for the entire, like, South American arc. And then they got to North America and everyone's speaking like Americans, and I was like, for people who don't understand the reference, so it's Final Fantasy 14. The main voice acting is all British. It's all British voice actors, or it's definitely European voice actors, not Americans, not North Americans, not South Americans. No, British voice actors. And it's been like that since 2013. So you get used to listening to British accents for like a decade, and then all of a sudden, well, it's like Wooklamon and all these people have like Spanish voices, which is fine because you're already like acclimated to British accents. So now you got all these Spanish accents, and then all of a sudden it's like American style. Like what? It sounds so weird saying that, but that's exactly what it was like. But it's funny because Genshin went like all in on Mesoamerica and South America with the story. Like the Natlan. So apparently they think that Pokemon are from South America, like like South Americans live next to Pokemon in the wild or in the towns, in the cities, and everyone in South America has a motorcycle and drives like they're the Ghost Rider. Or they have a giant, like, pillow that they can float on or something. Like, I don't know what it is. Like, or they have a drill and they get around like they're Frieza from Dragon Ball Z. But I'm just amazed that it's like, what, why now are all these game companies, like, obsessed with, like, South America? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's weird. It's like, how come now? Like, why now? Like, it's been so many years. It's like, they could have done this, like, a decade ago. And it's like, all of a sudden, like, Square Enix was like, we need to put, like, South American themes in the game. And then it's like, Hoyoverse is like, hey, we need to put South American themes in the game. And I'm like, okay, what? Why? Like, it's nothing wrong with it. I'm just saying, like, why did they choose to do it now when they could have done it, like, so long ago? You know what I'm saying? And I just realized something, too, that's even more of a mind-blown moment. A couple of years back, so late 2021, so Alder Lake launch. We go back to 12th gen launch from Intel, and that lines up with Endwalker, Final Fantasy XIV's previous expansion, the one before Dawn Trail. And Endwalker was all about India, South Asia. Like, they just went all in on India. And then you know what Genshin did in 2022? Sumeru. They literally went India. They just straight up went India. Ashvata. Yazadaha. They like went all in on India. I'm like, whoa, dude. Like, what? Are they copying each other? Like, is one copying the other? What happened here? Like, Square Enix decides to, like, hey, we're gonna go all in on India. We'll put India in the game. India represent. Then Hoyoverse is like, hey, guess what? Sumeru is all gonna be India and Arabia and Persia. We're gonna put all that stuff in the game. Get the Egyptian stuff. Get those giant pyramids. Yami Yugi's coming to town. Like, I was like, that's 2022 Genshin Impact? Like, what? I mean, it was cool because I think that arc had some of the best music of this game. Was like the Sumeru arc. You're on a 3080 Ti. Man, 3080 Ti was 2021. No, it was it 2021? Yeah, it was 2021. The 3080 Ti was 2021. That GPU launched at the worst possible time a GPU could launch. It literally launched in the middle of the dark times when you couldn't buy computer hardware, when everything was scalped, when crypto was off the chain, when supply chain shortages were causing weeks upon weeks of delays. That was the time of the 3080 Ti. 3080 Ti is also probably one of the worst Ampere graphics cards because it was, and I'm not trying to say that to like say anything bad about your graphics card. I'm just saying like 3080 Ti, every 3080 Ti was an LHR. It was an LHR GPU. Every single one of them.
I've read almost every novel from Yai Publishing House. Pretty normal, right?
And it's funny because the reason why they neutered it and made it LHR is because it was launching in that era of the crypto wave, and Nvidia was trying to come up with these artificial ways to stop the crypto people from buying up all of the GPUs. So they purposely made 3080 Ti as an anti-crypto GPU. As a result, you could get one, but then at the same time you couldn't get one. You could get one in the sense that crypto people didn't care about 3080 Ti. But you couldn't get one because of supply shortages and scalpers. .3080 Ti also was terribly loud if you had Founders Edition.
Let's ride.
Yeah, 3080 Ti is the worst Founders Edition graphics card on the planet. It's bad. It's the worst one. As a fellow owner of the 3080 Ti, I'm just gonna tell it like it is. It's terribly loud. It is the worst one. Out of all of Nvidia's Founders Editions, 3080 Ti is by far the absolute worst one. Yes, it absolutely needed a 3090 cooler. Considering it uses basically the same amount of power as a 3090. It is my most disappointing Nvidia graphics card that I have ever owned. I mean, I literally have it right back there. 3080 Ti. 3080 Ti. Let's go see the 3080 Ti.
Many insects have a compulsion to follow the light, and humans are the same. Except we call that
3080 Ti. GeForce RTX 3080 Ti. Founders Edition. Founders Edition. Here we go. The absolute worst one. $3080 Ti. Worst NVIDIA Founders Edition ever purchased. There it is. 3080 Ti. Remember when, oh man, what was the guy's name? The guy who made the Ti, the meme, because he was like, the GeForce RTX 3080 Ti. Remember all the meme videos of the neckties? NVIDIA selling neckties. You know what I'm talking about? Neckties. The Ti. The GeForce RTX 3080 Ti. Remember that? That guy convinced me to buy one of these. That's the only reason why I have this thing. The worst Founders Edition ever, man. Look at this scrawny little thing. Look at this scrawny little thing. Look at that. The 3080 Ti. 3080 Ti. This thing is so... Oh, man. LHR was just a neutered version of, like, the normal one. This thing's LHR. It's an LHR. Terrible GPU. Extremely loud. Terrible for crypto. Just, I mean, not terrible, but it is pretty terrible for crypto compared to a non-LHR. So, very, very bad GPU. Terribly loud. Very disappointing. Pathetic amounts of VRAM. Just overall bad. And then Yoshi, like, aggroes to me. Okay, and then he brings these little child Saurians or whatever. Okay, you know what? You know what? You guys want to fight? Okay, you want to fight? Okay, let's go.
Show no mercy. Get to
I'll freeze them. Freeze them. Throw pillows at him. Throw pillows at him. Pillow fight.
Let's run.
Get these other random ones involved. Fight Pokemon. Fight Pokemon. I guess this is more like Monster Rancher than Pokemon. Because it definitely doesn't have a Digimon vibe. It's like Yu-Gi-Oh! 5. It's like Yu-Gi-Oh! Meets Monster Rancher. This motorcycle just keeps making me think of Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds. Like, this is straight up 5Ds. No joke. Yeah, you know why the 3080 costs more than the 3080 Ti? Because the 3080 was not LHR. That's the reason why. It's all because of crypto. The reason why it was so expensive was because of crypto. So in an era when crypto is like, what is it? It's like in... When crypto is in, the 3080 will command better resale value than the 3080 Ti. Which is kind of sad, but it is the reality. Need to fill up the meter here. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on a second. There's like a thing right here. I could transform into this Pokemon. This one burrows and drills in the ground. In the rocks. What am I supposed to do? Oh. Oh. Is this one just gonna climb up the mountain? That's cool. What was the point? I guess I just used this Saurian to get all the way back up to the town. Yeah, I agree there. 3080 Ti was definitely better as an AIB. Yeah, it was definitely better as an AIB. It's the one exception where the Founders Edition was terrible. It was completely inadequate. The cooler was just inadequate. Hold on, there's some stuff down there still. I wish I had, what's his name? I don't have the guy. Let me see. I don't have this guy. No, wait, not this. Character archive. See, I don't have all these characters because I quit the game a while back. I quit during Fontaine, and then I briefly came back to the game when 5.0 launched. That's how I have Mualani, and then Kachina is a free. They literally just give you the character for going to Natlan. So that's why I have these two. But I quit in Fontaine, so as a result, I don't have, like, after I finished the Fontaine main Archon story, I quit the game. So that's why I don't have Navia. I don't have gaming. Obviously, it's Gaming. This guy, I don't remember when this guy came out. I don't have him. I don't have her. She was from last year's Lantern Festival. She was rerun recently. I don't have the Father or the Knave. Or this rando. Or her. Although she is coming back at the second half of January. And I don't have these two. And then that's basically when it transitioned to the summer. And I was playing, what, Final Fantasy Dawn Trail, which we were literally just talking about. Which I consider a competitor to this game. Because they're both live service games. Although one of them is an MMO. A subscription-based MMO. And this one is a free-to-play game. With multiplayer cooperative elements. But yeah, that's basically the story. Otherwise, I have like all the other characters. So... yeah, it's kind of annoying because it's like you played the game from launch and then you quit. And then you basically like don't... you have like these holes where it's like you don't have this. And then you don't have any of those like 5-star weapons or anything. But whatever, I never get the 5-star weapons. And I never get the constellations. Oh wait, they have the card game? I'm not gonna play the card game right now. Let me see. The game world has gotten really large though over the years. I think this year they're gonna add my guess is they're going to add this area. Like this area north. North of the first country, like Mondstadt. They're gonna add like something here? Because I don't know what they're gonna do over here. Maybe they're gonna put some... maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's gonna go like right here. It's gonna be kind of weird to see like what is between this desert and this inner ocean. There's also something here. It's so obvious that there's some... you can even literally see there's like a landmass hidden in the clouds. Which, can I actually go there? Hold on a second. Now I have an idea. Can I actually go into that fog of war zone? Yeah, you can literally see the cloud. She's not gonna make it though. Like her... oh wait, you know what? This guy would. What is this? There's ghosts. Maybe I shouldn't go here. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Hero from a foreign land, stay on guard. Here be the pitch black foe. Rash ones from a foreign land. Menacing whisper, please stay where you are. This is forbidden land. What do I do? Do I just go in there anyway? Huh? Unveil the secrets of the island within the fog. Should I stay in Pokemon form? And just sneak around? Hey, there's ghosts around. Hold on, let me see if I get out of this, are they gonna attack me on sight? Yeah, there's definitely some kind of ghosts. Rash Outlander, why do you still linger here? This place is fraught with dangers uncounted. Warrior, break the seal. Only then can you defeat the dark foe. The seal. Help me, that seal is very close. Weak voice. Only need spirit speaking. Huh? This is it, Outlander Warrior. I didn't misjudge you, as expected. What? Well, that was... Really, why do you have to do that? You're breaking the seal, and once it's broken... This is a menacing whisper. It's not too late to turn back. Hurry, come to the mountain summit. That place is the next... Hold on, is there... Wow. This is actually, it was a good idea to just randomly go here on a whim.
Phew.
Oh, there's ghosts. I can create, whoops. I can create wind currents here. What does that do? Oh, almost to the top. I guess, do I need to use... Hold on. Maybe I can use her to get up there now? I think I can just use her to climb up there directly.
Need help organizing the loot?
Need to break the seal? Oh. Technically, she can do this, can't she? I don't need the... Oh, yeah. What are you doing, you reckless outlander? Don't you know the consequences? That's a menacing voice, or menacing whisper. Quickly, the last two seals are beneath deep rock and upon overhanging heights. That's a weak voice. Maybe the weak voice is actually the villain? Wow, this is a really long glide. She has a really good glide ability. You are too far away from the what? The graffiti? Continue undoing the island seals. Technically, she has this ability.
Just like that.
I knew you couldn't resist.
Wait, what? Can I hurt them?
Show no mercy.
Oh, I can damage the ghosts. Okay, I wasn't even sure if I could damage them.
You two. Time to end them.
That's cool. I didn't know you could summon ally spirits.
Go on, take them. I'll thank the stars for you later.
A hidden wall.
Huh.
Huh?
I'm
What?
sorry.
She fell to her death. Light up this place with the 3 torches. Oh, I see.
Steady now.
You were able to pre-order the 9800 on Amazon today? Delivery end of March. End of March? Isn't it faster to get it from Newegg? Oh, am I not doing this fast enough?
Steady now. Just like that.
Huh? What am I doing wrong? Am I supposed to pick one of these flames, not both of them?
Steady now.
Oh, it's one per. Okay, I see. So I gotta find the third flame from somewhere. What the? Menacing whisper. I cannot let you proceed.
Steady now.
Oh, I got an idea. Take that one. Put it here.
Carefully, carefully.
That'll keep that. Then I grab this one.
Steady now.
Put it there, and then take this one. And put it there. Yeah.
Let's do this then.
Get to work. Fulfill our pact. Let her rip. Drilling down.
These ghosts are like fighting. It'll be like how Goku, when he was in ghost form, or like Angel's Halo form, his body was more durable. These ghosts are more durable than the regular enemies. What? She like fell down. What? Lava? Now there is still this Outlander warrior. So wait, so the menacing voice is the good one?
Watch out.
That was way down there.
Go on, take them. I'll thank the stars
Well,
for
if you want to wait for it, you can. I feel like because that delivery date is so long, like, it probably at this point doesn't hurt to wait. Okay, this is what I was looking for, though. I was looking for a teleporter. So that way, now, it's like I've uncovered most of the mystery.
Get to work. Lolling, eats Papa. Get him. Here goes.
Out of the way or get blown away.
Yeah.
That guy, oh, he does drop stuff. He actually drops good stuff, too. Well, do you want the multi-thread, though? Because you do realize that even if you wait for the 9950X 3D, it's going to be more expensive than the 9900 or 9800X 3D. It's gonna be more expensive because it's 16 cores. Are you cooling that using an... Yes, I'm using an air cooler. It's the one that's shown in on the stream. Wait, hold up. That is telling me... Take that flame. Whoops.
Carefully.
Yeah, the puzzle. Solving the puzzles. Just like in the Zelda games.
You later.
Yeah, so for this computer, it's very simple. 9800X3D is so energy efficient, you do not need an AIO, you do not need any form of liquid cooling for this CPU. It's telling me to go somewhere. This is cool. I was not expecting this. This is like a mysterious mystery. And it's cool that I have this character. Because I have this character, I just realized I don't need... Here, here?
Just like that.
What? Wait, what? Wait, what? Hold on, I took the treasure chest out of the wall? Huh? Because I have her, I don't even need to use the owl Pokemon. Go to the floating isle. There, the final seal can be broken. I have a feeling... I'm so close I won't let you. I have a feeling that this game is trying to trick me. The menacing voice is probably the good one, and the weak voice is probably the bad one. It's probably some dragon that is sealed, and it's like, it wants me to let them out, or something like that. It's like Majin Buu. Majin Buu is sealed away, and it's like, hey, can you free Majin Buu for me? You sure you want to do that? Hold on, where's the, Oh, I can put it back in the wall. Or no, I can move it around? You know what's weird, though? It's like it's wanting me to put it, like, here.
Steady now.
Can I put it anywhere, though? Like, if I take it back, can I put it, like, right here? So then what does this arrow do? Your godlike build makes me want that, and I really like the Pro Art case. You dual purpose the machine for productivity too. Yeah, that one pretty much does everything. That computer literally does everything. The only reason why I have this computer is so that I can test overclocking and I can test different components. The Godlike is the computer I don't want to mess with, because that is what I call my static main computer. That's the one that is used for the live stream, like Tech Thursdays, for example. That is shot on that computer, and sometimes I do the video edits on that computer as well. Sometimes I can also use Threadripper for that, though, which is a lot faster. But, I mean, 32 thread is more than enough for video editing. Okay, I don't know what to do with this. Does this do anything? Does this owl show me the way? Nothing. Well, I'm going to have to take a quick break. What case is this? This is the Fractal Torrent. So for those wondering, here, I'm going to have to take a break. I have to put this GPU back. But, just to show people, this is the build. You can see it has a Power Color Red Devil as a GPU. It has an air cooler. It's basically, that's it. Alright, I'm gonna take probably like a 5-minute break, and then come back, and then probably keep going until we figure out the mystery of this island. Okay, I'm back. But now you guys had long enough to look at the build. You can see the Trident. You can see the Trident Z5 Neos in there, or Trident Z5, I should say. And then the CPU temperature on that postcode. Because the Fractal Torrent has the power supply mounted at the top, that's the reason why the power cables look as messy as they do. But I guess, hold on, I guess we can move this around a bit. So, like, just to kind of show this, ooh, that's really bright, those RGB LEDs. But just to kind of show, I guess, let's just zoom out here a little bit. So, this is the Fractal Torrent case. You can see there, it has those two really large 180 millimeter intake fans. And then it has those three intake fans on the bottom. I think those are 140 millimeter fans. The Power Color Red Devil. So that is a Radeon, that is a limited edition Red Devil from 2022. I got it on Christmas Eve from Micro Center. The unboxing video, all that stuff's on the channel. This is the very first 7900 XTX that I managed to get. That was when it was hard to get at launch, around the launch time. So that is a triple slot graphics card. You can barely see the Radeon logo on there. If I put this closer to it, you can kind of see the Radeon logo. There we go, Radeon logo. The 7900 XTX, it has that Fire Nation theme, the Red Devil logo in there. Here is the Noctua NHD15. And then underneath it, we have a second graphics card. That's right, this computer is equipped with dual GPU. The second graphics card directly underneath, you can see it's starving that fan for air. This is the ASRock Challenger A380. So this is an Intel Arc A380 with a single 8-pin stretched all the... Oh, wow. Carl Edwards literally photobombed by subbing to the channel right while going over the build. Welcome to the channel. Thanks for the sub. But you can see Power Color Red Devil, 7900 XTX, combined with the Intel Arc, the ASRock Challenger, Intel Arc A380, almost down there touching the fan. You can see this case, the Fractal Torrent, is a mid-tower case. And then at the back, there it is. ROG, Asus ROG Crosshair Hero X870E. So this is the highest end X870E motherboard from Asus, because they're not doing an Extreme, because X870E is a revised chipset rather than a brand new chipset. So that is the highest end one from Asus this time around. So that is the build. I think that's kind of the same frame. So I guess there we go. Well, whatever. That's the build. You want the XTX Liquid Devil? Yeah, if you're going liquid cooling, that is a really nice GPU with a water block pre-installed. The Liquid Devil. And your thoughts? Where you think the 9070 XT will be placed? I think it will be similar to the 7900 XT in terms of the rasterization performance, but in terms of the ray tracing performance, it'll be more like the RTX 4080, which means that is significantly better in ray tracing than the 7900 XTX. The purpose of the Intel Arc is to show that you can do dual graphics cards with the ROG Hero. Because the ROG Hero features an X8 slot. So I can run dual graphics cards because both of them are running at X8 speed. X8 lanes. That the Power Color has lost half of its lanes because it's given them to the ASRock Challenger. So it is demonstrating GPU lane sharing. The 16 lanes are shared equally, half and half. 8 of them go to the 7900 XTX, and the other 8 go to the Arc A380. Now, the Arc A380 can only handle 8 lanes maximum, because it only has an X8 peg, the PCIe peg. It doesn't have 16, it only has 8. So there's no reason to ever put that in anything beyond an X8 slot. Wait, what? That thing did something. It made it go up. The problem is, I still never figured out this puzzle over here. Am I supposed to, like, stand here and look at it weird? Oh, maybe I'm supposed to put it in this? No. Oh, I guess I'm supposed to get another object and stick it right there, probably. That neural rendering thing is probably marketing buzz, but let's see what happens. Yeah, we'll be covering that. You're too far from the Night Spirit graffiti. Oh, it resets it. Yeah, I don't understand why. What am I supposed to be looking for? This one's a good puzzle, though. I'm pretty much stumped on this one. Do I need to get him to stand over here? Is he gonna actually do anything? Wait a minute, what's the... Whoa, what? Huh? Maybe it was a bad idea to do this. Because this owl just seems like he just wants to do whatever he wants to do. Like... Oh yeah, now he froze me. Hold on, this is a... This? Oh, I solved the puzzle! Even though I've aggroed an owl and he doesn't like me anymore. Okay, let's just leave. That one was even more big brain than the other one. What does this guy want me to do? Ride the wave? Oh, they're welcoming me. Power color teased the new Red Devil. What does it look good? Just the logo on the backplate. Oh, I guess I forgot to ask that. So I asked who's getting the 5080. Literally no one is. At least none of the people that were watching when I asked the question. There were some people that were saying they're getting the 5090, but no one was saying they want the 5080. So let me now ask, how many people are here that are watching are planning to get the Radeon 9070 XT? Or at least consider it? Do I even need to turn into this? Can't I just use this thing, her? Doesn't she have the power? Yeah, she has the same power as the owl.
Take me up.
So I don't need to rely on the owl because I have her. The shattered stone. Restore it completely. Lift the seal. What? Huh? Oh. What does this do?
Just like that.
What? Oh, I gotta rebuild this thing? Well, there's one piece of it. I don't know how I'm supposed to move it. Either 5080 or 9070 XT. You have to see what they claim about the performance. Okay, well, I'll tell you right now. If you're... well, okay, I don't know. Maybe AMD has a trick up their sleeves, but... if I had to guess which one's faster, the 5080 is definitely going to be faster in rasterization and ray tracing. However, the 5080 is going to be more expensive. The 9070 is not meant to compete with the 5080, guys. Like, if you're comparing 5080 and 9070 XT, that's like somebody saying either the 4080 or the 4090. That's what that statement sounds like to me when I read that. Which isn't even, like, those two cards aren't even in the same category. That's like saying, I'm thinking of getting a... it's either going to be a Corolla or a Camry. Those are like two different things. You know, Civic or an Accord. Like, they're not even in the same weight class. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're different categories. So, if that's your comparison, you're setting yourself up for disappointment with the 9070 XT. Because the 9070 XT is not going to be a $1,000 plus GPU. But the 5080 most definitely is going to be well over $1,000. So just keep that in mind. 9070 is competing more. Yes, 9070 is definitely competing more with the 5070. Hence the reason why the rumors are giving it that naming convention, because it's obvious that it's going to be competing with the 5070 in terms of like where it's going to line up. Possibly 5070 Ti. So I would not, like, if you're considering the 5080, then yeah, you're most likely not going to, like, if you're willing to spend over $1,000 on a graphics card, the 9070 XT is probably not what you're looking to buy. $5080. Well, how come? Were you here earlier when I asked who here is getting a 5080? Because I asked that question and literally people kept saying they're not going to get one. Okay, what am I supposed to do? I'm supposed to fix this thing? Where's the other one? Do I need to go underneath this thing? Oh. I'm supposed to... Okay, well, I was doing that completely wrong. Hold on.
Carefully, carefully.
Yes, that was quick. Just use what? Huh? Asus doesn't have speakers on their motherboards anymore? Yeah, I know. Do you really think you could escape? What? This was never about escape. This is the biggest difference. What? What? Who is talking? I guess now I go back to the arena, or whatever this thing is. Oh, where the ghosts were? Is this gonna go Silent Hill on me? Do I have to bust out the camera obscura? Is this Fatal Frame? Oh. Do I need to look down at this thing? It's gonna be kind of an awkward camera angle. Do I just land on it? Oh boy. I was supposed to be able to quickly and completely take over the spirit with it. Oh, we're in the dead world again? Oh no, I don't want to be here. Delusions Distortion, level 91? Weakened Waya, Manifestation. Evildoer, who once led countless priests astray. And it's a cryo, which means this isn't... She's not gonna do much. Yeah, this isn't gonna do much. We're gonna need Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds to break this shield. Pyroclastic Surge, here we go. Donuts, just keep doing donuts around it. Yeah, break that shield.
Right here. Delicate as silk.
Wrath from the sky!
Melt that thing away, melt it down, melt it down. Yeah, melt.
You two! Time to end them!
Whoa, she's mad.
Show no mercy!
I don't know if we're on the right side or not. I'm just gonna go with it.
Cutting edge of fashion.
At least were it not for your aid, Outlander hero, we might have long been overwhelmed by our pitch black foe. Long ago, the tribespeople here were ensorcelled. I've never heard that word before. Enchanted by our enemy, and many night souls became entangled by the abyss. And is that a misspelling? Ensorcelled? What does that mean? That's interesting. I've never seen that word before. Wow. New English word. At the seal's location, even the power of night's manifestation is slowly being chipped away. This seal severs all links with the outside world, yes, but with the source of the tribe's faith also. It must be undone for there to be any fighting chance. Thank you, Outlander hero. The night souls can find their way back to their dream home. Avoiding the... A dream home? For real? Avoiding the blight that grips the Lord of the Night's realm. At last, to be able to return to the quietude of night. So I guess I did the right thing? I guess I did the right thing. I guess I saved them. Oh, the fog is gone. Luxurious treasure chest.
Let me take note of this.
Samsung will fleece them because of their jumping around, lying that they are still contracted to commission 30 series cards from Samsung. Lost ceremonial site added to archive. Where am I? Oh, I'm back over here? What? So this is considered... I guess that island is considered part of the Tezcatepetonoko range. This is what I mean by they went all Mesoamerican, South American names. Like, these aren't even, like, Spanish. This is, like, Native American names. Quahuacan. Tezcatepetonoko. Coatepec. I don't know how to say that one. Tekemekan. And why is this one blocking the name of this place? I can't even read this one. Something Springs, because this quest marker literally blocks my view. Fantastic. Apparently the Switch 2 SoC is done by Samsung. Yo, yeah, well, that was... Yeah, we knew that. We knew that because it was Ampere based. Tezcatepetonoko. I like these names. These, you know, my favorite name growing up from learning, like, about Mesoamerica and the Native American tribes? Cuauhtemoc. The name of... I think he was the nephew of Montezuma from the Aztec Empire. Cuauhtemoc is like my favorite name out of all like those traditional Native American names. That name always sounded so cool to me. I think there's actually I wouldn't be surprised if that's a common name that parents like in Mexico they name their son Cuauhtemoc. That isn't even a Spanish name. That is literally an Aztec name. Money is money, and Samsung will take them. Here I am talking about like Native American names, and like the chat is having some complete sidebar conversation about like Samsung or whatever. Really it's like I'm trying to pronounce Tezcatepetonok, Quahuacan, Tekemekan, Coatepec.
Would you just model for me? I'll design some wonderful clothes for you.
See, you can tell they're inspired by like South America and all that stuff. Cause you go over here, you go over to like 2022 Genshin Impact, Vanarana, Visudaha, Lokapala, Avidya, Ashamvan. These are all like Indian names. Ardravi. You know what I'm saying? Then you got like all the Chinese names from Liyue, from the patch 1, like the 1.0 Genshin, like 2020 Genshin. You got all the Chinese, and then you got all like the... Well, this is supposed... I think Mondstadt's supposed to be inspired by like Germany, but they don't really have like German words here, but whatever. QC chips are already really hot, and they're going to Samsung again. You're talking about the Qualcomm? What was the deal with the Qualcomm? Oh, I just realized I'm gonna have to hold on. I can get like 6 from this, so I would need 14. I do need to run this fight.
Rev the engines!
Right here! Drilling down!
Oh, I completely messed up that rotation. Oh well.
Suffer the wrath of the light of the blazing sun!
What issue? They solved the issue? Whatever that issue was.
Let's go, Tomato. Grab some coke. Scatter! Fulfill our pact. Show no mercy. Eat Lolly. Eat Papa. Get light of the blazing sun.
She doesn't even give her a chance to finish saying what she was saying. She was like, Pyroclastic flow. Just interrupt completely. Just donut roll for spin to win. It's literally spin to win. That was literally what that was. So I need 14. Man, that means I gotta run this one more time. Because I figured I can do this thing. I can do this, and I'll get 6 of these. So if I have 14 of them, and I finish this quest, I get the remaining 6, so I got 20, because she needs 20 for the final ascension to be fully unlocked potential. So it's like, I don't want to over farm on this, but unfortunately, because I got 13 instead of 14. Oh, how convenient! He decides to respawn while I'm giving my little rant speech. That works to my advantage, actually.
Get to work. You two. Time to end. Light it up.
Because I don't need an AIO. Why would I need an AIO? That's just more complexity for no reason. Air coolers are just straight up better. They last longer. You don't have to worry about leaks. You don't have to worry about the pump dying. Like, it's just so much better. I always go air whenever possible. I never go liquid cooling if I can avoid it. And because the 9800X 3D is so energy efficient, I don't need a liquid cooler for the CPU. See, I'm all about reliability, practicality, uptime. You gotta have that uptime.
Rev the engine.
Wow, she's doing some pretty good numbers with the drill.
I am the cutting edge of fashion.
She's the cutting edge of fashion.
Suffer the wrath of Eve, light of the blazing sun.
All right. Well, that was fun. So now I got 16. I'm gonna over farm it, but it's fine. I don't have to fight this anymore. I'm done with this thing. But yeah, that's why always go for the most practical build possible. Unless you're trying to go for a specific look, like if you want the build to look a certain way, and you need a liquid cooler to make it achieve that goal, then yeah, then use a liquid cooler. Just be aware of the drawbacks of using the liquid cooler. Because air cooling literally has, like, no drawbacks compared to, like, no significant drawbacks. Natland Tribe Reputation Awards. This place makes me think of Final Fantasy X. It makes you think of, like, Kilika and Besaid. This makes me think of Warlords of Draenor. This is like doing your garrisons. So it's like they have the different tribes. Natland, the Yu-Gi-Oh area, the Pokemon / Yu-Gi-Oh area in this game is, or region is like It's like Warlords of Draenor, in the sense that you got your garrisons. So these different tribes, Masters of the Nightwind is like one garrison. And then like over here, Scions of the Canopy, that's another one. And then whatever this one is, Children of Echoes. So 1, 2, 3. And then down here, whatever this one is, People of the something. Springs. Okay, People of the Springs. That's another one. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4. And then also Flower Feather Clan. 5. So you got 5 different garrisons / clans. Or tribes. Too lively for Besaid. It has that weird, like, you know how... Because Final Fantasy X was into that whole, like... See, look, this guy literally looks like he's doing the sending. He literally looks like he's doing the sending. Or some variant of it. That was cool. I didn't even know he did that. I didn't even know this guy did that. Man, this game is so hyped right now, though. It's probably, like, overhyped in some ways, but it's still really good. I finished the Archon quest, like, on New Year's Day, I think? Or well, no, not New Year's Day. I think it was yesterday? No, yesterday was Tech Thursdays. Yeah, I guess it was New Year's Day. Yeah, of all the things to do on New Year's Day, I played through the Archon story. The latest story. I finished it. I completely finished. So I'm actually finally caught up in Genshin in terms of the actual main storyline. So I completed it, and I have the Pyro Archon. Or not Pyro Archon. I have the Pyro Archon. Obviously I have the Pyro Archon, but I have the... Where is he at? The Pyro Traveler. I've got Pyro Traveler now. So and the thing is, spoiler alert, they literally give him C6. Like, as soon as you unlock it, he gets C6 right off the bat. So you don't have to waste time, like, getting all of his constellations. Because it took so long. I guess the developers figured, hey, it took so long to give them the Pyro variant of the Traveler, of the protagonist, the main character, your character, essentially. That they're like, you know what, as a constellation project, we're just going to give you all of the constellations just immediately. So, that was kind of cool. But this place has like a Kilika Besaid type of vibe. Okay, she's on the wall. Why is she on the wall? The Natlan characters are cool because of their traversal mechanic, except the only problem is their traversal mechanics are terrible outside of Natlan. The Traveler might as well be the Avatar at this point. Yeah, he pretty much is. He pretty much is. I will say, though, I did not expect Natlan to be this good. Like, I was pleasantly surprised how Hoyoverse constructed this region and what they did with it. Because, like, the gameplay style, the Pokemon, the vehicles, the traveling mechanics that the Natlan characters have, the meter, the fact that the Fire Archon literally uses the meter for her ult. So, I mean, that's cool. I wasn't expecting this at all. It feels like... I have no idea what they're going to do with this year. Because this year we're getting 6.0 in August. And I have no idea what they're going to do to change it up. Because this game has seen a lot of changes over the years. So,
instead of confining themselves
in Azuma, there wasn't that much. That was like 2.0. There wasn't really anything significant in terms of like a gameplay change. 3.0 brought us Dendro as an element, and it brought the elemental reactions with the Dendro element, which was interesting. And then last year we got Fontaine. Fontaine introduced swimming. Like, you could go underwater in Fontaine. You could swim, which was interesting. It's like, okay, now I can basically be like a mermaid or a merman, or if we're talking Yu-Gi-Oh, a mermail. We can be, or what is they called? The mermails? Yeah, the mermails. The mermails of Yu-Gi-Oh and the Atlanteans. So it's like they have those mechanics. Fontaine, you could swim, you could go like under the sea. I'm thinking like all these Little Mermaid Disney songs start playing in my head. Like this is what they introduced last 2023. Fontaine, the Water Nation. So that was the thing that they did that was interesting. Hydro became very, very OP. It was very meta, aka Nuvolette and Farina. But this year, or no, last year, wow, it's 2025. Last year, they introduced the Fire Nation, and that's why I feel like the Natlan changed the gameplay up in such a way that it was so much more refreshing than what we saw with the last 3 patches. So I'm really looking forward to see what they do this year, because this is the final year. This year should conclude the story of Genshin Impact, at least the primary story that we've been they've been doing since 2020. Because the final nation will be revealed, and that nation is the nation of Ice, Cryo. Mr. Freeze and the Espada from Bleach will finally be confronted and take their role as the primary antagonist task force in this story. Cryo Archon is next. Yeah. Cryo Archon is next. Cryo Archon is next, but they might be a region before we get there. No, all they're gonna do is they're gonna make there's gonna be a city. So, well, okay, I'm not gonna say that because I'm getting into spoiler territory. I don't know how many people here finished the Archon quest, the latest one, so I don't want to spoil it for people. But what I can say, because the developers definitely talked about this in the live stream, that we're going to be getting a city. There's going to be a city added to the game before the 6.0. And it's probably... I don't know exactly where it's going to be. Probably it's going to be over here. It's probably going to be like right here in the middle of where I'm like looking. So north of Liyue, northwest of Mondstadt, or maybe it's going to be like further west. But that would put it west of Fontaine. Anyway, there's going to be a city that will be added to the game before the big 6.0 patch. They said this in the live stream. That is not an entire zone. That's just a city. So I forget the name of it. It's like Nod Cry or something. But that is the place. And also the antagonists will be introduced around that time. Because I think that's where the Harbinger's base of operations is. But I could be wrong on that, but I think we're going to have to deal with them directly. Because the Harbingers, the Espada, I call them the Espada because I think of Bleach every time I see them. Because they're numbers. There's number 4, there's number 6, there's number whatever, number 1. It's literally like the Espada from Bleach. They're like a special organization. Their power can rival that of Archons, potentially. So, it depends on, like, what you... Like, what your frame of reference is when you look at this game's lore. Because you can also think of it like Lord of the Rings, in a way. Like, okay, if you're familiar with Lord of the Rings, and you understand the lore behind that, so you understand the concept of the Valar, and the Maiars, and the elves, and all the lower level creatures, like the humans, and the dwarves, and everything else, and the orcs, and their origins, and all that stuff. So, in this game, you can kind of think of it like Lord of the Rings, in a sense, that you could think of the Archons, so like this Yu-Gi-Oh! 5D's character, for example, she is basically like Gandalf and Sauron in the sense that she's kind of like a Maiar. You can think of her as that sort of level of being, compared to like this character. This character is literally just like Aragorn. Well, okay, not even Aragorn. This character is like Boromir or Faramir or like some regular human. You know what I'm saying? But then you have like this OP Maiar level character, which is like way OP, like Gandalf from Lord of the Rings. So they have that sort of concept. There's different levels of like beings, if that makes sense. Similarly, but they take it a step further because they do interesting things. Like, for example, this dude is a Yaksha. So if you guys know anything about like Chinese lore, like a Yaksha is also kind of like a Maiar, sort of. So he's sort of like that level too. It's sort of not really. And then there's also like this guy, which is basically an Oni. So if you're familiar with like Japanese lore, then you have like the yokais and the Onis. This is basically like a demon type. So this is also one step above like a regular human. So Genshin Impact is basically littered with this type of concept of these different sort of beings, which does add some flavor to the lore and to the story in the game and all that good stuff. So just, yeah, it can go pretty deep. But if you're into like shonen anime like Bleach, One Piece, Naruto, Dragon Ball Z, man, this game is chock full of that kind of stuff. All the Archons remind me of different anime protagonists. I mean, I guess I think of them more of like Gandalf, like Maiar. Like I think of them as like a group of like, because I for some reason in this game, playing through this game, I tend to classify characters into like the category of what they are in terms of like their like how long they're gonna live. For example, like she's literally like hundreds of years old. She's more than 500 years old. So she's not a normal, she's not like a human, if that makes sense. Obviously she can go Super Saiyan 3. She has special powers. She's an Archon. Archons are kind of like Gandalf. They're kind of like Saruman. They're like special beings. They're not normal mortal beings like these other characters, for example. So that's one thing that I find fascinating about this game. I'd never really thought of them as protagonists. That's interesting that you say that. Wow, this is a really deep ravine right here. But yeah, Natlan is pretty cool, man. This place is pretty hype. Fontaine was like so upscale. It was literally upscale. Fontaine was so DLSS. You know what I'm saying? It was so upscale. It was such an upscale place. Everyone was like so uptight. Everyone was like all fashion and everything. Like, see, Fontaine is all about the fashion. Literally, you have people who emigrate from their home country, like she did. She left her home country of Inazuma and went to Fontaine to be like a fashion tailor, to run her own business. You know, Fontaine was all so upscale. It was so DLSS. Meanwhile, you go to Natlan, this place, and you're like living with the Pokemon and the dinosaurs and the fire stuff, and everyone's chill, but they're always going to war, and you know, it's the nation of war. It's cool. The special case for Silali, she's 200 years. She is a 200-year-old human. Yeah, this is a 200-year-old human in the game. That's so definitely not the same level as like Archon tier. She's the first human in the series to do that. Are you sure? No, hold on a second. Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait, hold on. Time out. Wait a minute. Are you sure about that? You sure about that? I gotta look through my list of. I gotta look through my Pokemon collection here. Hold on. Wait. What about this? What about her? I thought Faruzan was like hundreds of years old too. I thought she was hundreds of years old. Wasn't she a really old character also? You forgot about the Faruzan? Faruzan? You forgot about the Sumeru? And there was also, where is he? Scaramouche? Where's this boy? Wander? What about Wander? Wasn't he also like really old too? Isn't this guy more than 100 years old too? He basically dies. Spoiler alert, he dies. I'm sorry, I spoiled it. He dies. But somebody activates Reborn the Monster, or Monster Reborn, for those of you that play Yu-Gi-Oh! And he literally just got, like, wished back from the Dragon Balls. She's 100. Wander is a doll. Wait, what? This dude is a doll? What? I thought he was brought back from the dead. I know he dies, because he's a weekly boss fight. He's one of the weekly boss fights. That's how you know he died.
Relax.
Wander. Oh man, I don't understand why so many people like Wander. Like every time I see, like, I was watching some Genshin videos on YouTube to figure out, like, how do I build these characters? And every time people like Wander this, Wander that, I'm like, why are so many people so into the Wander? Like, what is so cool about this character? I didn't like him when he was a villain. I didn't like him at all as Scaramage. I thought he was lame. His shorts are too short for a dude. Those shorts are way too short for a dude. Although I guess nowadays it's kind of in style to wear shorter shorts on males nowadays, but it definitely wasn't like that when I was a kid. You'd get ridiculed if you were walking around dressed like this as a guy. Like, what? So anyway, I don't understand what, like, people find the Wander so cool. But I remember Wander and Faruzan. And I was like, man, they released both of them on the same banner because they're both like 200 plus years old. You thought you were going to bring up a lore point and you talk about his shorts. She's supposed to be like hundreds of years old, but to me, she literally looks like somebody, she looks like the developers just, like, they discovered Hatsune Miku, and they just, like, copied her design. Although she's not exactly the same. But her and Wanderer, I remember these two. I remember them because they were on the same banner, and it was during Sumeru. This would have been like this was like December of 2022. This was, oh, I remember them. You know why? Because this was when the 7900 XTX launched. It was when Wander and Faruzan were added to Genshin Impact. That's what was making me think about these two characters. We were talking about the Red Devil, the 700 XTX in the computer earlier. And like my brain like internally connected the events. Oh, Faruzan and Wander, they link up with 7900 XTX. See? See? Big brain moves right there. See? Wander is synonymous with 7900 XTX. See what I did there? Anyway, I don't even know how we got sidetracked so much talking about that.
Let's finish this. No mercy.
She uses her power of ice. She throws this down. She does that. Then this thing. Actually, I might actually bring out Wander and use him. He's good. I put him in the group. Or Faruzan. I was thinking of bringing like Anemo to the group. Wow, I didn't even have to summon Super Saiyan 3 girl. I didn't even have to use her in this one.
Go on, take them. I'll thank the stars for you later.
He's a doll made by Raiden Shogun that really doesn't like her past. His idol animation is the opposite of Raiden Shogun. Wait, for real? Did I not do the quest? Hold on a second. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Wait a minute. Hold up. Hold up. Does he have a quest? Wander doesn't even have a quest. Man, I gotta look how far behind I am. Look at this backlog. Look at this backlog. Man, what does this mean? I can't play Silent Hill 2 until I finish the entire backlog of Genshin Impact? That means we'll probably never see me play Silent Hill 2 ever again. Because this is probably never going to happen. Like, look at this. Wander doesn't even have a story quest. Or a character quest. So, everyone... He's like one of the most popular characters. And like... Does he have one of these? Does he have a hangout event? Or whatever they call these things? I forgot. I haven't done it. I haven't done any of this stuff, man. Like, oh, I've done these. See, you can see the part where I was, like, playing the game. I played through Inazuma. I played through a lot of Inazuma. I did all the Mondstadt ones and the Liyue ones. And then... I guess they added Kaya... Keva... So all the Sumeru. I didn't do any of the Sumeru stuff. And then... Fontaine only has like one. Wow, okay. Yeah, I got a whole bunch of these things I gotta do. I don't even know what this is. What is this? Look at this quest log. Look at this quest log. My goodness. This backlog is terrible. This is horrendous. I guess I even have like a main quest. I don't even know what this is from. Something with Nahida. This is another like the Balladeer. Like what's going on here? This is Wander. What? The Wander? The Balladeer and the Nahida? How does the Wander come back to life? I don't even understand that. Like did Nahida do something? Did she wish him back from the dragon?
Keeps rolling.
Farazan hangout is probably one of my favorites. Farazan has a hangout? Faruzan. Oh, Kaya also. Yeah, I didn't do any of these. I thought this guy was cool. So I'll tell you, like, I remember during the Inazuma, I like to make the Kuki group, Kuki plus, what do they call their little gang? Arataki gang. Yeah, Arataki gang. I remember I would go anti-meta and run Ito, Kuki, Heizo. Where's that guy? I know I have him somewhere. Where's Heizo? They need a better character select screen, man. Like, this is getting ridiculous. Like, I can't... Okay, there he is. I remember this guy. This guy was, like, the first time they made a Catalyst character that was melee. And I was like, yeah, no, I'm building him. I'm building him. Because this is a... my favorite weapon in the game is the Catalyst. Catalyst and Claymore. I like the Catalyst and the Claymore. The sword's probably my least favorite. It's the most boring. But the Catalyst was cool. But it was all... Back then, you could still do, like, physical damage meta. Like, you could still utilize, like, Eula. And I didn't like that because people were doing, like, a lot of those, like, meta things. I never played meta. So I was like, you know what? I'm just going to go big brain. I'm going to go... And back then, people said Kuki was, like, the worst 4-star character in the game. And I went and built Kuki before anyone... Before Dendro. Like, this is before Sumeru. So I went and built Kuki with Heizo and... Where is Ito? This... Yeah, Ito. Yeah. Ito, Kuki, Heizo. And if depending on which resonance I wanted, I would either go double Geo. I think double Geo? Did he need more than one Geo? I don't remember anymore. Like, I think he... I don't remember who the fourth member was anymore. But anyway, I was playing some anti-meta thing that was cool. Because I felt like it was original. But then Dendro got added to the game. And then, like, everything changed from there. But yeah, I don't even know if these older, like, these characters that have been in the game for, like, 2 or 3 years now, I don't even know how viable they are for Spiral Abyss. Like, is Ito still good? Like, can you still clear Spiral Abyss with him? Is it even possible? With the current, like, enemy layout that they do? Because Ito, I built him up. Although, I think I accidentally gave his artifacts to some other character. I probably gave them to Kachina. Yeah, I think I gave her his artifacts, so he doesn't even have his artifacts anymore. That's hilarious. But yeah, Kazuya, this guy's so broken. I don't even have his artifacts fully maxed out, and he's like stupid good. Really cool game, man. This game is legit. It's one of those games that you have to play it for a long, like, if you're not, unless you're gonna spend a whole bunch of money on this game, like, I highly do not recommend that at all. Like, as long as you just play it for the long term, and you just, there's enough reruns, there's enough, like, content that you're, like, you'll get the characters you want eventually. Like, case in point, how many Primo Gems do I have saved up? So I only have like 1,800 Primo Gems. I literally used all my Primo Gems to get her and Seat Lolly. I got both of them. I even missed Banner on one of them. So I got her after 30 pulls. I didn't get her. I got Mona, and I was so mad. I got Mona, and then I got her, like, I think it was 20. It was within like 30. No, it was about 30 pulls after Mona. I got her. So I got lucky, but like I don't have any Primo Gems anymore. So now I gotta grind all the content to get the Primo Gems back. But yeah, because I definitely want these characters. I want the Fontaine. I want the Knave. Because she's like the best on-field pyro DPS. Like hands down. She's good, but I don't think, outside of running Natlan characters, I don't think she's gonna be that good, like, outside of Natlan. So I want the Knave, because I want the Harbingers. And I have, what's his name? Tartaglia. Although I haven't used Tartaglia legit in, like, actually I did use him in Fontaine. I did use him until I got Fontaine characters. But yeah, no, I know she's coming back. So I gotta grind all the Primo Gems to get her. But I also want Chlorine. So this is gonna be a problem for me. Because I realized I burned all, like, 19,000 Primo Gems. No, not 19,000. Was it 19,000? It was a lot. I forgot how much it was. I used all the Primo Gems to get 2 5-star characters in this patch. On launch day. So it's like now I have like no resources. So I'm either going to have to grind and get one of them. And if I want the other one, then I got to spend money. So that's how they get you. That's how they get returning players. Because there's no way for me, I don't know how I can get enough Primo Gems unless I just get super, super lucky on the pulls. There is a possibility that could happen, but that's highly unlikely. But I want both of them. I must get both of them because I'm not going to wait. I have no idea. I have a feeling that Chlorine is going to be very hard to get after this rerun because she's not as popular and there's no incentive for them to rerun her after this one for a very long time. What I'm trying to say is she's going to end up like... who's the character that hasn't seen a rerun in a long time? She's going to end up like her. Yeah. She's going to end up like her and him. These two never get reruns. When was the last time Ayato had a rerun? Like, how do you get Ayato if you don't have him? Like, because he's not going to be on the Chronicle banner. I know she's going to be on the banner, but he's not going to be on the banner. Like, what if somebody wanted Ayato? How are they going to get Ayato? I'm afraid that Chlorine is going to end up like him. Where it's like, if you want to get Chlorine, you're not going to have a chance. It's like you're going to have to wait for like a whole year. You know what? So I'm like, okay, it's now or never. You either get the character or you will never have the character in your collection for like a whole year. So, because when was the last time he was on a rerun? It's been a very long time. When was the last time Sino was on a rerun? You know what I'm saying? Like, this dude, like, people forgot that this dude even exists, I think. Like, unless I'm completely mistaken, I feel like people forgot about him. On-field Electro DPS. I feel like people pretend like he doesn't even exist. Or they forgot about him. Have you got gifts from gift sets in your teapot? How do you do that? You go to the teapot? Probably because of his shorts. Yeah, why do they dress the dudes in this game like legit? Like, okay, this is a legit question. Why are the dudes dressed? Some of them are dressed the way they are. Like why is this guy dressed like this? Like, what is the theme? This guy is literally Yami Yugi's like distant second cousin or something. You know what I'm saying? This guy is literally Yugi's like distant cousin. So is she. She's literally Ishizu from Yu-Gi-Oh! She literally has the Yu-Gi-Oh! The eye on her head dress. You see that? She literally has the Millennium Eye on her head. Like right there in the middle. That's hilarious. They have Yu-Gi-Oh! Characters literally in this game. I just now realized that. These are legit Yu-Gi-Oh! Characters in Genshin Impact. 100%. 100% Yu-Gi-Oh! Right there. See, they got, like, this guy, you know what I think of when I see him? Android 17. This is straight up Android 17. You know what I'm saying? Android 17 is in this game. You got Yu-Gi-Oh! Characters, you got Android 17 with, like, rabbit ears and stuff. This guy looks like a male Vier from Final Fantasy 14. Hilarious. Then they got... Cool dude. They got cool dude. I have him. I don't remember what he... I know he's like Cryo, and I know he's a melee character. He also uses a catalyst, doesn't he? Yeah, this is like a 5-star Hazo, but he's Cryo, which is strange, which is fine, but man. You set up a gift set, but you need a lot of stuff to build it, and you put your characters by gift set area, and they will get you a gift. Okay, yeah, I need to look into that because I don't have any of that built. Watch them release white hair male character and name it JoJo. Does this guy count? Does this guy count as JoJo? Or Jogo? What is that? Jogo? Hogo? What is that? This guy doesn't count. Gojo? Is this Gojo? Yeah, it's like when I see all these missing Fontaine characters, it's annoying.
Going into a trance is risky for most people, so don't get any ideas.
Yeah, the designs on the Natlan characters are interesting. What is this guy supposed to be? Is this supposed to be like a Brazilian or something? Like, what is this? Like, Kanish? Kanish? I missed out on this guy. Who's the most generic character here? The most generic character? That's a really good question. Probably this guy. Does that look generic to you or what? does this you know what looks even more generic? That looks pretty generic.
I've read almost every novel from Yai Publishing House.
No, that doesn't look generic. What is generic here? Hold on. Where's Bennett? Would you say this looks generic? I would say that's pretty generic. What's funny is this is generic.
Penny's adventure team, assemble!
Or oh, no, it doesn't really look generic.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember.
Osmanthus wine.
But where are those who share the memory?
Sucrose, Jean. Who is the most generic? Is Amber the most generic looking character in this game? Lisa, Barbara, Chungyun. I think Chungyun. I think this guy looks pretty generic to me. He's eating popsicles. I think this guy's generic. You're like, who's the most generic character? I never thought about that. Probably him. Would you say this looks generic? I mean, you guys tell me. A young exorcist from a family of exorcists. He does everything he can to suppress his abundance of yang energy. Apparently this dude has too much yang energy. Chongyun. This guy joined my party October 18th, 2020. In the midst of the pandemic, and I never even used him. I take that back. I think I probably used him for like a little bit. The other guy looks a bit more generic. Who's the other guy? Oh, Bennett? Yeah, this guy. It's so funny how both characters were in 1.0 and like one of them is used in like every meta party and the other one's like never, like people forgot that he exists.
Wow. Where did that come from?
This looks like some character from like a Tales of series or a Trails series or like any sort of game made by Falcom or
Going into a tranny's adventure team.
You know.
Assemble.
He looks like from like Grand Blue Fantasy Relink from last year. Yeah, this guy's the most generic. A good-natured adventurer from Mondstadt who's unfortunately extremely unlucky. These are 1.0 characters. These characters that I'm showing you are from the base game from 2020. These are 2020 characters. So like Amber, Kaya, Lisa, Barbara, Razor, Shangling, Beidou, Xingqiu, Ningwang, Fischl, Bennett, Noel, Chongyun, Sucrose, Jean, Diluc, Chi-Chi, Mona, and Kuching. These were the original characters. So the original five stars were her, this little zombie, this dude, and her. That was it. Those were the original 5. And then you had all these like generic characters, we'll call them, that were added. Like they were also in the game at the beginning. The 4-star characters. And then the first banner was Venti. And when I started playing this game, I started playing when Venti only had probably like 4 days left on his banner. That was the very first banner. Then Klee, then Tartaglia, then Zhongli. He was the first Archon. Oh, no, what am I talking about? Venti was the first Archon. Yeah, Venti was the first Archon. This is the first Gandalf. Then there was the second Gandalf. Then Albedo. Then Ganyu. So now we're in 2021. 2021 started off with Ganyu, then Xiao, then Hu Tao, then I think it actually went in this order. I think they started doing reruns around this time, because I remember she actually had her own banner for some reason. Hu Tao, Eula came out around May of 2021.
Where the drinks keep flowing.
Kazuya was, I missed him on his debut because I stupidly quit the game, like, during the first summer event, which was, like, the dumbest thing I've ever done in gaming, was literally quit Genshin, like, right before Inazuma. And then Ayaka, then, this is now Inazuma, so this is well into 2021. I didn't get her either because I wasn't playing the game when she was on banner. I got her on her rerun. That was very, very long. It was like a 40-day long banner. And I returned to the game during that 40-day banner. And it says here, she joined the party on May 14th, 2022.
A blade embraces its duty. As a jeweler cherishes.
Then Yoimiya. Then Horizon Zero Dawn and Horizon Forbidden West girl was added to the game. Aloy from the Horizon series was literally added to the game. It says here she joined the party October 16th, 2021. I don't know if it's possible for anyone who never got her to still get this character, but literally the main character from the Horizon series is in Genshin Impact. I don't know why, but she is. She literally has no content. There's like no story. There's no nothing. I don't understand. There's no way to get her constellations. It's like it's confusing. Then Raiden Shogun, then Kokomi. Then I quit the game after Kokomi again. So my second time quitting the game was like right after the Kokomi banner. And then these guys were 2022. This guy was 2022. I got this guy, I think, on his rerun. These 4 stars, I don't pay attention to them. I just randomly get them whenever they're on a character banner. Is this the only crossover they ever did? Yeah, this is the only one. Yeah. It was weird, too. It was, like, weird. You just, like, randomly get Aloy. She just showed up in the mail. It's like, oh, look, Aloy's in your group now. Okay, that's cool. Do you think the 192 gigabyte timings you recently did on the Godlike will also work on other motherboards? They should be able to work on the others. Now, the Hero is a strange one because the Hero has, well, I guess Nitropath doesn't really do much for 4 sticks of memory. It only really helps 2 sticks of memory. I think the Ace behaves the same as the Godlike. So that one probably the same exact settings would work. So what I will say is I actually found the ASRock Taichi and the Gigabyte Aorus Master, and this also might apply to the Gigabyte Aorus Extreme, the AI top.
From Yai Publishing House.
Those two seem to handle 192 gigabytes better than the Godlike. So, like the Godlike, I had to go all the way down to like CL48 to get it working. Now, I'm pretty sure if I do higher voltages and I tune it even more, I can get lower latency. But I remember with ASRock and Gigabyte, it was much easier to get the lower cast latency, like the better timings on those boards compared to the Godlike. And also Asus. It was harder on Asus. It was hard on MSI. It was harder on Asus. And it was easier on ASRock and Gigabyte. So I really think, like, if you're someone who really wants dual rank, meaning, and 4 sticks, like 128 or 192, if you really need that much RAM, I really think you should consider an ASRock Taichi or a Gigabyte motherboard, like a Gigabyte Aorus Master or a Gigabyte Extreme or an ASRock Taichi or an ASRock Nova. I think those motherboards, personally, from my own testing, those motherboards are much easier to do better timings with super high amounts of RAM. Gigabyte or MSI, the Godlike was a little bit underwhelming in that regard. And Asus, I couldn't get it to work on the Hero. So I couldn't get the 192 to work on Asus. That's why I haven't released the video yet with Asus with that much RAM. Because I haven't figured out, like, what is the secret settings to get it actually working. But, so I can safely say you can do 192 gigabytes at 6,000 on the ASRock Taichi, the Gigabyte Aorus Master, and the MSI Godlike. I cannot confirm this for Asus because I have not been able to get it to work on the Hero. Yeah, I don't know, because I think Nitropath might be causing more challenges, because Nitropath helps 2 sticks. It doesn't benefit 4 sticks because it reduces the antenna effect of those open DIMMs. But because the pins are shorter and they're further down, that may not be as useful to 4 sticks of memory. So I don't know. It's probably possible, but I would have to do more testing. So if I'm able to get it to work, you will see a video with the Hero running that much RAM. But I currently have not been able to get it to work at that speed, at 6,000. So I'll have to keep trying at a certain point later on. I'll have to revisit that. But just know that I haven't been able to get that to work on the hero.
I've read almost every novel
I
from
think
the
this
Publishing House.
game...
Pretty normal, right?
So I guess this game is going in chronological order, like when the characters were new. I could have sworn Yelan is not that new. Like, is Yelan really that new? Like, she came after Ayato? I guess this is how it works. Wow, so Yelan is really that new, huh? Wow. I didn't think that I feel like Yelan's been in the game since, like, before Inazuma. I'm surprised. She's after Ayato? Huh. Because this is the end. Heizo was the last Inazuma character before Sumeru. Because I remember that. Because I was super into the game around this time. You know why I remember this? You know why I will never forget Heizo and the Sumeru characters that started in that patch? What was that? 3.0. You know why? Because Heizo was 1440p Heizo, and Tainari was 4K Tainari. That's why I'll never forget that. Because I played through the... I call it Fischl's World. I don't know what the event, like what the summer event was called, but it was literally the best Genshin Impact summer event. Fischl, Mona... Where's Mona? Fischl, Mona... Kazuya, and Xinyan. It was all about the four of them. It was peak writing for the people who wrote the storylines. It was peak puzzle solving for the people that made the puzzles. Although I think a lot of people complained that the puzzles were too hard. So the people who couldn't handle the big brain puzzles, so they made the puzzles easier after that. But man, that was peak Genshin. That was so good. And I was on 1440p when I played through that. And then shortly after Sumeru launched, because I remember Heizo. Heizo was the 4-star character. And I guess it was like Yelan's banner or Kazuya. No, it was Kazuya's banner. Oh, it was his rerun. That was when I got him. July 12. He joined me July 12, 2022. And Heizo was the same exact day. Yeah, that was Kazuya's rerun. I got Kazuya on his rerun during the Fischl's World event. And then I went to 4K when Sumeru came out. And now I've been on 4K ever since Sumeru. Man, see how I tie it all together? I tie the games and the technology together in my memories. See? Tainari was 4K. Heizo was 1440p. I remember that. So all these other characters down here was 1440p. This dude was 4K, and everyone after him was also 4K. Are you aware of the easy bridge failures? Watch the video that I did. I have a video on how to fix that.
Right?
I literally did a video today on that very topic of the MSI easy bridge issue. That's the latest video on the channel. Dynamic dashboard 3. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So anyway, that was a trip down memory lane. You were saying something about the sets for the items. What do I need to do here? Do they give you wishes though? Do they give wishes? Wait, is this guy? Oh no. Okay.
you ever have it?
I don't know what I need to do, but like all I did was basically put random things here to fill it up. Like I haven't done the crafting or like whatever you're supposed to do in this place. Like I haven't done this in so long. I basically rushed to max the level to unlock all these different zones, and then I just like put everything I could in where I could, and that was basically it. But yeah, I did run into the problem, and I resolved it myself using the tool that they said. The trick is you do not update the firmware. You update only the data, and that's it.
Here's to a life where the drinks keep flowing.
Have you done a 4K stick on Hero video? Did I? No, but I did build the Hero with 4 sticks of memory. I'm pretty sure when I did a live stream build, it was running 4 sticks of memory. So you can easily do so you can easily do 4 sticks of DDR5 on any X870 or X870E motherboard, provided you're using single rank DIMMs. If you're doing dual rank DIMMs, that is where you have engaged hard mode, and now it is extremely challenging. So if you simply want 4 sticks of memory, just do 4 times 24 for a total of 96 gigabytes of RAM. 96 gigabytes of RAM is so much RAM for most people that it will probably last the entire generation of that motherboard. Meaning by the time you need more than 96 gigabytes of system memory,
is risky for most people. So
AM5 will be so old and irrelevant that there's no point in even upgrading beyond 96 gigabytes of RAM. The only people who need more than 96 gigabytes of RAM are the people that are using their computer for things that are not related to gaming. They're running virtual machines. They're running like some sort of simulated CAD work. They're running like they're rendering videos at like 4K 60 or even higher resolutions, and they have a whole bunch of like layers on DaVinci Resolve or Premiere or whatever they're using for video editing. Those are the only people that I can think of that can benefit from more than 96 gigs of RAM. For the average person who just wants to play games, but they want 4 sticks of memory because they like the way it looks, my recommendation, buy two identical memory kits. So you get 2 sticks, then you buy quantity 2, so you get 2 more. Now you have 4 sticks of memory, and you can easily run all 4 of these on any of these motherboards, no problem, as long as you're on single rank DIMMs. Meaning you're going to be capped at 96 gigabytes of RAM until we see like higher capacity single rank DIMMs. That's all there is to it. Your M1 Ultra 128 gigabyte is for audio. Sample libraries will gobble it up. Yeah, see, and that is what I mean by a specific use case where you can benefit from more than 96 gigabytes of RAM. But most people are not going to need that. But yeah, that's an interesting, that's probably M1 Ultra, man. That is an expensive computer. Apples are like with that kind of memory on an Apple. That's wow. That's got to cost a lot of money because Apple charges so much for memory. Like it's ridiculous how much it costs to get the higher RAM capacity Apples compared to just building like a desktop. Yeah, that's interesting to hear that. That's good to know, because like I'm always curious, what are the scenarios where somebody needs that much RAM? Outside of like virtual machines and almost like server-based workloads and things where they probably should be running a Threadripper if they're doing that kind of stuff instead of like a regular desktop. You're doing Blender, Unreal Game Dev, so you went with 2 sticks of 48. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I have that set up too. That's literally what we're running right now on this computer. This computer is 2 times 48. So I'm running 2 sticks on this one. I have 4 sticks on the other one. Both are 96 total. Or, yeah, both are 96 total. Yeah. Should you aim for U9 or wait till... How do you even buy a Ultra 9? Like, the Ultra 9 is never in stock anywhere. Like, I don't even know. To me, that CPU is a myth. It's a mythical unicorn. It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. Like, you can't buy one. First of all, why would you compare a Core Ultra 9 to a Ryzen 7? The correct comparison would be to a 9950X or a 9950X 3D. Like, those aren't even price appropriate comparisons. That's like asking, should I buy a Honda Accord or should I buy a Honda should I buy a Honda Accord or should I buy a Toyota Corolla? That's what that sounds like to me. It's like, what? So you're gonna compare a mid-size sedan to a compact? Like, huh? What? The prices are so different too. Like, what? Like, what are you gonna do with the computer? You're gonna if you're gonna build a gaming computer, do not get the Intel. And if you're gonna build a workstation, get the 9950X, or wait for the 9950X 3D, or get a Threadripper. That's pretty much what I'd recommend. So much stuff isn't in stock anywhere anymore. You hope that the market recovers from the holiday tariff purchasing. Is that really what it is? I heard that crypto is taking off again. Are you talking about graphics cards, or are you talking about like just in general? Yeah, PC hardware right now is kind of weird. Like, I think crypto is starting to take off again, unfortunately. So GPUs are starting to disappear. But anyway, wow, I didn't realize... I completely lost track at the time. We've been streaming for 6 hours, so it's probably time to call it quits here. Motherboards like Taichi and Nova aren't anywhere still. Yeah, I know. So, basically, here's the thing that I've realized. You can't buy a 285K, so the Core Ultra 9 doesn't exist. I have been trying to see when it comes in stock. Like, everywhere. Best Buy, Micro Center, Newegg, even Amazon, although Amazon is probably, like, those are fake listings. So it's like, it never is in stock. So the Intel, the comment about, like, the Core Ultra 9 is hilarious to me, because even if you wanted to get one, you can't buy one. Like, you legit can't buy one. They don't exist. So you have to, so the correct comparison, if you're going to compare the 9800X 3D, the correct comparison is the Intel Core Ultra 7 265K. That is the proper comparison. That is the proper price comparison, not the mythical vaporware, it doesn't actually exist, Core Ultra 9, because that thing's fake. It doesn't actually exist. So, if you're going to think of getting that CPU, you want to get the Ryzen 9 instead, because that is going to be the more consistent performer. That has full SMT on every single core. All the cores are the exact same style, so there's no weird mismatch. So no. Intel kind of screwed up because, first of all, they got rid of hyperthreading. There's literally no hyperthreading at all on the P cores. So they neutered the P cores, and all they did was beef up the E cores. But the E cores are impressive. They're very strong E-cores compared to the old E-cores. But it still ends up being a 24-thread max CPU. So the thread count on a Core Ultra 9 matches the thread count on a Ryzen 9900X. Not a 9950X, a 9900X. So no, the Intel Core Ultra 9 is kind of like... I don't know, man. It's funny you say that. It's like it's the new Sapphire Rapids. Yeah, because you could never buy a Sapphire Rapids, and now you can't buy a Core Ultra 9. So both of them don't exist, man. Like they're literally, they just, I don't know. They're like, they're stuck in a different dimension somewhere. Who knows? I don't know. It's like they're gone. They don't even exist. 9950X 3D, I'm waiting on that too. I'm waiting on 9950X 3D myself. 7700X. Yeah, the 99. Anyone wanting to build a mini workstation, 9950X 3D, that is the way to go. That is my recommendation. That is going to be the consistent performer. So that is what I recommend. Gaming PC, 9950X 3D. If you want the multi-thread, 9950X 3D. If you just want a gaming computer literally now, and you're trying to save money on things like the motherboard and the memory, 9800X 3D. So, assuming you can find one. And you can find the motherboard that you want. But that's pretty much it.
I've read almost every novel from Yai Publishing House.
But that's probably going to be it, guys. I feel like I didn't realize I streamed for over 6 hours. I feel like I've only streamed for 4 hours. But this is the stopping point. So, that's going to be it. So we will be streaming. I will be live streaming the NVIDIA CES press conference or the keynote address on Monday evening. So if you do want to watch that with me, like and you want to see like my live commentary while that's going on, go ahead and get subscribed to the channel and hit the bell icon so you know when I go live, because I'll try to go live around the same time that the NVIDIA live stream is taking place, but we are going to be looking at the 5080 and whatever they talk about in regards to AI. So yeah, so stay tuned for that. That'll be Monday evening. I guess if you're in Singapore, it'll be like the following day. So that Monday, so that's like, hold on. So what time is it for the NVIDIA thing? It's like, I forgot what it was. It's like in the evening. So that means it would be like, that'll be like Tuesday at like 10 a.m. or 11 a.m. or something in Singapore. When they do that show, or when they do that keynote address. If you still have a display that works on the Godlike, and it's doing what I said it's doing, like it's showing you the loading screen, it's showing you like random numbers that are not showing the proper numbers, then you can definitely recover it doing the procedure that I show in the video. Because that's exactly what happened to me, and I was able to fix mine. So, alright guys, well that's going to be it for this stream. I will see you guys Monday evening for the NVIDIA CES keynote address. Until then, take care, and I will see you guys then. Bye.